do it. Morning all. Morning. Hayes, made it. Nice, Demon. Top of the morning. Sorry to be looking today. There's a lot on. Can't wait to settle on. Oh, mad, bro. Yep, sick. Awesome. Welcome. This is, guys, everyone. This is Ben. Here, I'll get this thing to work. Come on, camera. Come on, camera. Just guys watching back. Hey! It's going close up. Hey! It's Ben.
We're on.
He's in. Why is it so zoomed in? It's so weird. Morning, Shell. How are you? That might be better. I don't know why I did that. Try it again. Come around. Come around. There's Ben. That's better. Bit of an awkward angle, but Ben beats me out. Mike Echo. Oh shit. Mike Echo, really? Oh. Mike Echo. Still getting a Mike Echo? Is the mic no good? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Everything looks good at my end. Sounds like your one is off. Oh shit.
Well, other people are saying it sounds fine though.
Steve, how are you? Can you hear me alright? Yeah, true. Oh, okay. Shit. Oh, I can see it now. The audio, hang on. Damn, I can see it. I can see it. You mean from me talking to you hearing, can you hear me clearly, but is it just delayed? Steve, morning, yep, can hear you fine. Okay. Maybe. Nah, not delayed. Okay, cool.
No, it's working fine.
Morning, yep, we can hear you fine. Okay, cool. We're all good. Might be you, Demon, I don't know.
It's you, not me.
Can you go out there and just have a good listen? Make sure it's coming through sweet?
Yeah, it's sweet.
It does sound a little bit echoey. Oh.
I'll go out here and listen.
Yeah, go and have a good listen, please. Yeah, that'd be great. Hang on. It does sound a little echoey. Sorry, Sam, I'm just trying to work out what the hell's going on here. We had a power cut earlier today, so...
You can hear all the music.
You can?
Yeah.
What the hell? 216. Shit. Gonna get copyrighted for this. I have to stop the stream, hang on. Man, I've like lost the cameras. Hang on. Oh shit, I know what it is. How's that? That is so weird. My camera just started picking up audio. It was just randomly, it was my camera on the roof. Is it better?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, what the hell? Okay, sorry team. They're supposed to be disabled. I wonder what... We're just going to completely disable that. I don't know what that is. Hang on. Disabled, disabled, disabled. Cool. Right, sorry about that team. It was yeah, we had a power cut this morning. And it was like, it would have just reset everything because I came in and my whole camera, like my main cam that's on me, just like wasn't working and stuff. I was like, what the hell? It just like wasn't there. I had to like reprogram it.
You handled that drama like a true pro.
Like a true pro. Yeah. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it, brother.
Well played, mate. Well played.
Can you guys hear Ben sweet? Give him a test.
Test.
Yeah, I'm a big purple belt.
I'm a humble guy, and I'm not going to say that, I'm sure.
I'm a big purple belt, and I beat Carl up all the time at jiu-jitsu. No, that's sweet. Cool. How's everyone today? We don't really want any of that music coming through for certain copyright reasons, so we just... Sorry, Tim, I'd love to have it for you guys. Working on a really cool surrealism piece. Some of you might have tuned in yesterday and seen us doing a little bit of a design day. Ben's got a couple of little cover-ups here. We're just he basically wants to have a full sleeve from me, and he has these little tattoos. Nothing wrong with them. I don't even think that he doesn't like them. More just, Aiden, how are you? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it heaps. Kendra says, morning team. Excited you're in the chair today, Ben.
Hey Kendra.
Safe is watching Ilya highlights. Brother, holy. Yeah, let's talk about that. Man, that was wild, eh? Couldn't lock this camera. I can't believe how good he is. Because -2 today in Martinborough. No way. That is cold, cuzzy. It was pretty freezing here, actually. It was a bit of a frost. You watch the fights on Sunday?
Yeah, bro.
Holy shit. He's that guy, eh? Yeah, Annie Bones, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Man, he is so good. Yeah. Bro, I couldn't believe, like, no one puts out people like that, dude. Like, what is going on, man? Like, Volk, Max, Charles. Aiden's back, another sub. Thank you so much. Appreciate it heaps. Yep, no, we're going good. We're going good, yeah. Big Dog, holy, looking good. What up, Big Dog? We're just about to start. Sean Kingy, thanks for the sub. Might be a few might be coming through. A few might be coming through from the weekend. I know it kind of like delays. You want to jump on a mic, Lauren? Lauren's in here too, team, by the way. Are you about to leave? Sweet. Sal, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it heaps. Just gonna get some needles, team. I just realised I haven't got any. So enjoy Ben's arm temporarily while I walk over here. Today we are, yeah, I know you can hear me, so I might as well keep talking. We are, who's that? Someone read that out. I'm gonna miss it.
Oh, I'm looking.
I missed it. Alex, thank you. Thanks for the sub. Just up here, bro.
Oh, sweet. Oh, that's my arm.
Ben's taking over the stream now.
Sorry guys, I don't quite talk like Carl does.
No.
Not a natural.
No, you're good. Thanks whoever that was. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm just on the other side of the room. What was it? Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it heaps. And what? Ryden's done. Sorry. I'm just getting information relayed to me from Lauren. Just getting some needles to get the team. I realised that I got into position and didn't actually have anything set up. I was getting too excited for the day. So I'll be right back.
Big Dog, is that you, Leah?
Big Dog.
That's what I call, that's Leah's nickname.
Big Dog.
Big Dog.
Another glove, bro. Demon, how are you, brother? Yeah, we're going to go through a few gloves today, team, for sure. Yeah, really excited about today. We've got quite a cool little one. Not so much of a little one. Ben, you probably can't get size and scale, but he is a rather substantial sized human being. Big powerlifting Adonis.
Held together by ibuprofen and snapping tape.
Same. Same.
The mid-30s thing, eh?
See you, Lauren.
See you, Lauren.
Cool. All right. So, yeah, we're working on this sort of surrealism piece. Ben was tuned in to the stream the other day, and I pretty much... We were chatting at Jiu-jitsu, what, maybe a couple weeks ago?
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, yeah.
Yep. So we trained at Gracie Allegiance Jiu-Jitsu Ahadiri together, and Ben was sort of talking to me about he wanted to get his leg done, and it was basically sort of talked to me about getting this concept of his journey, you know, like a life journey type sort of thing, but then having different paths and I suppose forking, what do you call it, like forking roads you could go down based on decision making and things like that, eh? And we were just having this yarn about it, eh? Yep. And it was just a general chat, and then we were in the stream the other day, and I posted up this design that I've been working on that basically showed that, correct? It was like, let me show you guys real quick. I'm sure some of you were there yesterday, but just for Grunter, you're the boys. What up, brother? What are you up to today, Grunter? So this was the design here, and it's like a full sleeve concept. I'm gonna have to turn around. Sorry about the lights. So yeah, so pretty much what we've done is we've adapted it to fit Ben's arm because we're going to do a full sleeve. And what we're doing here is this piece basically symbolizes, I suppose it would be more like this character here is like sort of staring off into space and thinking about the different paths that you can go down in life based on your decision making. So that's why these two characters are facing and walking different directions. So it's basically based around the idea that you don't necessarily need to make good decisions or bad decisions or whatever it is. Just your life will unfold, and whatever decisions you make, you'll go down different paths in life. And I guess it's that kind of like opportunity cost theory. And then this is the world tree. I sort of symbolize like Norse mythology. I like trees as a symbol of growth, because that's essentially like the roots grown from a seed right up to a tall tree. And then I've just symbolized the foliage in the tree as like a universe kind of nebula or galaxy. So yeah, so that's kind of the idea. So yeah, so we're going to be ripping into this. So that's dope. Thanks, Aiden. Appreciate it. Thanks, Grunter. Yeah, so, and then I added a few planets around. I might even add a ring planet and stuff like that. But we're probably going to do something on the other side of Ben's forearm that's like, because this figure, she's going to be sort of like staring out, eh? And we were talking about maybe having, like, I spitballed a few ideas. Like, some of them were like having like a cosmic stairway with like a character on the stairway kind of snaking up the arm. She was kind of like looking at that character just to show that whole like journey and things like that. Or maybe like broken planet or something like that, or a broken, I sort of said like what could be quite cool is to do like a childhood like home or somewhere, like something to symbolize a house, but then have like it on like this floating bit of rock. And Ben sort of said, yeah, could have some pieces flying off the house to symbolize some things in his life that happened and things like that. So it's really funny how we were talking and then I posted the design, and then I started going into the background of it yesterday on stream.
Yeah.
And Ben was watching, and you showed Leah, and you were.
Yeah, it was funny because when you put it up originally, I gave it zero thought, and I just looked at it and liked the design.
You just initially looked at it, and you're just like, "Yep, that's sick."
And then later, Leah was like, "What are you doing and why?" And I was like, "Well, this is what I see in it now that I actually think about it." And then you talking about it yesterday, I was like, "Yeah, see,
we're both just like fully lined up, eh?"
Yeah.
So that's like a really cool part of tattooing. Sometimes when things happen like that. So the artwork has found its home, if you know what I mean. That's how I sort of see it. So yeah, it's gonna be a cool one. Like from like a tattooing point of view, it's a really I always love doing lots of things like this with heaps of texture, and it's gonna take a little while, but yeah, it's gonna be cool. And I've just sort of freehanded some more roots coming down off the face. There is the cover-up section here, so just brought them down a little bit. There's going to be some lighter sort of flows and stuff up in this section. It's a little bit confusing for maybe someone that isn't sort of like looking at it, but with a tattooing knowledge. But yeah, I need to give you free rein as I have no idea how to add the demon you did for me. Yeah, sweet, bro. No stress. Sorry, I'm just not sure if I'm following who that is. What demon did I do for you, bro? And when did I do that? Sorry, it's just like the name. Definitely keen to do that, bro. All right, Ben, you all good?
Good, bro.
We might get started with a couple of little lines. This area down here is not the nicest, so what I'm going to do is kind of just whip through this whole wrist area.
Yep.
And then we're going to get up and we're going to smoke into it. So yeah, just bear with me while I start this, brother. How's that?
Oh, it's probably too late to pull out now. So
No, it's not.
keep going, bro.
Just we'll just stop tattooing and we'll just do a potty for the whole day.
Yeah.
Yes, so I had a sort of couple of people messaging me for some free reign last night, which is actually quite cool. So we'll see. I'm not sure if it's someone that I was talking to, or I did a demon for you. It was on the forum probably a year ago now, bro. Oh, sick. Oh, mean, bro. Who am I talking with? If you don't mind sharing. No pressure. If you don't feel like it, that's all good. You can flick me a message on Instagram or something, just so I know who I'm talking to. I can see Aiden, but that's all I can. All right, I'm keen as, man. We can definitely do something like that. All right, so I'm just going to start today with a few lines and sort of the process. What's that?
Tattoo lines.
Yeah, tattoo lines. Every time I say that.
Grunter's
Grunt's gifted a sub already. You are the man, brother. Holy hell. You must be getting close to that leader, I reckon, there. Bro, thank you so much, Grunter. What a legend. Bro's like working 14-hour days at the moment, and he's just doing it to help pay for Pay for the stream blowing up, basically.
True grunter,
He's the man. Thank you so much, brother. Holy. What a good way to start the morning. I appreciate that heaps. Michaela got it. Morning, Corey, brother. How are you? Is it feeling alright, Ben?
Oh, it's awful. But
It's awful, but yeah, sweet.
Carry on, bro. You're good.
I'm probably going to be getting right in the way here, team, too. Sorry. Just let me know if my head's kind of getting in the way. These forearm ones are sort of tricky like that because I sort of have to get right over top of it. I might be able to sort of like sit Ben up and approach it from a different angle if it is not a very pleasant viewing experience for you guys, but let's be honest, you're all here for the yarns anyway.
And with respect, it's about me, not you guys.
I love that. Ben's putting his foot down here, team. Sorry, you guys got to fit in around his pain levels and comfort.
I'm not very selfish often, so.
No, it's your big day, bro. And again, I like to always say when I remember to, shout out to Ben for letting us stream. Without him allowing that, we wouldn't have this experience today. So shout out to Ben. Obviously, getting tattooed is your streaming is your choice. You know what I mean? It's your day. It's your big tattoo day. Maybe when we blow this thing up, where it becomes like the demon that I hope it will be one day, then we'll be able to just sort of make that one of our terms and conditions that you have to be okay with streaming. But for now, it's all up to my clients. So that is much appreciated. Morning, Judd. Oh, Aiden. Yeah, sweet, bro. Yeah, man. Rose old man did my other sleeve. You remember? Yeah, I do, bro. Yeah, awesome, brother. Yeah, sick. Keen as. Aiden, you should definitely hit me up. I've got some availability. Bookings aren't out too bad. I actually had a guy last week have to cancel an entire back piece he had booked in with me. Did you hear about it? Yeah, so he had some family things that changed, man, and it's a very legit excuse. So we didn't even quite get started on it. But yeah, just had to sort of cancel. So we had 6 days booked in for this back piece, I believe. So I had to move all of them. So I've got 6 days I have to fill.
Wow.
But it's fine, bro. It does happen occasionally. Like there are times in my career where genuine things have happened like that, and I don't want to go into like what happened. He did tell me, but that's sort of private. So yeah. But yeah, life happens, bro, as we all know. I mean, look what happened last Friday. I had to, have the day off and a few days this week, and things happen, so.
And you tend to know when people are being genuine about it.
Yeah, man. Oh, for sure, bro. You're absolutely right, man. Like,
people are taking the piss, pretty quick.
Yeah. So, are we going to talk about what you do for work yet? We're gonna...
Straight into it, bro. You'll lose all your viewers.
No, I won't. We'll get some good interaction, bro.
Yeah.
I just need to I just need to wait a little. My second baby due any day. We'll definitely be keen. Brother, congratulations, man. Hope it all goes well. That's fucking exciting, bro. One of my good mates, Ryan, I just want to send a shout out to them. Ryan and Sharice, they had their little bubba the other day, little baby girl. Congratulations to them. Really, really happy for them. And it's amazing, bro. So cool. Awesome. It's a real condolences for Bruiser Hates. Thank you so much, Hayes, bro. It really means a lot, honestly. It sucked. It was a rough weekend, bro. Rough day and all that, having to do it. But it was for the best. He was an old dog and he had a huge, amazing life. And I've buried him under a tree in the backyard, bro. And I've been going out there every morning and having my coffee with him and stuff like that. It's been really cool. So it's been really nice. Steve, have any clients declined to go on stream yet? Not yet, brother. I think everyone likes it. That's the truth. Hey, it's quite cool, eh?
And even in here, like, Carl's doing all the interacting. I'm just laying on the bed.
Yeah, but I don't
really notice it's there, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably a hard one for you to interact with, though, because you're laying flat on your back, But I mean, what some clients have done is just pull the stream up on their phone if they want to like watch and what's going on, especially with chat and stuff like that. But every client so far has said that it's been some of the most fun that they've had, I think, in any tattoo session. I think, I mean, we're always going to yarn anyway, whether the camera's rolling or not. But having everyone to interact with makes it that much more fun, eh? And just like asking that, like, asking questions, interacting, like, it sort of feels like you're hanging out with heaps of people. Like my cousin messaged me last night and he's like, bro, it's been so sick, like this whole stream thing. He's like, it feels like I'm hanging out with you,
Cool.
you know, and that's how I feel too. Been it's been everything I hoped it would be and more. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
The power of the technology we've got, right? It's very connecting.
It is yeah.
When you can't be together, you've got ways of connecting with people.
Well, you know, I'll talk to you guys about something interesting. I need a screen on the roof. Yeah, bro, you do. Yeah, I'm gonna start working on new cameras and stuff soon as well for you guys. Give you some studio shots. I'm gonna put one up, kind of like you guys can't really see, but like in this direction, so you can kind of look down on me and the client. Cool. So yeah, I'm just working on like setting that all up very soon. I just gotta chuck another bit of tape out. Damn, I just lost my thought. I was talking about. I had a really good thought I wanted to share there for a sec. Gone. Scatterbrains.
Build-ups, bro. Build-ups.
Yeah.
Good though. It's good for views. Leave it on the cliffhanger.
Yeah. Leave them thinking. I was going somewhere. It's good streaming. Is more. Oh yeah, here it is. More accepted now, so it's good. Yeah. So what I was going to talk about was I was looking at like just periodically I go and look at almost like business. Holy shit, Aiden's come through with 5 gifteds. Bro, thank you so much, man. Bro, what a legend. Bro, dubs up for Aiden. Holy shit, thank you so much, brother. What a legend.
Nice.
That's sick, bro. Holy shit. Thank you, brother. W's up, man. Get you back and get your tattoo. Thank you so much, bro, especially when you got Bubs on the way and you've gone and gifted the stream some money, bro. You're just helping the stream push forward in future, and I really do genuinely appreciate that, brother. What a legend. So what I was going to say was periodically I go through and I look at sort of like business ideas and just trying to keep current with what is working and what's not. And I was sort of looking at this thing on social media, and this person was sort of saying it's no longer social media; it's just media now. Yeah. There's nothing really social about it. Like that stopped a long time ago because we're just flooded now with ads and flooded with fucking targeted marketing and things like that. And even if you've got a social media, the closest sort of social side of it we have is our like private inboxes now, where we have family chats and group chats and things like that, right? Yeah. But there's nothing social about it, in terms of like if you want to catch up with what your friends are doing. Like, when's the last time you've really ever seen like what an old friend's up to? Yeah. You just don't see it anymore, So what I thought about was, well, that's where the streaming thing comes from. Because I can literally have people come in and yarn to me all day, tell me what they're up to, and they can see what I'm doing and have yarns, and like it brings that social side of it back, which is what everybody enjoyed about social media when it first came out, and it's become this kind of other demon along the way. I think
I agree with that.
So it's kind of like, it was a really interesting sort of thing that the guy was saying. He's sort of like a business coach. So he was saying, with business and like tattooing and everything like that. I don't think he was even a tattoo artist. I think he was just a business marketer or marketing genius. You're a legend, bro. Not a problem. Thank you so much, bro. Got Gumbo. Oh, there he is. There's Steve again on his other account. Yeah, sorry. just noticed. Yeah, so what was really interesting was just sort of, he was sort of saying that you've got to stop thinking about social media like this kind of fun, interactive, this like, you got to treat it more like a business rather than just posting stuff up with no real goal in mind or thought behind it. And I'm very, very guilty of that at times, bro. Like I just literally finished today and I'm so fucking tired from tattooing that it's not that I'm not proud of what I do. I'm always proud of everything I do. I'm just so tired that I can't even bring myself to post on social media because I've just given everything I have to the tattoo. And I'm sure some of you can appreciate that. So having this chat with a mate the other week used to be see what everyone was up to on Facebook and IG, but nowadays you just see ads and influencers. Exactly. It's just whoever's got the biggest following and posting, whatever shocking content you can post to get a big following, and that's the reality of like what it's become. No hate. It's just that's what it is. So you got to change with the times a little bit. So I thought, it's no secret that a lot of people are struggling out there, like especially with business and stuff like that. Like it's a hard time, it's a hard economy, and maybe sometimes that's a indication that you need to grow. hence why we've started streaming and things like that. But I mean, it's an idea I've had for ages, even before the economy was shit. But it's just for me, it's a really fun way to interact with my clients, interact with all you guys, and do something different in tattooing that no one's ever done before, which I'm very proud of. Yeah,
Could be, bro. It's cool.
yeah. Oh, it's exciting, man. So cool. That's my little yarn for the morning. But Ben,
Yes.
what do you do for work?
There it is.
We can come back to it later
What's
on.
your numbers tank, bro?
Talk about what.
Nah. So I work in commercial property within government. So my job.
That's a good way of skipping the
Yeah,
company
yeah.
that you work for.
I mean, I do kind of have to be careful
No.
what I say.
No. Honestly,
it's-
just do whatever you want, bro. Yeah.
It's also I'm also not stepping out of line in any way. So
Yeah.
anybody watching, don't hold this against me, but I work for IRD. I don't do anything with
There it
tax.
is.
I pay tax just like everybody else here.
Yeah. I know. I'm sorry to drop you in it like that,
and-
bro. I just thought it would be funny.
And I've done the odd cashy here and there in my life too, so I'm all for it.
On record.
Yeah, so commercial property, man. I don't know. We have a whole bunch of offices across the country that accommodate, I guess, the staff of IRD, and then also if you are having, trouble with, I don't know, child support or any of your sort of tax requirements, you can pop in and see us in your local office, and we have a team that can help you out.
That's cool, bro.
So
you're sort of almost like helping community as well.
Yeah, it's a I don't know if we classify it technically as a social service, but I guess we kind of are.
Yeah.
We tend to deal mostly with what we call sort of vulnerable communities, which is, I don't know, often sort of a lot of migrant workers, English is a sort of a second or third kind of language, or those who have sort of, I guess, technology barriers. Like a lot of our stuff now you can do online. We've got call centers. We've got, most of your tech stuff you can do on the internet now, but there's also the communities that don't have access to that or have trouble using that sort of technology.
Help them with the technology and everything.
So we've got that face,
which is that is a really like valid thing to have in society. We all know people that are, depending on where they're from, their backgrounds, their ages sometimes as well. This shit's quite scary for them, mate. Like the day and age we're living in.
And some people just genuinely don't want to get it wrong, so they go in to talk to people and have people coach them through it. So anyway, that's sort of like, obviously everyone knows what IRD does, but our team, we lease, I think it's 22 properties across the country. Yeah. Far north is Whangarei and as far south as Invercargill.
Oh, wow.
And our team look after the leases for those commercial properties.
That's awesome, bro.
How
did you get into that?
Like most things, bro, just fell into it.
Yeah. Just like tattooing. But Judge just said, it's okay, I work at the council. Grunter's said keep away. He's one of those people. He's one of my mates, bro. He's a crack up.
I get it.
An interesting job's been better than sitting in a digger. I mean, man, diggers are fun too. I used to hoon around on those as well, bro. So
I think it's quite funny when you do something long enough, you get bored. I mean, unless you're doing something you're genuinely passionate about.
Yeah.
Work's just work. Like I look and go, I'd love to go drive diggers for a day.
Yeah, it's funny that, eh?
It'd be
just to
way
get
more
a change up.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I walked into it, mate. We were, I mean, my background is in sort of fitness, personal training. That's what all my study was.
So are you still doing a little bit of that on the side? Because Ben's obviously he does jiu-jitsu with me. He also train CrossFit. Is that correct?
I don't train so much CrossFit anymore. I coach CrossFit. Cool. So I did a little bit of CrossFit coaching down at the Hive in Napier.
Cool. Shout out Hive.
There you go. There's a little bit of free advertising.
Yeah, shout out to the Hive, bro. Come sponsor the stream. Does he, by any chance, just quickly there, is he involved with gymnastics, the Omni Gym? Yeah, I've met him. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, really good dude.
Really good dude. Really good dude.
Yeah. Down at the Hive.
Yeah.
So good little
cool
group fitness gym if you guys are interested.
Yeah. Grunter would say that about the IRD. I'm getting fat from it's the only problem. RZQTS, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but he said, KVL, best tattooist in NZ. You are a legend. Thank you so much. Wins for you. I like you a lot. No, thank you. I appreciate it. It's nice to hear those opinions out there. I suppose I don't claim that myself. I just but some people genuinely feel that way. So I really I really appreciate hearing things like that. It's quite cool. Quite cool. Sorry, Ben. So you're back to CrossFit coaching?
Yeah, so I do part time. I've been coaching CrossFit for about 10 years.
Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it heaps. You done my old work. You done my old mate work. Sorry, my old workmate's cat. Fucking dope. Who's that, brother? Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming in and passing on a little bit of love like that. It's always nice to get a bit of support. Sorry.
Yeah, so part time I do like 3 classes a week.
It's a lot.
It's still just I do it more now for passion.
Yeah.
Interested in it. I do a little bit of work with for the students studying through an institute in New Zealand, which we just started, which is quite cool. So
is that in personal training as well?
Yeah, so people doing personal training qualifications.
Wow.
So I'm like I don't know, it's flexible working. So they do bulk of their theory online.
Mm-hmm.
We catch up at sort of regular intervals throughout to assess their sort of learning in a practical sort of environment.
Awesome.
So if you think of like, I don't know, you go do like a first aid course, you do all your theory, and then you have to show that you can
show the application of it. Yep.
Yeah. So that's sort of my role. I'm not there to sort of tell them they're doing wrong or anything like that, but which is quite cool.
Test. Yeah, there it is, bro. You got it. That's nice and loud. Grunge is just checking the text to speech. Sorry.
Coming through loud and clear.
Loud and clear, brother. Yeah, we got you. Now I'm worried. James, not trying to look on here. Oh no, sweet. I'm not sure who that is. Sorry, brother, but I appreciate it heaps. Yeah, legend. There's a few James I've tattooed in my career. So you're so you're helping with the obviously the they go through their theory, they do the practical sort of assessment with you guys. Yep.
So my job is sort of to I guess it's like most things, right? When you learn something, particularly in a qualification, you have like a textbook, right? And it'll have everything from A to Z, all the technicalities, all the terms, this is how everything should work in theory. But then often you get into the real world and you go, oh, this is actually nothing like the textbook.
Yeah.
Especially when you're working with humans, right? Like you and I are both humans, but we're both very different. Different. I don't know, different
backgrounds,
different,
things that make us tick.
Yeah, different genetics and all the rest of it, different builds and whatever else. So my job is to take, I guess, their theory and provide my experience over the last 10 years of training and coaching.
So it's more physical based rather than mental. So So okay, sorry. So I misunderstood that. So backgrounds and things like that don't really matter. It's more body types and.
Yeah, well, they can though, because when we're talking about human health in general, like your environment, how you were brought up, your access to, it can be little things like your access to healthy food, and you might not live close to a gym, you might not have experienced any of that sort of stuff before.
Interesting.
So there's a lot of like.
So there's other variables other than just physical benchmarks.
Yeah. And I think fitness has become a bit more holistic in that sort of.
Cool.
I guess consideration over sort of recent years.
Well, it does play a big impact, right? Because background and upbringing, especially with say like what you just spoke about access to dietary information and things like that. Like you're going to be on the back foot if you haven't got correct information sometimes. Or well, I mean, I suppose it's not necessarily correct, but just tailored. Like I ate a lot of chicken noodles growing up. They didn't help me at all. Like barely eat them now.
Yep, and it's like it's funny how you look at like different perspectives within health, because some people will say, well, at least you had chicken noodles.
Yeah.
Some people don't have access to food at all.
Yeah, true.
So like
oh man, I'm blessed. I was like, very lucky.
Your perspective is that like the hey, chicken noodles probably wasn't the best, but in some realms it's better than nothing. So
100%, man. Yeah. Definitely.
And I think that's some
of the things that you deal with, the people that have had no food and
or not specifically me. My experience probably doesn't derive that deep, but my job is, particularly in this sort of setting, is to coach coaches and go, look, here's what you've learnt and here's how you apply that in a real world setting.
Wow, that's so cool.
And sort of just from my experience, ask questions and probe and get them to think about, well, what if this or what if that or what if, and just provide sort of real life
adding real life variables that are not so textbook.
And go here, and you know, in some cases you don't really need to worry about the textbook, and here's why.
Yep.
So that's really my job, is just to add a layer of, I guess, experience to what they're doing.
Yeah, real life experience, and
stuff that I had to go through, you know, and sort of work out.
Do you think a lot of because you know, we don't have to go into too much, but you had and you know, you had your own upbringing, and I'm sure you had your own challenges in your upbringing, right? And do you think a lot of the things that, you know, you experience might not be directly firsthand, it could be secondhand, like with friends or something like that? Do you think those things helped you a lot with your role, like seeing?
I think so. Like big part of and most, it's funny because most people within fitness, they get into it, and I mean, I'm probably being a little bit critical here, but I think it's in my opinion, feel free to disagree with me, but
no,
most people get into fitness because of some sort of insecurity. Particularly males. I think it's not really spoken about enough.
Interesting.
You know, we want to be bigger, we want to be stronger, or
you think there's like a social? I mean, yeah, I mean, do you think it's like a social thing that, you know, you're expected to be a big, strong male sometimes?
I think there's that expectation. I think there's also, you know, I mean, I never really struggled with it because I've been 6 foot since I was 12. But you know, some people might feel a bit small. They might, you know, want to put on size or whatever it may be. So it all kind of stems from an insecurity.
Hey, said, yeah, hard. I want bigger calves. Steve just said, Ben, do you think there's a high demand for personal trainers at the moment, or is it the market a bit oversaturated? Good question.
That's a great question. It's a hard one. I don't think there's enough. I don't think there's enough good personal trainers. We're in a realm where everything's going online at the moment. I've had a stab at like online personal training, and to me, it's not actually that personal. So I really struggle with that platform myself. I prefer to have a client face to face. In front of you, that then comes with business constraints. You know, you can only have so many people in front of you.
Yep. There's only so many per area.
Yeah. You know? So you're kind of capped in terms of your business potential face to face. I've never
thought about it like that. That's a really interesting thing to say, because it's you said just then, which I really like. I don't think it's that personal, and I think you know that is at the end of the day a goal of a personal trainer. I mean, I guess, you know, it depends. I'm sure there'll be people out there that will argue that you know, probably do a lot more personal things, like they might do video calls, or they might check in regularly, and there might be some things that they do. But for you personally, you're just saying that you like having someone in front of you.
Yep. And like it's like anything, right? Like there'll be varying degrees of what people want, and like personal is subjective, right? So personal to me would be like, I don't really want to talk to my trainer, just write me a program and I can figure out what I want to do myself. Whereas other people will want their hand held through every single part of the process, and they want to send you a video for every lift they do, and they want to talk to you after every session. And then there'll be
Is that frustrating for some people? Like, is that like a common frustration in the industry, do you think? Like with, you know, like almost over, how would I put that? Like oversharing?
I don't know. I mean, specific trainers will probably have their own sort of take on it, but my take on it is that it all sort of balances out. You'll have one that requires a lot of hand holding, but then the majority of them won't need that. So on the balance, not really. And I mean, I don't know, I come back to like the reason why you want to be a personal trainer, and it's because you want to help people. So you kind of have that going into it, that narrative is your approach, right? So you get some people that want more, fine, that's kind of what you do. But I also think like from from that genuine approach, you also identify when people aren't getting from you what they actually need. And you know, like business is business and money is money. But at the end of the day, if you're in it for the right reasons, you'll identify and go, well, actually, you're probably not getting from me what you want.
What you need,
And I
maybe more what you need, but not
I think you're probably better off looking for something different. And I've had those conversations before, and that's always tough. And it's not that they're bad or they're annoying. It's just that you're looking for something that I can't offer or differs from my opinions. Or
do you take a lot of, like, is there an element of like you take a lot of pride in what you do as well, and you 100%. Want to see results, and you have a method and a structure that works really well, and you need people to follow that structure for you to get the results that you want? Is that
not necessarily?
No?
I'm 100% passionate about what I do,
Yeah.
you're playing with people's health, right? And you absolutely can get it wrong. It's like anything that comes with risk and rewards, but no, it's a personal thing for me, absolutely. But there's no.
But would that be a reason why you would decline someone? Is if they, you know what I mean by that?
Yeah,
Like if
can
they,
be, yeah.
if they didn't want to, you know, if they're trying to force you to do a certain style that you're not very comfortable with.
And
well, I'm just trying to relate to what I do. I
Yeah,
guess I'm just
yeah.
trying to,
Yeah. And I'm my take on fitness is pretty, I don't know, I'd say pretty ambiguous, or it might not be the right word, but sort of free flowing.
Yep.
I don't believe there's one right approach.
Cool.
I certainly have opinions on elements of right and wrong, but I don't think there's one size fits all.
That's a wonderful way you just put that. Yeah,
and
I agree.
And that needs to be approached with health. You know, that's nutrition, that's fitness, that's everything incorporated. Obviously, when we're talking extremities, you know, like there's ways that you intervene to prevent life and all the rest of it. But I'm talking sort of general population, so I'm pretty free flowing with my approach to that sort of stuff.
Cool.
So naturally, I don't have a set structure. I think when you're looking at fitness in general, nutrition's a bit different, but fitness is like you can have, I don't know, a whole bunch of people wanting 10 different things for different sports or for personal reasons, whatever. And your program, even though it's personalized, fundamentally it's going to look the same.
Yep.
You know, if you come to me and you go, I want to get strong, you go, cool, you're going to be deadlifting, you're going to be squatting, you're going to be pressing. Yep. You go, oh, but I've got a leg injury. You go, cool, so you're going to be squatting to a box. You're still squatting. So like the fundamentals are all very much the same. You can just chop and change sort of based on
the injuries,
on the
client,
the person in front of you, basically their skill level or their injuries, or.
But you're always trying to push those same sort of principles, just
pretty much.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. So keep that part as simple as you possibly can, and then that helps, you know, sort of form the personal side of it.
Yeah.
But look, my sort of back to the original question about like, is there high demand? I think New Zealand, in particular, doesn't really have the culture for personal trainers.
Okay.
I certainly think there's a demand for them. The market just doesn't know they need them yet.
Yeah.
I
think it'll catch up in time.
I think it should, and I think it needs to. I think in general, the more we can promote movement in particular, get people moving. Like
I've lived by this.
Like just
the way I was raised, my parents are both very fit, they're still moving every day, almost at 60.
And
60
just
something. Yeah.
And just the risk factors and the reduction of like mortality rates and stuff on everything simply by moving regularly is just insane. So I think we don't have enough. One, there's not enough demand, and there's not enough good trainers.
Yep.
I think we need to saturate the market more, because you look at it still. I don't know the stats for New Zealand, but it'll be on par. I think it's something like between 1% and 3% of the population hold an active gym membership.
Wow.
And like that's
fucking terrible. Is that right? Is that how bad it is?
Yeah, it's real low. And then like you consider New Zealand's been, you know, on the what were we top 3 or top 4 obesity.
Are we actually? Is it that bad?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I had no idea.
OECD, like based on population percentage, but it's really bad. It's really bad. So like on one hand you go, yeah, it's oversaturated by a bunch of.
But then the other side of it is people need to get into it a bit more.
We need to saturate it more because there's still clearly a market that needs to be met.
Yeah, so there needs basically the demand needs to rise, you know, I suppose.
Yep.
So we've got a few quick. We've got what's Bro's CrossFit gym? So it's the Hive, is that right?
The Hive. And
Hive. What's the longest tattoo session you've done? I have personally tattooed for 12 hours in a row, but I'm going to break that because I'm going to do a 24-hour stream at some point for you guys. So I'll be marketing the shit out of that, and we're going to go 24 hours. I don't know if I'm going to be able to tattoo that whole time. I probably might need to have a little break, but just to stare at a wall for a little bit or something, just to kind of like get my brain to work again. But yeah, I'm going to do a massive one, so keep a watch out for that. I might even do some really cool promotion where we have people coming in and out and do lots of little sessions, and you know, like, so I'm still working the whole time, but we're just new people coming in, especially viewers. I'm going to do something for the viewers. Bigger calves cost more to tattoo, save money, stay small. And then 100% every man and his dog has a fitness Instagram selling something. Harder to find quality in-person training. Yeah. I mean, it's a really good point there, Steve. I think like just what Ben was just speaking about, like we have to have a demand for it, because these people can't get paid, they can't offer the service if there's not enough work coming in, that's another important thing. So
I think it's like everything, right? Like, not everyone's going to like your work. Not everyone's going to like what you do as a tattoo artist. It
100%.
doesn't make you a bad tattoo artist.
Not at all.
It means that, and it's like training, right? You just need to find something that works for you, and if you can do it long enough that you see benefit from it, that's the problem we have. We have too many fads.
Yep.
And people want to go, I want the quick fix. I hate to break it to anybody listening, but there's no quick fix.
Not for fitness.
This is a long term doing the same shit over and over and over again.
Yep.
It's the boring, non-exciting crap that brings the best results.
Yep.
And there's no sexy way of selling that.
No.
And that's really hard to do, which is why you have all these people on Instagram trying to reinvent the wheel. But what they're actually trying to do is go, look, there's no, rainbows and butterflies here. So you just got to do some hard work.
Yeah. And you got to do it consistently over a long period of
Yep.
time. And that's the answer to fitness and everything.
And it's repetitive
like
and it's boring and, but
that's life. It's not always perfect. And if you want to see results, I'm sure there'll be some people that are watching this that have worked out for a long time that will relate to that. And there might be some that haven't worked out for a long time and might relate to the other side of it, how boring it is and everything like that. Well, you just got to push through that. And that's where you get a little bit of grit and determination.
Yep.
Because you've got a goal, and the goal is to be fit and healthy and better for you. Maybe you got kids. Maybe you want to be, have a future for your kids and things like that. So you got to sometimes just your mental health. It's I think that's a big thing, right? So let's talk about that. So, Ben and I, like we're I personally, just from where I'm sitting, I can't speak for Ben, but the reason why I train is to help my mental health. That's literally it. Easy from the UK. Wow, man! Thanks for joining in. What part of the UK are you from? Is that? Appreciate it. I think 24-hour free tattoos for your first week viewers, bro. Holy hell, Judd. I've already given away like $2,500 of tattoos. I'm never going to financially recover from this, bro. But yeah, back to this. The reason why I train is 100% for my mental health. And it's about trying to find fun things that I enjoy along the way that give me that move my body, that keep my mental health good, so I can keep the balance in the rest of my life. So I go about 3 days and I start getting cranky. I need to go have a good workout, So I try to train more frequently than that. But for myself, that's the reason why I do it, is to help regulate my mood, to regulate my emotions. I had a really good train last night. Went down to the City Fitness and smashed some weights. And I went there. I wouldn't say I was grumpy or anything. I was just in a funk. I felt funny. I left there, back to normal. Regulated. I pushed hard. I did some hard shit. I was like literally dripping in sweat, and probably anyone that was there would have been like, "What the hell's wrong with this guy?" I was like doing some crazy shit right now, where the dumbbells are. But I left feeling bloody good, and that's what it's all about. Same for jiu-jitsu, right?
Yeah, man.
Like I train. I found a love for. I find a love for combat sports. I've always loved combat sports. I started kickboxing with zero tolerance when I was 14. There's an old gym here in Napier. Some of you guys might know it or might not. I started that, did that for a year or two, and then probably was actually, now in hindsight, it's probably only like a year. Left it. I was always playing rugby. But I would almost call rugby a contact sport. Probably not a combat sport, but definitely a contact sport. And then started boxing at Napier Boxing when I was in my 20s, somewhere in my 20s. Did that for 5-6 years. Then I went down to Oliver MMA in Napier, trained there for about 4 years. And then now I'm over at Gracie, which I'm loving, a different style. And so it's like, I just found this love for jiu-jitsu, this love for the technical side of it. When we battle, we roll. How fun is that?
Yeah, man.
It's epic. You get to put your theory into practice, and then you're moving your body, you're training. It's extremely exerting, but you're having fun while you're training.
It's also like jiu-jitsu. A part of jiu-jitsu for me, right, is like the puzzle. And I need to have a problem to solve. Mm-hmm. And because I'm never going to solve it, I keep going back. Mm-hmm. Like the first probably 2 years was out of pure frustration because I couldn't get it. And now it's like
many white belts that can relate to that.
Now I sort of understand it, having trained for a little while. I'm like, I'm not meant to figure this out.
How long have you been training for now, Ben?
I just took over 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah. I mean, on and off with injuries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
7 years total. but yeah, like the beauty of it, right? Like, is you've got the technical side of it and the problem solving, but you've also got and it's quite playful.
Yes.
And I think particularly for men, like it's quite a primitive sort of sport, and that it's weird because we're in like big thick cotton pajamas, hugging each other and sweating on each other, but it sort of takes you back to like your childhood, right? When you're always wrestling.
You're wrestling, yeah. It's like
and,
wrestling with your old man or whatever, you know, your brother, your cousin, whatever it might be, you know.
And even like as grown men,
even
how
your mum,
often?
maybe it was wrestling with your mum.
Yeah, like as grown men, how often do you go like have a few beers with the bros and you end up wrestling at 10 o'clock at night? You know, like that sounded way dodgier than it
No.
You get the idea, right? Like
wait, what?
Yeah, hang on.
Not
you.
Party, different party, brother.
Anyway, back to fitness. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, you need to find something you enjoy.
Is it a Tekken tattoo? Holy shit! Maybe were looking at the portfolio? I think it probably was. If you're looking at what's above me, it probably was a big Tekken front piece that I did. This massive whole big thing on Dills. Yeah. What was that, sorry?
I just think it's important to find something you enjoy.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't agree more.
If you find something you enjoy, the longer you'll probably do it. And
if it's fucking jiu-jitsu, that's cool. If it's table tennis, that's cool. If it's whatever, so long as you're moving, you know, like that's
need to do something, man. Like, and that's also where I think we run into a lot of trouble in the fitness realm is that, and I mean, in life in general, you know, like there's always this push to grow and be better and be bigger or stronger or faster, and like I agree with that wholeheartedly. Like we should always be looking to grow and
improve,
and as humans and you know as parents or whatever it is we're doing. Like I wholeheartedly agree, but there's not enough narrative around like just doing something.
Yeah,
and like
I agree.
Maintaining what you've got is inherently better than letting that shit go and get worse.
Doing nothing, yeah.
So if you're not in it to get better, sweet, but don't lose what you've got.
And that'll you know help you massively as you age and go through life, right? You know, keeping strong, keeping good bone density and muscular structure and everything like that.
Man.
So yeah, it's something that a lot of people don't want to hear, that exercise is absolutely necessary.
Yep.
But sometimes that's exactly what you need to hear.
Yep.
Is when it's just put blatantly like that. Like it's absolutely necessary that you move your body.
Yep.
You know, and it's tough, man, especially if you get in ruts with mental health and there's other things that people have going on. But you know, you just got to sort of like, I think like what you owe it to yourself, you know.
Yep. But fitness is hard. Like there's no hiding that. But also,
morning, brother. How's it going? Making fitness fun was definitely a turning point for me. Turned from a reluctant grind to something I actually wanted to do. Yeah, and you've got to figure that out for yourself, like what stuff you enjoy and what you know what that looks like for you as an individual, right? Yeah.
100%. Yeah. And it's just about trying. If you don't like it, try something new.
Try something else. Yeah.
You don't like. Yes, ideally you're lifting weights regularly because we know resistance training is about the best for everything.
Yeah.
You know, bone density, muscle strength. You know, everything you can possibly think of. Even you know,
is that weights training? Is what you're saying?
Far more internal than that. You know, like cardiorespiratory benefits, and you know, like there's so many benefits to resistance training. But if you don't like lifting weights, don't lift weights. Like you're still better off going for a walk than not going for a walk.
100%.
You know, like if that's all it is, then sweet, it's better than not doing. You know.
Well, you know what? Like, there's even just something to be said about like you know just doing what you can rather than you know like if it means you can only do 5 squats in a day. If you can't even squat, like start to, you know, just move the body to start, you know, and that means like just going at your own rate with it, right?
Just do something.
Yeah. It's been interesting. Like, you know, you're going back to, you know, finding what's right for you. That's been something for me that I've done time and time again throughout my life. No, I was about to say career, but it's not a career. It's just a life, you know. And it's like I've trained. I've had some fantastic personal trainers. I've got nothing bad to say about any of them. I've trained with this guy Sam Harvey when Sam was here, and he was amazing. He whipped my ass. Chris Eaton's an absolute beast. He's a former Magpie halfback, I'm pretty sure, for a long time. And Chris is a demon. Like he did a 24-hour row, bro, with the Sam Gribble Matson. I'm pretty sure they did to raise money for charity. I think they raised like 27 grand or something. They just rowed for 27 hours on a row machine. And like these guys are all amazing, you know, and you know, arguably like only reason I stopped training with Chris is just because it was in Hastings and it was just a bit of a mish for me to get to from where I'm based. But you know, like there was nothing wrong with any of them. The only reason I changed is just to try to keep it fresh and fun, you know.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes there's like people can. I think there's something to be said there as well for people who own gyms and who are personal trainers and things like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're going to lose a client.
Yeah.
You're going to lose a member of the gym. They're going to go try something new. Don't always take it personally, right?
100% right.
Because that person might be just going through some things and they're just looking to try and re-energize a little bit of love back in. You know, they might be finding things stagnant, you know, for themselves, and that's just an important thing to discuss also when you talk about like the side of like, you know, we're talking a lot about the side of the personal trainer. Yeah, no worries. I'll just give it a while. Sweet. What did you do, Steve? You said you made some changes and you made your training fun. Like, what did you do? I'd be interested to actually hear like what that was. Those. All good. You got your mic on, just so you know as well. You can unclip it and yeah, you got it. Yep, sweet. How's everyone today? What are you guys all up to? Back. What are you working on, Hart? Demon's found the emote. He's found the emote, the old poo break. What a crack up. Yeah, we got a oh, Bro's live. I need to go check out his stuff. Mikey, I got my running shoes and kit today. Gonna do a run after work. Unreal chat, guys, motivating. Oh, in the car, yeah, bro, yeah, mean. So yeah, just even that, just going for a run or anything like you know, any way to keep the body moving. It's essential. Man, you can't get to it every day. I've got a lot going on. I'm pretty busy. But I always try and make time for my training. When I train, I always try and sort of I almost because I think of it more like a necessity rather than like a task that I should do. You know, I deem it as more like a necessity. I always work my life around my training. Sometimes that's what you need to do. You need to kind of like structure it like that, so that you know at least you're getting 3 trains in a week or whatever it might be. Depends on what level you're at, obviously, and all these different variables. But a lot of it just starts up here with the mentality side of things and programming yourself to be able to, you know, kick your own ass and whip yourself into shape. But yeah, I know you've been doing some good stuff, Cuzzy. You've been training a bit, and I remember I sent you some stuff, that I got ChatGPT to do it for you. Sending some body weight stuff. It is good. I go to the gym lunchtimes. Once I get home after work, it's more of a struggle to get back out. Yeah, bro. That's another thing, Like, as soon as you get home and you hit the couch, I'm stuffed. Like, I need to just get up and then just boost straight to the gym. As soon as I finish work, get up in the morning. You know, if I get up early, I'm not really training in the morning anymore. I'm more just going like, as soon as I finish work, if I'm going to the gym, obviously with jiu-jitsu, there's a structured class time, so I have to do that. But I do find it a struggle sometimes when I finish work and then there's a wait before class. Like that is definitely like a tricky thing for me. I'm just going to call you RZ, even it's RZQTS, but it's just easier for me to say RZ. So, RZ, how long have you been tattooing? I've been tattooing for 14 years. A little while. It's been an amazing career. Hang on. Here we go. Yeah, so 14 years in. And based in Napier, New Zealand. So I started here. And bounced around a few different spots throughout my career, and yeah, the dream job. I love it so much.
That's going to be cool, bro. In 14 years' time, people will be asking you how long you've been streaming for.
Wow, that's a crazy thought. That's a crazy thought, eh? That's a crazy thought, man. And it's and that's exactly what's going to happen because I'm not quitting. You know, I said to myself when I started this, we only started streaming like. I only started streaming, what was it, 2 weeks ago now, 2, 3 weeks? This is week 3? Yeah, this is week 3. So 3 weeks ago, I started streaming. So it's still really early days, but I promised myself when I started this that I'm not going to let off the gas pedal for, you know, well, for good, really. I said I'd give myself 2 years and see how things are looking, but I kind of just think I'm just going to do this from now on. It's cool. It's a different sort of thing, you know, and it's nice to be able to offer something different. How's it feeling? All right.
Good, bro.
Yeah, cool.
Just read a text from Leah. Looking good, little dog.
Amo, good morning. How are you? When people speak of tattoos, your name always comes up in convo. Oh no way. So are you local? That's interesting. Yeah, it was good as that bodyweight movement. Yeah, cause yeah, no, it was a. Sometimes you can do a lot. Hey, just with you don't need any equipment. Do some jumping lunges and squats and burpees and stuff like that. It's horrible, but it's good.
Just way to make shit hard enough if you need to.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah, I'm from the
simple.
Bay, bro. Oh man, that's sick, Ozzy. Cheers. Just for tuning in, bro. That's so cool. How'd you come across the stream, if you don't mind me asking? Just yeah, just quite cool to find out how some of you came across it. Good. How are you today? Yeah, we're awesome, Amo. I'm excited. Got the bro Ben in here. One of my mates from Jiu-jitsu and a few family ties, which we're going to go into. We've got some crazy yarns. Cuzzy, you're gonna want to hear this. That's Mikey. That's my cousin.
Oh, cool.
My grandmother.
Yep.
His grandmother. Same.
Sick.
So should we spin off into that?
Sounds like a perfect segue, bro.
Yeah, perfect segue. Right. We were. I was in here the other day and I was talking a little bit about my family history, and I was saying how my Polish grandmother came across in the war in World War II, and she was one of about 350 kids, I think, that were taken from their homes in Poland in the war, and they fled for safety, taken across the border into Siberia and like all the stans and all this stuff. And I was talking about it, and Ben was watching, and your grandfather potentially was on. So we haven't talked about this yet. This is the first time. We're talking about it. You're on the front page when I was scrolling. Oh, sick! No way. Oh, that's epic, man. Give us a rating on the pain today, Benny boy. Rating on the pain?
About a 15 out of 10.
Oh shit!
Nah, it's not.
I better hang the needles out a bit more.
We're good.
No, yeah,
Strong Polish genes, mate.
strong Polish genes,
we
brother?
pain well.
Polish power.
Give me more.
So me and Ben haven't spoken about it. I said let's save it for the stream and we'll chat about it on there. And messaged me and said, shit, I think my grandfather was on the same train. So where does your family what do you know about your family history? With your grandfather on your mum's or dad's side, or
Dad's side.
Dad's side, yeah. Dad's
so
dad, yeah.
Admittedly, I don't know a heap. I haven't really done a lot of research into it, but so my grandfather, he's a family of, I think it was 3 kids.
Yep.
He had 2, I believe, 2 older sisters, or it might have been 1 older, 1 younger, however the split was. Mm-hmm. They lived in a little town sort of just outside of Warsaw. Cool. I don't know the name of the place.
No, I don't know the names of where grandma was from either.
It's all pretty foreign to me, but so basically when the Germans were coming in, whatever side they were coming in from, I guess from Germany, I don't know the geographical aspect.
Yeah, I think they're bordering Poland.
They were coming in from one side, and the Russians sort of, I guess, started coming in from the other side to help evacuate parts of Poland that hadn't
the Russians were actually helping.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
That hadn't been taken over yet. Well, this is my understanding of the story. It could be slightly wrong, but they essentially got taken by Russian forces before the Germans got to them.
Okay.
And they were shipped off, which was, I think, sold as a we're doing a good thing here. But so eventuated that their journey through Siberia and Iran and all the rest of it.
Yeah, this sounds a lot like the same train.
Was about as awful as what it was if the Germans got them.
Yeah.
Although the chances were the Germans probably just killed them on sight. But so anyway, they got shipped up. He was, I think, 13 at the time. Might have been even slightly younger. But taken at sort of gunpoint by Russian soldiers. Put him to basically like prisoner of war type setup, right? But basically shipped through on a train through freezing cold.
How old would he have been in the war?
So he was, I believe he was 13.
Yeah, but same as my grandmother. She was like 12 or 13.
He might have been a little bit younger than that.
Yeah.
But they were all sort of early teens anyway. And they got shipped out. I don't really know the journey too well, but I know they went through Siberia.
Did they go through the stans? Is it like Kazakhstan and all that?
I think ultimately they ended up in Iran.
Yep.
I think is where they
I think that's right. Kendra and Mikey might know.
I think that was sort of their final port before they sort of departed around different parts of the world.
Yep.
But anyway, on that journey through from Poland to Iran, he lost like most of his family.
Wow.
Just through sickness and cold and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Just like it was just awful.
Yep.
So I don't quite know the full side of this part of the story, but
Yeah.
I think by the time they got to Iran, there was 2 of them left, him and his sister.
Wow.
I don't really know what sort of happened to her, and I know she ended up passing away, but whether or not that was at that time or if that was later.
On, yeah.
But he was essentially the only one that made it out into
Wow.
New Zealand. So everyone knows the story of the Polish kids that came into Wellington Harbour and
That's it.
in the 40s. There's a big, if you're in Wellington down on the waterfront, there's a big massive section of like murals and plaques and stuff devoted to that, which is quite a cool part of history.
Did he go up to Pahiatua?
Yep. So he was up at the Polish camp in Pahiatua.
Wow, so that was the exact same place as my grandmother.
Yeah.
Which is so crazy. They might have been on the same journey, man.
Yeah.
What are the chances that 2 guys that are doing jiu-jitsu in Hawke's Bay are the descendants of these 300 odd kids that came across in the war?
Yeah.
It's just phenomenal.
And we pieced it together on a tattoo live stream.
So yeah, Grandma spoke of the USSR forces, and Grandma did Kazakhstan and a lot of time in India. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Any tattoos you regret doing? Just curious if artists have them or not. Sorry about the delay there. We just got some good yarns going on, so I wanted to keep it going. It's an interesting question. Hold your thought, Ben. It's a hard one. I think there are certainly some people that over the course of my career, not a lot, just 1 or 2, that I regret taking on for various reasons. Some people have brought me a lot of stress that I didn't need to have because they had things going on in their life. And yeah, like this one person in particular, I regret doing a tattoo for her. She caused me a lot of drama. So yeah, it does happen. You got to think it's been a career that spanned quite a few years, and I've tattooed a lot of people, but the majority of people have been absolutely amazing, like 98%, probably more, 99%. It would be very rare that I would ever have any serious issues. Just one person in particular. I might go into the story one day, but she just was just an absolute headache. But I'm not going to use names and things like that. Just a bunch of things that were brought into the studio that didn't need to come into the studio, with her issues with maybe mental health and things like that. And it's a tough thing because people battle and they've got their demons, but at the end of the day, I've got a job to do. And I can only be responsible for what's in front of me. I can't, control variables like that. But yeah, it sucks, man. It sucks when you're a business owner and you're going through all these issues with people. So yeah, I regret doing a tattoo for her. I wish I had just gone with my gut on that one. But it is what it is.
Sometimes you need to make the mistake to learn.
You need to make the mistake to learn, man. If I'm going in through a consultation with someone and I've had 3 problems before I've even met them, it's not a good sign. Just it sucks, but it's it's supposed to be a happy, great, fun day. And people just have things going on and what yeah. I'm pretty relaxed with it, but. Yeah, this person. Nah. It's it sucks to say because you don't want to be always talking about negative things or anything like that. But when people ask these questions, so I'm going to answer them. If you ask me a question, I'm going to talk about it. Mother and children were put on cattle trucks and trains through Siberia. Yeah, that was it. Hey, Cuzzy. And then I remember at one point, Grandma was saying that I remember her telling us the story of this mother who gave birth and it was like a stillborn. And they just had to throw the baby out into the snow. There's nothing they could do. It's heartbreaking, horrible shit, ruthless, horrible times. And Grandma always spoke about, how she wishes, hopes that there's never war again. And I'm sure Opa was the same. My Dutch grandfather. I did speak to her about war in some of her last years. I sat down. I used to go and just have a catch up with her and a coffee and all that and just talk. And she was an amazing woman. She had an amazing brain on her, right to the very end. She was an author, obviously, a teacher, and she phenomenal. Would you call it a conversationalist? Is that how you'd say a conversationist?
Yeah.
I don't know. She was just I don't know how you'd describe that. She would just love to talk, and she was very very good at keeping conversation going. And we talked about war, and we talked about. I said to her, Grandma, do you ever think that war will happen again? And she said, oh, you only have to look at history to get that answer. Absolutely will happen again. I said, why do you think it happens? What do you think it is about war that like about humans that are so kind of self-destructive and those things? And she said, it's a cycle of people going through a period of peace and then not getting their way, and they start a war and then realize how horrible and atrocious war is and all the terrible things that come from it.
Yeah.
So then afterwards, that when people experience their family dying firsthand and starving and all these problems, and then they realize that they don't want war and they want peace, and then there's a period of peace, and it just cycles,
Yeah.
Because she said that people will forget as generations die and new generations come through, they don't have that perspective.
Yep.
So
it all centers around like ideology, power, money, or all of them, right? Like
absolutely.
all it takes is for one person to have an idea or the power trip, and then get enough following to
try and make the vision a reality, right? Yeah. No, it's a crazy, scary thing for all of our future, and unfortunately at the moment it seems like we're on eggshells in certain parts of the world. Hopefully things will simmer down and people will see some sense, But yeah, man, that's crazy. So your grandfather was on this. That's amazing. So do you know where your grandfather went from Paihia?
So I'm not quite sure. I'd have to work out sort of some of the middle years, but spent most of his sort of adult sort of working life in Kvltattooer and Taupo.
Wow.
Just in that sort of Bay of Plenty area.
Yeah.
Farmer. So he bought a farm,
cool.
moved on to a farm quite young, and like so all my old man and his brothers,
all farmers.
All farm, or they were.
Yeah.
Not anymore. One of them still is, but
yeah.
They grew up farming.
Wow.
And typical Polish, bro. Like they were just all they ever did was work, man. Like you talk about like your grandmother sort of talking and being sort of with it the whole way through. Yep. Granddad was the same, man. He was out baling hay till 92.
Wow.
Got lung cancer and was dead within 3 weeks. Like he just literally right till the end, bro. He was out baling hay and driving tractors and
That's insane, isn't it?
It seems to be a Polish thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's almost like what keeps them alive, I think.
I think we've all seen that in life. You talk about people that work. They almost forget how to just relax.
Yep.
And then they get to a point in life where maybe they slow down. I remember the story. This guy I used to work with, Brian, and he was a builder, and he went on a trip around. He's still working now. He's probably, I don't even know how old he is, man. He's probably should have retired a long time ago. He went on this like holiday around the world, kind of in his, I would almost say probably his 70s, and he said he almost died because he couldn't slow down. So when he got back, he had to get back into work, and he reckons it stuffed him a little bit, I was catching up with him, and I was just like, holy hell.
Yeah, I mean, I've no doubt there's a whole lot of sort of physiological, sort of responses to that stuff in terms of activity. But I think back to your earlier point too, I think it's that sort of mental stability, right? Like,
absolutely.
If you're someone who likes routine or likes being busy,
I think it's pride too, right? Like you like having purpose, purpose and pride. That's pride in what you do and feeling useful, If you feel useful to people, then that makes you feel good,
Yeah. And I mean, I'm no
active relaxer. Yeah, that's it, Guzzy. Active relaxer, all right.
I'm certainly no doctor or psychologist, but you look at some of the conversations being had around like the links between mental health and other sort of physiological health sort of I'd say problems, but issues might be better. But there's a clear delineation between if you like depression and post-traumatic stress disorder and all that sort of stuff, and then other health issues, like complications with like autoimmune sort of diseases and
Yeah,
stuff like that. There's a lot of
interesting.
linkage between
all those things,
those
all
two
those
sorts of
variables.
things. So I mean, I don't know. I'm probably spitballing on a bit of a theory here, but you know, you get older, and you stop working, and you know, like
Do you think that the physical side could potentially slow down the mental side?
You think about like what we're shaped to be as humans, right? It's like we're worker bees, right? We're raised in this environment where you just have to work. You get to a certain age where you stop working, and it's like you've kind of lost your whole identity.
It's
like
interesting.
That must have a massive impact on your brain, whether or not you sort of recognize it or not.
Oh yeah, you see it time and time again.
Yeah.
People stopping work and slowing down, and then you also see it at the side of people just don't want to stop. You know, they get to a point and they're like, well, what's the purpose now? You know, because keeping busy is what keeps them feeling like they're a useful human. So
yeah, and then that must cross over to the body in certain ways. And
it's an interesting theory.
I don't know, man. I mean, I could be way off, but
no, but it makes sense, right? You know, that's good to talk about. There's some really cool studies out there. Sure, there's some people a lot smarter than you or I that have worked things out like that. But Andrew Huberman's quite interesting to listen to. He sort of speaks a lot about, you know, a whole range of factors that all go well together to create a long-lasting, I suppose, well-working brain. You know.
Yeah, there's some. I've read I can't remember what the book's called. I didn't read. I don't read. I hate reading. Audio books. I listened to an audio book.
You listen to that. Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it, but a psychologist called Gabor Mate. Okay, he's got some real interesting work and sort of theories around like that sort of linkage between stress in the brain and then stress in the body. The body keeps score. That's what it's called. Real fascinating.
Let's see if I can just adjust this camera. Did you say the body keeps score?
The body keeps score, I think, is one of his. It might actually be his work. Now that I think of it, but he's one of the guys that talks about that linkage between the brain and the body.
Adjusting that main camera thing because it's just looking a little bit not how it looks in real life. Very. That's better. Get a little bit brighter. It's just looking really, really bright. I think it must just be these lights, but let's just try and have a little hoon around with this too, real quick. Back it down if you don't mind, just for a second. This polarizing filter on the camera just helps to remove glare, but it's kind of that looks a bit closer. I agree, lads. I've worked with a lot of legends. Not long after they retire, they pass away. Yeah, it is sad. It happens like time and time again. Give me 2 seconds, man. I'll just grab some more gloves. Not gloves, paper towels. Yeah. All right, we're back. Step it in out there. All right. Yeah, it's really funny. Even when I have little short breaks, I definitely feel. I wouldn't say like useless, but like I find it hard to accept that I'm allowed to have time off sometimes.
Yeah.
And I sometimes feel my most sort of, I don't know, like, I guess proud of myself if I'm working. I'm trying to provide for my family and things like that. Just creating cool artwork for people, making people happy. It makes me happy. It's an interesting thing.
I find I don't know. I battle with this quite a bit, and I think people who've sort of hit the mark of 30 will probably relate quite well. But it seems like 30 is like the epiphany, right, for most people.
Definitely seems like a milestone.
It's like
for various things in your life at 30, yeah.
And it's like that sudden realization of like, fuck, I'm not 20 anymore. I'm not quite 40, but I'm not 20 anymore. Like I need to start taking shit seriously.
Okay, yeah.
And like I don't know about you, but like I grew up in that environment where, and it wasn't a bad thing, but it was You know, by 30 you should have a house. You should have.
Oh, that's very much a social construct that we
Yeah.
have here, and I don't know if it's a New Zealand thing or just world in general. We should have a family. Should be married. Should have this. Yeah.
Should be working hard. Should have this much money saved. You should have all that. And then you get to 30 and you look at me and go, oh, either I have all that, now what? Or I don't have that. Like, how do I get that? But then it's also that like grappling between, well, what does it actually give me? You know? Like,
Yeah, man, for sure. There's a lot of people that don't want that stuff at all.
and don't get me wrong, like I've got 2 kids. You know,
Yep.
admittedly, then we're in a split relationship, but you know, like I've got a partner that I dearly love and
Yep.
and see a future with now, which is great.
Yep.
I've got 2 kids that she's a stepmom too, and
Yep.
it's fantastic at that. She loves them, they love her.
Great.
Really cool, like really happy with where I'm at in life. We've got a house and all that, but also look at it and go,
Didn't think you'd be there.
yeah. But then also look and go, well, if we die tomorrow, like
Yeah.
we don't get to enjoy any of that anyway.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm in a similar position. You know, I've got a daughter to my ex-wife. You know, and that didn't work out, and that's just the way things go sometimes. You know.
Yeah.
You definitely don't. I mean, that's when we talked about the creation of this design. When I was sitting down and thinking about my thoughts, I was talking to Ben off camera a little bit, team, before I started this stream, and I was sort of saying like, when I go and do my designs, I like to sort of sit in a dark room there normally. Like yesterday, I obviously try and just throw a little quick something together to give you guys an insight, but it wasn't like the full process. Like it's much more in depth and takes a lot more time. And I'll go through many concepts and many things before I settle on a final design. But I sit in a room, and the first thing I do is I get it nice and quiet, and I think about an idea. So it's like, what am I trying to portray with the artwork, rather than just like starting to create something because it looks cool. And the idea I had for this piece was to do with those things we spoke about earlier, to do with life. Your life can be still fantastic, but not where you thought it would be, and different paths in life and different choices in life lead you to different paths and things like that. And Ben's sort of speaking about a similar thing there, I guess you'd almost say, right?
Yep.
With like people think that their life's going to be perfect by 30. it's not always the case, eh?
Nope.
But that doesn't mean that your life's bad as well, and that's like a great thing to hear. Sometimes some people need to hear that too. Is that like, don't feel the pressure to be anywhere you want by the time you are 30, because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know if you could die tomorrow, like you said, and you don't have to like live someone else's dream. You live your dream, you know.
One thing that helps, I mean, because like you don't want to talk too much about negative stuff, but negative stuff happens, right? And
that's part of life. It's pretty important to acknowledge
how you process it and move forward with it. But like I can't remember who it was, but someone said, whether it was a podcast, if it was in person, whatever, but someone sort of mentioned, and like for me, it was like a light bulb sort of moment. And they said, it's a privilege. It's a privilege to have like negative things in your life and choose what you do with them.
Yep.
I mean, perspective is really important here, right? Like everyone uses that example, like, oh, what about the starving kids in Africa? And it's like, it's not that I don't care about the starving kids in Africa, but I don't know from their perspective what it's like. I can't relate to that.
Yeah.
I only know my own suffering, and that doesn't make my suffering any less valid than what they're going through.
Yeah.
But like I have the privilege in my upbringing and where I am and who I am and probably my class and my socioeconomic status and everything that sort of feeds into that. But
yeah,
I have the privilege to go, I can either be really sad about this or I can choose to go do something about it.
Yeah.
And it was, I don't know, just that sort of light bulb thing for me. And I mean, I still have bad days. Like
everyone has bad days, bro.
I grapple with everything like everybody else does.
I've had some shitters on the weekend.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
But it's like the privilege is right. Like you can come in this week and go, I can choose to be really negative about this for the rest of my life, or I can accept that it's a really hard time.
Yep.
And turn that into a lesson, or I can turn it into something, or it can just be a shit couple of days.
Yep.
And that's all it needs to be.
Yep. And that's fine.
And because you have the privilege because of who you are and your life and everything else you've got set up. You're not in famine, you're not in war, you're not in any of that sort of shit where you don't have a choice to do anything else. I don't know.
Yeah, it's brutal when you do start comparing, things like that, or you can get into a trap of that, and then
And I think it was Izzy might have said it.
Yeah.
Oh, Volk. Adversity is a privilege.
It's a privilege. Yeah, adversity is a privilege.
And
yeah,
it is. I think it's just a great way of looking at it.
Yeah, I always think about like what other people had to go through, and for me, that's my kind of like personal motivator. I think like I put myself in a position. It's like, oh yeah, I've had a few things happen in life, and like like they're not even big deals really. Like, you know, you go through separations and things like that, and other things, and I've lost people, and like, I mean, everyone loses people, and 50% of marriages don't work out. It's just it's just what it is. Like, but there are people out there that have suffered way more than me. So for me, I just get up and get on with it, and you know, not acknowledging my own trauma, but I sort of try and I just try and give myself perspective, I suppose, you know, and try and think about, you know, like for me, like I've talked about it on stream a few times, you know, like what our families had to go through, you know, and you just get up and get on with it, you know. Bob Ross said something along those lines. You need dark to balance out the light.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny. Like I just find Bob Ross kind of funny, but it is like a valid point. You know, you need contrast in life.
Yeah.
You need bad times to appreciate good times.
No rainbow without a bit of rain.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, everyone just deals with things differently, you know. Barkness, thanks for the follow, appreciate it heaps.
Are you used to all those prompts on the screen, Doc?
Yeah. I'm actually starting to learn what ones are what. I don't know if you guys can hear it very well, but there's like, I've obviously got crack up little memes and gifs and stuff that pop up, but I can hear the noises and know what's a follow now and what's a raid, and basically if you hear any music, it's a raid. That's where like other sort of followers other streamers or content creators can raid my stream and bring their viewers in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we had Hades do that a little while ago, brought in like 30 odd viewers, which was much appreciated. You know, it's pretty cool when it happens. You know.
It's a different world, eh?
Yeah. No, it is different, you know, bro. And it's like one of those things it's a new skill set that I'm learning, and it's so cool, so much fun. I look forward to it every day. Genuinely. Oh, Shell, thank you so much. Honestly, that's lovely. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. That's amazing, man. We've already got some such loyal viewers and members of the tattoo community, the online streaming tattoo community, which is just me. I am the only community. Thank you so much, Shell.
Carl the Pioneer.
Oh no, there are definitely other people that have gone live. I'm not discrediting them. I just think that this is a world first in terms of the multi-stream thing. So
Cool,
yeah, it is really cool. Thank you so much, Shell. It means a lot. Everything you guys donate is going straight back into the stream. I'm going to try and work out some creative ways to spend the money to bring in more viewers, and yeah.
So that Rolls Royce in the driveway wasn't stream money?
That was before I started streaming.
Oh yeah.
that was the 14-year grind, bro.
Back into the business. Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing I was thinking too the other day. Now, I thought it'd be interesting to talk about this. Like, my career has been pretty good, and I've managed to be very diligent with my. I'm very determined, and I save well, and I spend my money wisely. I don't waste a lot, and I've managed to invest in a few things over my career. And you know, I'm definitely not like rich. I've got a massive mortgage or anything, but I've got a nice house and things like that. And I was thinking from now on, does it look like all this streaming money is bringing things in? You know, it's like there's like I'm actually like lost money in it because I'm spending money. I'm giving away tattoos, and I've actually like But I've got a trip to Japan that's coming up, and I've also got a trip to the UK. Now I paid for those before, I started streaming. I'm just like putting that out there. I'm not just like using all the stuff to pay for these things, but I did think about the fact that like anything that I do going forward, does it look like I'm spending the money on that? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah.
It's definitely not. I'm all the streaming money. I'm just going to reinvest back into the stream. That's the plan.
I don't know, my take, there could be different opinions, but my take is you spend the money how you want to spend it, mate. We're here to support you because we like watching what you do.
No, I appreciate that heaps, but yeah, no, I think for myself, like I feel like I want to reinvest it all back in, and try and keep pushing and evolving and making it better, because I know if I look after it, it'll look after me, That's probably the idea behind it. So yeah. Oh man, it's crazy that I'm just absolutely tripping out that our grandparents might have been on the same flipping train. That's
mad, eh?
Isn't that a crazy thing?
But it sort of hit me a few years back. There's got a cool photo. We were traveling because I lived in Wellington, prior to living up in Napier, and when
Oh, so yeah, were you born down there or?
no, I was born in Kvltattooer.
Yep.
So lived there for 13, 14 years.
That explains the smell.
We're all like here for the content and the mad vibe.
Crack up, Demon. I was actually thinking about throwing a party at some stage or something like a you know, an evening or something like that for you guys. Like do something real cool, hire out a venue or something, and invite all you guys to come and hang out. I thought that could be quite cool. It won't be like a straightaway thing, but yeah, we might spend some stream money on that for you, Demon.
Get a few down payments on that Rolls Royce, you know.
Yeah. Man, I actually really love a Rolls Royce. So that'd be sick. All right, in there. Orange 17, sorry. Oh. Why don't you have some of those alcohol in the fridge? Well, it's because what are they in there? That was from I'm pretty sure that was the poker night that was the poker night that we had. Oh, the cruises that'll be James's probably. Another glove. And what's that, sorry?
Oh, that's my one.
Lauren's gonna eat Ben's food.
How long has that been there?
Oh yeah, there's Jimmy. He's in there. James's cruises. Have you ever seen cruises? That's James. The only grown man that drinks cruises there. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, cool. What are you guys up to? You going to the movies? Oh, nice. What are you going to go watch? Karate Kid. Cool.
Is that a rerun or is it a new one?
It's a new movie that's cool. Coming out, and Jackie Chan's in it, and he's an older. Yeah.
That's Will Smith's son, eh?
Mate's come up there.
Oh,
see
the original.
Still some time. I say, yeah, absolutely, bro. Don't touch those cruises, cool. James. Then he gets blue cruises. Now they're the green ones, I think. Yeah, they're just in there for whenever he comes for a Friday session. The sun's shining. Yeah, bro. Yeah, you have to, Demon. We'll have it. We'll get Dills and Stance in there for sure if we end up having a bit of a stream party or something like that, or probably just go hire a venue or something like that and have a bit of fun. I think if we ever were to do anything like that, I'd say. But that's a down the line thing. Gotta get this thing off the ground first. I mean, it's off the ground, but
to the moon, bro.
To the moon. We're gonna get onto the moon. Yeah. I'm excited. I've got a few things coming up that I think will really help it. Really cool guests that could be coming on soon. Well, they are. But definitely help get some good exposure anyway. Cruiser party.
Couldn't tell you the last time I drank a cruiser.
Oh, I can. Okay, they're always the ones like if we ever get together and we have a few drinks or whatever, they're always like seem to be an abundance of them sort of at the end of the night whenever I finish my beers, and I'm just like, all right. They make you give you such a hangover though, eh? I don't do that very often anymore. Lauren, I would love a coffee. Would you like a coffee?
I've had like 4 this morning.
Have you?
So
Are you good?
I'm all good.
You've had 4.
Thanks, Lauren.
Is that what you need these days to get you going?
Get me going,
to
mate.
warm the engine up, eh?
Yeah.
Get the old glow plugs going.
Ibuprofen and coffee.
Ibuprofen and coffee and strapping tape. I guess let's get pin up in the morning.
I dubbed that the pre-workout your 30s edition.
Oh, we've got the emotes coming in. Here we go. Nothing wrong with lolly water now and then. Oh, yeah. Old gumboots into the old cruisers. Let's go. Sugar hangover. Bro, it's so bad, eh? Holy. I went down to
Went down to one of my other cousins' weddings down in Queenstown, like not too long ago, and they had pals there, and I didn't know that. I thought pals were like no sugar. I thought they were like those, you know, like the zero sugars, like low calories, you know, those kind of. I was smacking these things back at this wedding, and man. So, fuck, this is a pretty funny yarn. So Lauren had just been down there for a hens do, maybe like the weekend before or the weekend before that. She told me that the water down in Queenstown was contaminated, so you weren't allowed to drink any of the water out of the tap. You had to, you know. So I'd gone out on this. I pretty much flew in and then Ubered straight to the wedding. Right, so I got to the wedding. I was running late. I had a few things going on as to why it was hard for me to get down there, and it took so long. But I got there. I made up for lost time, so I went straight to the bar and I just ripped into it. And then, fucking holy hell, I ended up pretty steamed, and we ended up in town, so we were up at like Lake Hayes, I think it was. We ended up down in Queenstown town. I got out of the bus that took us to town, and I just went, no, I got to go straight home. Just hopped straight in an Uber. The whole room was spinning. I got home and I realized that I hadn't got any fucking water, and I was dying for some fucking dying for some water, and I was like, I've never been so thirsty in my life, bro. So and I was like, oh no, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm just gonna have to like get up in the morning and like get some water. So I went to sleep, woke up in the morning, I was dry, couldn't even talk, I went downstairs, there's this cafe there, and that was just opening up, and it was like 6 a.m. And I was like knocking on I was still drunk as, I was like knocking on the window, and I was like, come in, you know, she comes out, I was like, can I please have some water? And she was like, what the fuck? And I was like, she's like, I was like, I can't drink the water or something like that. And she's like, you can drink the water. And I was like, what? She's like, you can drink the tap water here. It's only in like Queenstown town. We're on like the outskirts. I was like, no fucking way. Oh. Went straight to the bar. He didn't get up at 6 a.m. either. That's a lie. Oh no. Contrary to popular belief, when you drink 40 cans of anything, you'll get a hangover. Yeah, true. That's it. Yeah. Prefer a whiskey, of course, but a pinch not too bad. For a lot of. Sweet. Agreed. Mike, that forearm was looking dainty.
Dainty.
Mike. Drama something. Dainty. I don't think this is a dainty forearm. This is a manly forearm.
I don't think there's anything dainty about this, man.
This is from Big Dog. This could be your big dog.
Oh, it is, yeah.
She winding you up for shit.
It's looking dainty.
Quite feminine, this piece.
It is.
It's getting weird.
It's definitely.
It definitely got us going. We're like, huh? Dainty, it's manly.
Easiest way to tap into a man's insecurity, though, eh?
Yeah, interesting what you said about the gym, like at the start when we go back to that, and you were saying how you think that a lot of people start the gym from like an insecurity.
Yep.
I don't know. I'd probably say that's probably true. If I could think back to when I started training, it was probably to get bigger, right?
Yep.
You know, like you didn't want to be skinny, so.
Yeah. And I
So I never thought about it like that, but it probably, if I'm being honest, it probably did come from like a bit of a. Maybe not. I don't know if it's an insecurity or just a want to be bigger. Is that an insecurity?
I
guess that is.
I caveat that by saying that I don't necessarily mean that it has to be a negative.
Yeah.
Insecurity.
Yeah, because I suppose it is an insecurity, but it's probably not a negative one.
Yeah.
It was probably I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's interesting the way you said that.
And I think the context there too is that like a lot of, because I think the question was, you know, what sort of got me into it, or and I like, for me, like I was, because a lot of shit happened when I was growing up, right? Like I don't think I had a bad childhood, but
yeah, you had some stuff going. You go into it as much as you feel comfortable, bro.
Household stuff, you know, like mum and dad were, my mum, like I hadn't spoken to mum for like 8 years.
Oh wow! Even now, like now, you haven't. Oh wow!
Mum was a horrible person.
Oh shit,
you know, and like,
sorry to hear that, brother.
You deal with it for a certain length of time because one, you kind of have to as a kid because you don't know any better.
Yeah,
and she's
that's
your
your
mum,
environment,
right? Like,
yeah.
No matter
that's
what,
you know.
Mum's mum, and you'll always look up to mum, right?
Yep.
And then that sort of carried on to adult life. And one day I was just like, hang on a second, like this doesn't need to happen anymore.
Yeah.
So sort of, it wasn't an ultimatum, but it was like, I was old enough to know what you're up to when I was a, certain age. And, like for me to progress this relationship, I need to hear something from you that somewhat resembles an apology.
Yep.
And, the response I got was like, oh,
Not that.
your dad's brainwashed you. And I just, like, you've said what you need to say. I need to move on.
Yep.
So like fully content with it. It was hard. It was difficult, but a whole bunch of shit leads to that decision, right? And my life's been better because of it. And it's that process that move on.
Man. Yeah.
But like anyway, growing up, like mum and dad split up when I was quite young.
Yep.
But I was sort of old enough, I guess, to understand.
How old were you when they
so I was last year of primary school.
Okay.
What's that, like 11, 12?
Yeah, right. So that's quite late in the piece, I would say. That's probably quite a time where your young brain's probably understanding enough of what that means and things like that.
Yeah, young and sort of innocent, but you kind of have some sort of understanding of the world and how relationships work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like I witnessed a lot of things like as a kid, like what was really like manipulative behaviour and a lot of aggression, particularly from mum, and a lot of certain sort of things like that, and so like as a young kid, I think I sort of adopted the natural like protector.
Yep.
In the house, like keep the peace.
Do you have any siblings?
Yeah, I've got 2 older brothers.
Two older brothers.
A younger brother.
4 brothers.
Yep.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. So I'm the youngest. Sorry, the middle.
The middle. Yeah.
But yeah, it was sort of adopted that kind of the protector of the house, sort of keep the peace and sort of not please everybody, but it was like sort of most of my early childhood was sort of walking on eggshells. So
insecurity about getting unhealthy as you age. Yeah, truthfully, that is a good point. Or enhance one's positive body shape. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, guys. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Exactly right. And I think insecurity can be a negative and a positive.
Yeah, no, that is interesting.
And it might not, I don't know, not wanting to be complacent or something like that. It can be
it's an interesting way. It's like insecure about getting unhealthy as you age. Like that. No, that. I guess it isn't it. Yeah. I'm just trying to see if that is actually an insecurity, or if that's more like I suppose it is an insecurity, Sorry, Ben, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So, you had your so you had your brothers, and you took on this role as a sort of a protector in the household. Are your brothers? Are they still around? Like, where are they? Are they?
I don't have a relationship with my 2 older brothers.
Yep.
They were half brothers with a previous partner of mum.
Yep.
And when I sort of cut off with mum.
They took along.
They sort of followed suit, and I didn't really have a great relationship with them anyway.
Yeah.
They were quite older.
How old are they?
Oh, my oldest, he must be 40.
Yeah,
at least.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
32, yeah.
So he's at least 10 years. I forget now.
Yeah,
he's at least 10 years older than me.
Yeah.
And then the one younger than him, maybe 4 years younger.
Have they got kids and stuff?
Yep.
Is that hard with like your kids? Like nah. All just accepted and
contextualize that stuff, mate.
Yep.
I know my kids are better off without that in their life.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, there'll be opinions on how I handle things, and that's fine.
Mate, you got to work out what's best for you, brother.
I just think that part of my life.
No one can walk in your shoes, bro, apart from you. So
that part of my life is done, and I'm happy with the decisions I've made.
Yep.
So, about me and my family now.
Cool.
But yes, my younger brother, we've got a good relationship. He's
cool.
He's up in Waikato, up in Matamata.
Yeah, sweet.
With his little family. He's a little ginger Conor McGregor, bro.
No way.
As a son.
He's a little scrapper, is he?
He's funny. No, he thinks he is.
Oh, he thinks he is. Yeah.
He's just hardcore. He walks. You know how Conor's got that.
Got the
swagger.
old the strut. Yeah, the old billionaire walk.
Yeah, bro. Little Leo's got his
true.
Little McGregor swagger, mate.
His name Leo, did you say?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Little bogan, ginger mullet.
Yeah.
He's crack up, bro. They're down here in a few weeks actually to come hang out.
Oh, sweet, man. Cool.
But so we've got a good relationship. But I think because like at that time, like my older brothers were sort of like teenagers.
Yep.
So like at least like 16, 17. So they were never really around.
Yes.
So for me, it was like not only sort of keeping the peace between mum and dad, but also I think naturally trying to protect my younger brother from a lot of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, sure.
And so then I grew up, bro, like I, was forced to grow up quite young. So like through high school or like intermediate, it sort of started like for me, like food became like my sort of comfort, I guess.
So you ate quite a bit.
Ate heaps, bro. I was massive, man.
Yeah?
Like 18, I was 135 kilos.
No way, dude.
Like I'm a big person naturally, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, of course.
At the moment, I'm 113.
Damn, dude. So how old were you at that weight?
18.
18 at 135 kilos.
Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, so I was a big unit, bro.
Dude, just quickly going on that before we carry on. You see it a lot of times where people find comfort in food, right? Can you explain that from your point of view? Like, was it just like you had a bit of trauma there, a bit of maybe some stuff going on, and do you feel like it just made you happy? Was that kind of the answer as to why you think things got that way for you? Or
yeah, I mean, like, and everybody can relate to it, right? Like, possibly not on that extreme case, but like, food brings joy, right?
Yeah.
Spikes
what's it called? Dopamine.
It's a dopamine response,
yeah.
So you feel down, you might have a piece of chocolate, bring you back up.
Yeah.
For most people, they can switch that off and go, I've had enough.
Yeah.
But it's like an emotional response. People don't know, and they keep chasing more and more. It's an addiction, right? And it's the same kind of response as drugs. You get addicted to drugs, and you keep chasing that goal line that just keeps moving further and further away.
Sure.
You get a hit of it, and you're like, oh, I want more. And then to get that same hit, you need to eat more or consume more to get the same sort of response from it. So it just becomes a comfort, and then over time, it just becomes a habit.
Wow.
So the second something happens, whether it's big or small, your brain goes, oh, I need to eat.
Right. So you'd find comfort in it if traumatic things happened in your life. Would you turn to food? If you had a hard day, or
And I still struggle with it sometimes.
Sure.
Like, obviously I'm aware of it, and I've got way better control mechanisms.
Sure.
But, sometimes I just want to eat a bag of lollies or
Lauren's got the coffee here too.
Smash a chocolate bar or something.
The man, Ben, thanks for getting this done on stream. The man, thanks, nice mock, bro. I really appreciate comments like that, because it does mean a lot to me that Ben allows us to stream. So yeah, appreciation for you, appreciation for Ben. Thank you guys. Thank you, Lauren. Appreciation for Lauren who just bought me a coffee.
Legend.
She's come in. Hello.
The star of the stream.
Yeah, the star of the stream. Sorry to cut you off there, Ben.
You're right.
To quickly appreciate Night's Mock for comments like that. Those kind of comments mean a lot, because I like seeing the stream supporting my clients, because that's what allows us to do this thing. Sorry, man. So you got better control over it now. You still turn to it every now and then. I mean, I do as well. I sometimes when I get really stressed, because I do get stressed. I deal with overload and stress quite frequently. There's a lot of moving parts. I'm much better at dealing with it now than I was even 4 or 5 years ago. But I still sometimes turn to food. I've never quite had a six pack. You know what I mean? But I'm much better. I actually weighed myself last night because I was like, fuck, I feel like I've lost weight, and I'm actually sitting at about 88 kilos, which is really light for me. I'm normally sort of 92, sort of thing like that. So whether that's stress or eating, I don't know. But it was nice to see.
You take it sometimes.
Yeah, I take it.
Yeah.
So you sort of can still find yourself like it's something that you recognize in yourself now. You have better control over it because you recognize it, and that's a sign of aging, right, and maturing.
I think so, and we sort of touched on it before. I think you just have to go through some shit to experience that and know.
Yeah.
But you also need to address your crap, right? Like, you can't just bottle things up and pretend like nothing's going on. A big part of that for me was addressing that,
The reason why you turned to that?
Some of the traumatic stuff I had as kids, like I was, I'm pretty open about my mental health. And
yeah, cool.
I had,
That's good that you are.
I suffered a lot of depression, anxiety, and I was having panic attacks and shit there for a while. And,
I've had panic attacks too.
There's moving on, but then there's also like, I've actually got some stuff I need to address before I can move on and deal with my day. So I saw a psychologist for a little while, and
cool, man.
That sort of helped me sort of not really address stuff because I knew it was there, but it just sort of
helped you to process it.
Just helped me sort of identify certain behaviours and and go, oh, actually, I can see that now. You pointed out and go, I know what that means, or I know where this comes from.
Yep.
So not so much coping mechanisms, but
just understanding it helped you to process when you start feeling that way. You're like, this is just because of this, or
just made me aware of it, bro. I think more than anything. And then being aware of it, as sort of said before, I guess I'm in a privileged position in how I choose to respond to it. So now that I'm aware of it, I can go, either I can be you know, sack of shit and just go
Sad sack. And
smash a bag of donuts or whatever, you know, or I can actually go, actually, maybe I need to go for a walk. Or maybe go for a walk to the dairy to get the donuts instead of driving. And by the time I walk there, maybe I realised I just needed a walk.
Yeah.
And I don't want the donuts.
That's a good way of putting it.
So
still want the donuts, but you're not going to get them.
It's not big, massive actions that lead to something. It's just like one little small step.
Yeah. I like that. Go for a walk to the dairy.
I don't know, mate. But yeah, just becoming aware of it. You know, help me out. I go through like everybody, man, ups and downs.
You got triggers and things like that, and
all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's hard, man. Like,
oh, dude, it's yeah. I mean, if people broke, like, you know, if you saw what everyone goes through on a daily basis, if you could see in the workings of everyone's minds, I think you'd find mental health is much more. You know, it's become a good thing that a lot of us talk about in more recent years. You know, maybe the last 6 years or so, or something like that. It's probably changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone struggles with it, and there's, like I said before, I mean, I struggle with sometimes a bit of overload, like stress, and you know, find it hard to unwind, or things that work for me without a training, decompressing. I go to a room by myself, like I said, doing my artwork. I also do that with like gaming or play my guitar. And I'll go away and I'll just by myself. I just have a little bit of time. It can be half an hour just to decompress. And that helps me a shit ton with like getting more level-headed and talking about things as well. Talking is a huge thing for me. I struggle with. I'm one of the people. I don't have what's called an internal dialogue. I don't know much more about what people that do have it. Like there's Lauren was telling me there's a percentage of people that have. Is it an internal monologue or dialogue or something like that? It's like where they basically can hear their own thoughts and hear themselves talking. I don't have that. One of very few people that don't have that. So I need to talk out loud to get the thoughts off my head. Not out of my head. I need to talk out loud to help me process information, which is maybe why I talk so much at times. But some people can sort of sit in silence and think. My partner, like Lauren Chatford, who's watching, like she's very patient, methodical with her thoughts. She'll sit in silence and kind of process things and think about what she says before she says it. Whereas sometimes I can verbal diarrhea it, and that has gotten me into a lot of trouble as a young fella. And especially without recognizing like that's what I'm actually doing. But once you get a better understanding of all these little things that make you tick, it makes it much easier to navigate difficult situations, I think, in life.
But yeah, that was I got big, bro, and when I left high school, didn't know what to do. Or didn't know what I wanted to do. All my mates were sort of builders and plumbers and
going into the trades,
fucking useless with my hands, man. I asked Leo how much trouble I had mounting a fucking TV.
No way, bro.
I'm useless, bro. Like,
I'm not the best, bro. I have to get my mates to come around and help me with shit like that too.
I know you can.
Jimmy's probably still there watching. Like, he has to come help me mount my TV brackets and stuff. I'm just not that practical either. But carry on.
I know you can learn most stuff, but I swear to God, I'm just destined to fail at that shit.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm practical in some ways, and others, like, it's just better to get someone who does it frequently to come and help out. Like, bro comes up and he's like smacking the wall, and he's like, "Yeah, there's a stud there," and I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, I would have gone like right through the jib, and he's just like, there it is. Yep.
I would have convinced myself that the wall made two different sounds, and then punched a hole in the wrong spot. And then, like, even behind our TV in the main living room, I was convinced there was a stud in there, and now there's just like 5 holes.
There's just this hole
where I've reconvinced myself.
You just put a painting over it,
and there's actually no stud in that wall.
Just get a little paint again, chuck it over it.
So it's still there. You can see if you look behind our TV. But yeah. So anyway, like I had this idea. I wanted to be a cop. You know, I've always sort of been passionate about helping people, and you know, so I sort of had I think I've got a pretty good temperament. You know, for the most part.
From what from the times we've spent together, you seem very chill, relaxed.
It's always been me. Like I handle pressure pretty well.
Cool.
You know, so I sort of had this idea that I'd be a cop. You know, and obviously you have to pass a fitness test to be a cop.
Oh, here we go.
So I was always active. Like I grew up playing sport. I've never not played sport, and I was in the gym before that, but I needed to lose weight. Like part of the police test is to run I think it's 2.4 Ks.
Yeah, 2.4 Ks in under 10 minutes or something like that?
Time frame, whatever it was
yeah.
at that age. And I could barely walk 2.4 Ks.
Oh, wow.
I was just so unfit, just so heavy. So I went in, I paid for a personal trainer and for a nutritionist. So I got my first sort of introduction with that profession by actually working with one.
Wow, cool.
So I went through all that sort of stuff and had a really good relationship with him. And
is he still around, still working, or?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him for a while.
Where was that?
It's in Morrinsville,
Just
out of Hamilton.
cool.
Where we sort of went when Mum and Dad split up. So I started working through that. And sort of developed a bit of an interest through it, but obviously still heavily focused on the police. And then I sort of did all the training, all the prerequisite stuff, and was basically got offered a spot. So when you get offered a spot at police college, you do a fitness test and you get offered a spot, and to go down you do another test just to basically,
you have to go to Wellington or something.
Basically
like that, right?
confirm you are actually ready to go. So I did that and was basically on the waiting list to head down. And playing social basketball was when I did my first knee injury. So tore my meniscus in my left knee.
That's the one that locks, eh?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was horrible.
Charles just said it. I'll just stop you there for a second. Hang on. Charles just had a really cool quote. Some of you probably already read it. If we threw all our problems in a pile and saw everyone else's, we'd probably grab ours back.
Yeah.
What a great awesome quote, eh? It just you can sit with your own things, eh? What a great quote. Sorry, so you went for the test, you blew your meniscus out or tore it.
Blew the meniscus out. Yeah, so that was an operation, and it was only like 3 months rehab, but
18 at this point?
18 how old was I now? I was in Hamilton by then, so I would have been 20,
yep.
maybe 20, 21. So blew the knee out, which is, the ACC system. It takes time.
Thanks for the follow.
Takes time to get there. The rehab's the short part. It's actually getting into the system's the long part.
Oh man.
So I don't know. It might have been 9 months, maybe 12 months in total, sort of waiting to get into the system and then have the operation.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was working at the time in Hamilton, and work. I was pretty bored with work, as most people are at that age.
Yeah, it's not as fun as hanging out with your friends, eh?
Yeah, bro.
When you're 18 or 20,
yeah. And I had a pretty quiet. Worked in retail in a shoe shop, and so we had there were days we were busy, but we also had a lot of downtime, just waiting for people to come through the door. And there's only so much sweeping of the floor you can do before you can't sweep the floor anymore.
Yeah, sure.
So I had this sort of idea that sort of got quite interested in fitness for my own weight loss journey. And so I did a bit of study on the side, and the intention was that I was just going to study online and had no intention of ever being a trainer. It was just, I was interested in it, so I wanted to know a little bit more.
Yeah, sure.
And it was a really easy way for me to sort of kill some time during the day while I was at work. So anyway, did this online course, sports nutrition, and then did a fitness instructor or personal training basically through an institution in America. And perfect, killed some time, learned a whole bunch of stuff that I was interested in, and then had my operation, went back to apply for the police, offered another spot, and then blew my other knee out.
You're kidding. What'd you do on your other knee?
Basketball.
Yeah, but you went back to basketball and blew it out again. What'd you tear? Same thing, again?
Yeah, so I did the opposite leg.
No way.
So it was kind of it was almost my sign.
Oh, you got joints like me, man.
The police wasn't for me, bro. So it was at that point I was like, well, fuck it, I may as well launch a personal training venture, man. Started running little boot camps in a park. I had 3 mums that I knew through mutual friends that rocked up. My old man started training for a little while, and it sort of just grew from there, man. Got into CrossFit myself originally, and then started doing programmed a couple of workouts for me and a couple of mates. And at the time, one of my mates who trained with us, her partner of the time owned the gym that we trained at. And she just said, "Oh, Ben programmed this really cool workout one day. Like, I reckon you should bring him on as an intern."
Yeah.
Like a week later, he was like, "Bro, like we're all keen to
Want to have you on?
get you on board," and bro just went from there.
That's sick, man.
And then CrossFit and then personal training and all sorts of stuff in between. Man, it just sort of grew from
Grow into this demon that you sort of you didn't even really see coming. It just sort of popped up.
Zero intention of it, man.
Yeah, wow, that's cool though, because that's sometimes I think a good point, like where passion lies. Like you can find, drive, and then when you get drive, like passion and drive, like passion breeds drive, and then drive can bring success. So and a long career. So that's cool. Pasha said, "Holy, you're punching it out from Punch It." Just for you, brother. Just for you. 420. Hey, dude. What's up, brother? What are you up to? This is our. Is that Taylor? That's Taylor, right? How about Ilya? Oh my gosh, brother. Holy. Well, I was just saying earlier on, man. Like that, he's him, bro. That guy is like unbelievable power, man. Like for his weight. Like I just can't. I can't believe how these people are just getting sat down like that. Gnarly.
Hands like rock, eh?
That is you, Taylor, right? Is it? Just checking, or is it? I'm just trying to. Yeah, sweet, bro. Oh, man, just had a new job interview. Sick, bro. Everyone watching, Taylor's the winner of our full day giveaway last week.
Oh, sick.
Basically, his bro Cullum in Australia, I think he was an Aussie, bro. He won it and decided to pass it on to Taylor. So congrats, bro. We'll get you booked in and get it sorted for ASAP, brother. You have to let me know what you want to do, and you're looking after him. Yeah, sick, bro. That's a mean little setup, brother. So it's good to hear that you're giving him something back, because that's a wicked one, brother. So sick. Yeah, awesome fella. Crazy. Yeah, man, I couldn't believe the UFC, and then Kai's fight was just so surprising, man. I don't know. I knew Pantoja was good, but I didn't think Kai would just get sort of. I don't know, man. It's like he almost was on the back foot a bit. I know he clipped him with a few good shots, and Elliot just ate it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a professional fighter, so I can't. I'm not talking smack or nothing like that. He obviously, fuck, man. Taporia is so good. Like, sorry, not Taporia. Pantoja is so good. I mean, Taporia is damn good as well. Holy crap! But
I think that's the I mean, I'm not in the fight game. I'm a hobbyist.
Yeah.
Jiu-jitsu practitioner at best. But like being a part of that environment for like 7 years, like you see the levels to it.
Oh, there's levels, man.
In the gym.
Yep.
And then you think at the elite level there's a whole nother level, but then there's also levels to elite.
Yeah,
like it's mad, man.
Some people just move their bodies so well too, man. I was rolling with this blonde fella that came in the gym. I haven't actually met him and got his name. He's an ex-rugby player. He was there on Saturday, open mat, and I had a roll with him, and I was like, man, just did like a perp or something like that. He cauliflowered up ears and shit, and found out it was a white belt.
Oh, that'll be quite tall.
Yeah,
lean?
maybe not that tall. No, he's like got like dyed blonde hair.
Thomas.
But anyway, I'm not very good with names and that sort of see people. But yeah, I was just so surprised. I was like, wow, man, like this dude's moving so well for where he is at. There were a couple of like easy sweeps I got him with, but I just thought maybe I might have caught him, but maybe he just hasn't learned the defense to them yet. But
did he try and buggy choke you?
Nah.
Might not be Thomas.
Is he a white belt throwing up buggy chokes? Is he?
Yeah.
Oh fuck, that's so funny.
He throws it on me, and I'm like,
Pick him up and slam him, bro. If he does that.
I'm too big to squeeze.
Pantoja looked phenomenal, so phenomenal. The bro Thomas. Oh, it is Thomas. Yeah. Oh, Jay's here, bro.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, man, he moves so well. I was just like, I don't know what it was about him. I just maybe it's just like body weight distribution or something like that. Yeah. I thought maybe it was a perp or something like that.
I think he listens too.
Yeah, I was just like, wow, man, like, all power to you, brother.
Is Jay on? Is he?
Yeah, Jay's here.
Oh, sweet.
He's just tuned in, brother. That was funny as Jay having us up in the in the gym while bloody doing the mats, bro. I was cracking up. He's doing some mopping last night and had me playing.
Oh, real?
Yeah. So to catch up.
Probably don't mean to put ideas in your head, Jay, but Thomas must be due a blue belt soon, surely.
Oh, why is he? How long has he been training for?
I don't know, but to your point, It moves pretty well.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I guess, like, yeah, that's what we were talking about that a little bit earlier. Like,
See what he says.
I don't know. That's what he said. So he's like locked in on it. He probably won't give anything away, old J bro.
Nah.
I mean, we were talking about it before, man. I have no idea like when someone's ready or when someone's not. That's just the stage I'm at in jiu-jitsu where I'm only blue belt, But like Jay, Ben and I were just sort of talking about, like I was saying, I get real bad imposter syndrome, thinking shit, am I even a blue belt, sort of thing. And I was like, I guess you just got to trust in your guys, because you guys know what it is, if you're promoting someone. But I just wouldn't even know where someone's at. Like I don't even know where I'm at. If that makes sense.
I think that the cool thing, and if you get to a point where like you can accept that you can learn something from anybody.
Yeah.
I found that's when my jiu-jitsu started becoming fun.
Oh man.
And like it was funny, man. Like because I moved up here and I was blue belt, and like I wasn't training a lot of them at the time because I'd just come off a knee surgery. And so I like went along
Jay, for sure,
and took Riley along, my young boy, started training with Jay for like 18 months ago. And like just watching the kids classes, bro, like, and listening to Jay talk about like the teach these kids like block the hip and like real first week jiu-jitsu shit.
Yeah.
And I learned so much, or like relearned so much.
Oh, dude, same.
And then like my improvements in my game because I was watching him teach kids, bro.
Yeah, but he was teaching us some basic stuff about pinning the hips and a little while ago, and I was like, well, like I think we do that, we get taught that, like, but like not maybe it's not broken down and explained, like kind of why we do that or what the goal is of pinning the hips and things, and yeah, it really helped my jiu-jitsu. We were doing some gi stuff maybe about a month ago or something. It was really cool. I was like, oh man, that makes sense. And then I've been taking that into my roles and really focusing on sort of pinning the hips when I pass and trying to, it's been really, really good. But yeah.
I used to learn stuff from anybody.
He didn't give anything away, bro. See?
Nah, I told you he wouldn't.
He's the man with a plan, bro.
He knows what he's doing.
Amazing result though, Jay, bro. We were just chatting about how awesome it was to see, Yukaku double gold and a few other people doing really well from the academy, and then obviously taking first place. It was really cool. There was a comp down in, where was it? Palmy over the weekend. Chat and our gym, our academy, I should say, went down there and did perform really well. I think it took out top academy, which is really cool.
I think Damien called it a raid.
A what?
A raid. A middle raid.
Raided it. We decided, team, we're going to turn his right arm into just like branches. Basically, he's going to have a left hand, and his right arm's just going to form into branches purely because it'll look cool. Yeah, he's just a tree man. So that's what I'm up to right now. Well, Ram, how much for a full day with you? So yeah, my full day currently, bro, is $1,800. You need a $300 deposit per day booked. $300 comes off the end price of the day, and then you get a 10% discount if you let me stream as well, bro. So I get a lot done in a day, between A4 and A3 in size, black and grey. So that's why I'm a little bit more expensive than some other people, because I don't want to be penalised for being quick. So and then there's a lot of expertise and years and accolades behind that pricing as well. So that's basically how it works for me, bro. Ryan was awesome out there. Shout out to him.
Man, if I wasn't a pussy, I'd get my arm finished.
I'll get my arm finished. Well, bro, there's some numbing cream stuff that's been sent through to me that we have to try out. I think Scott tomorrow is keen to try out some of the numbing spray. So I just explained to him, yes, and like I'll explain to you guys as well. When I use products for the first time, I can't guarantee that everything's going to go to plan. So it's kind of like, because I don't know what the products are. I haven't used them. I haven't experimented with them. That's why I'm very, very reluctant to bring any new products into my process. But he said that he's used it before and he's keen to volunteer and check it out. Now, Tucci, shout out to them. Thank you for sending me through the stuff. But I'm probably not going to use the numbing cream. I'm just making that decision myself. I don't really think we need numbing cream in my process anyway. But I've got this spray that comes in and it like helps to basically take the burn off it. And that's what I would really like to be able to use, say, before I go and do the whites, which kills everyone. Give it a spray down, kind of numb it out, the instructions say that the more you use it, the more numb it gets throughout the day. So we're going to try that. But yeah, I'd say is that Piaka? I'd say your pricing is generous as fuck, bro. Portfolio speaks for itself. Thanks so much, man. I mean, all my clients agree, right? That's why I've made a career and I've got bookings, and everyone's, you know, I appreciate that a lot. But you know, I'd say my pricing is very fair. I got offered a job in the States team on like $3,600 a day US not long ago. I had to turn it down because my daughter is here and I love my daughter more than anything. So very hard decision to make. But yeah, I got offered some massive money over there working for a massive shop right in the middle of New York. I would obviously pay them a commission for that, but that's what they said that they were going to charge me out at plus tips. So, so very, very hard decision to make. So yeah, I feel like 1,800 here is pretty fair considering I could go over there and make 4 times that or more per day. I don't think that'd be like that now though, because I think like the economy's definitely changed a bit. But I get a lot done, and you get a lot done at a high quality. So I'm not being cocky. I'm just telling the truth of what I believe in. You know, so I believe my pricing is fair. Also,
be cocky. Your work speaks for itself.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, you've got to back yourself as well, eh? If I wasn't confident and believed in what I do, then it would be very hard to make a living from this. You know,
it would be different if you were being cocky on day one.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know, it's one thing to, you know,
to come out the gate and yeah,
but then walk it, bro.
Yeah. I've won all the awards and done all the stuff, and you know, I've got enough things behind my name to back the pricing. You know, yeah. So
yeah, I find pricing is one of those things that if people like your work and people want it, yeah, they'll pay for it.
Yeah, man. I think there's like a few factors that contribute to mine as well, like. You know, one thing I've explained before is like, let's say I'm quite quick for black and grey for the detail level and things like that. And if I can do like, you know, if X artists is say $1,000 a day, or if I can or 1,200 or something like that, you know, and if I can do it twice as fast, well, I'm cheaper. Yeah. So it's just got to think about it like that. I think you can't put a price on quality, honestly. Yeah, thanks, Grunter, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to spend fucking like $2,000 on a new iPhone every couple of years, like, and you're worried about a few $100 extra for a really good tattoo, well, you know, you just got to have a little think about that as well, because, you know, my tattoo's back. My process is backed by quality and by branding and by a guarantee that every time I tattoo you, I'm going to attempt to do the best tattoo that I've ever done, and every single time. And I would take a day off before compromising that quality, which is what I did on Friday. I knew that, you know, I wasn't going to be in the right headspace to tattoo, so I had to say to my client, I'm really sorry, Scott, but you know, I had some bad news, you know, and I didn't want to compromise his tattoo. We got him in tomorrow, so he's cool as, but yeah, and then if anything happens, you know, you need touch-ups, things like that, that's all free. It's all part of the process. So, you know, it's backed by many, many good things, you know. Yeah, same for tradesman job, stays the same price. Don't ask for a discount because we did it faster. We did it faster since we're better at the job. Yeah, exactly, bro. Like, you know, 100%, bro. Dill's chucked me on Insta when he was getting his first tats done by you. I've been following ever since, and I've said it then what I want. That when I eventually get some pieces, I'll be coming to you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And yeah, awesome support. My next tattoo is going over the elbow. Yeah, does the elbow hurt? Yeah, brother. Yeah, I call it the swellbow. Because the skin it'll get really swollen there. You have to pretty much nail it in because that epidermis dermis layer is a bit further down, like a bit thicker skin there. Yeah, it's got quite a strong swelling response. So no, it'll probably hurt a bit, but you know, it's bearable. I guess it depends on what you're getting done and how long you're going to be there for. Those are definitely you know, factors you have to consider when you're talking about pain levels and things like that. Thanks, bro. Is that all right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Like you're sitting like a rock, brother. Unreal. Didn't expect anything different, to tell you the honest truth.
And you've dislocated both shoulders at once, bro. You can do pretty much anything, man.
Let's talk about that. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, it will be. It will be fun. I guess you just gotta see what are you getting done there? Is it like continuation of something, or are you getting like a specific design like on the elbow, if you know what I mean, like lines and things like that. Like some people go and get like geometric stuff put straight on there or whatever it is. Be interested to hear. So Ben was how did it all happen? He's had a few injuries, thing.
Oh, a broken man.
Like my client Hamish, the first day he'd broken pretty much everything as well.
You know, I've done everything, mate. Well, not everything, but so 20 must be 2021, 2022. Can't remember now. We had so I was living in Wellington. I was a coach at a local CrossFit gym there, and we had a weightlifting comp on, so Olympic weightlifting, so like clean and jerk, snatch.
Snatch is where you go from the floor. Is that right? Up to here.
Ground.
And then
so that's clean and jerk.
That's clean and jerk.
So snatch is from the ground straight
to overhead. Yeah. And that's where the elbows almost like the shoulders kind of go quite far back.
Yeah, they can do depending on your mobility, but there's all sorts of rules around the lockout and where your elbows need to be in terms of position and whatnot.
Yeah.
We had this like little in-house, it was a friendly like in-house competition for members only, and they had a whole heap of women doing it, and like I think maybe 2 guys, and like I went along to watch and help set up and do some stuff, and like I not so much anymore, but back then probably had a bit more of a rating on myself in terms of what I could lift, so I thought I'll jump in and just sort of boost the numbers a little bit.
Have a whack, yeah.
If I win, I kind of already knew I was going to win. At the advantage of knowing all the members and what they could lift. But,
yeah. And you're a giant. So.
And it sort of plays into it. But yeah, jumped in just sort of last minute. Had a couple of warm ups, and these were all weights that I've lifted hundreds of times before, so it wasn't anything dangerous in terms of new territory for me. It wasn't exceeding any sort of ability. Did one lift and actually won the comp on my first lift, and then me being me was like, oh no, I chuck another 5 kilos on, like all good, felt good, no issues. Went in for my second lift, got it overhead, and then my right shoulder decided to dislocate as I caught it, and then for whatever reason my left shoulder decided to also dislocate.
The bro had 2 dislocated shoulders.
So they both went on the one lift. And then I sort of let go of the bar to try and bail out, and I didn't really realise it at the time. But watching the video back, I'll show you the video if you want, bro.
Oh yeah, let's see that. Does everyone want to watch that? We can watch that.
Yeah, we'll bring it up.
Coming along nice, bro. Thanks so much, Aiden, bro. Yeah, it's coming along all right. We're ripping through it.
But yeah, the bar smacked me on the head on the way down, and here we go, 2 dislocated shoulders, man.
Damn.
So I was double slinged for 3 months.
Double slings.
It was awful.
Did you have like? You would have had someone around to help you at the time, and let's talk about wiping.
My partner. It's funny. My partner at the time, bless her.
How did you wipe?
Cotton socks. She did most things for me, and the one thing I could manage to do was wipe.
No way.
Yeah.
I was going to just say that would have just been showers, showers on.
The way the slings were set, I had enough leverage. And angle to wipe.
I would have just got her to hose me down before wiping. I would have gone outside in the cold and just like, I'm not having you do that. You're going to hose me down like a dog.
Yeah. So it was a pretty testing time, physically, mentally, and for our relationship.
Yeah, I bet.
But we got through it, mate. So it was pretty rough.
Shit, that's tough, eh?
Twice I was like a case study. So at the time I went into my
what do you mean your case study?
Oh, so like my 3rd or 4th visit back to the hospital, like sort of post putting them back in.
Yeah.
The doctor or the surgeon there, the specialist, whatever they call them, was like, oh, we've got a whole bunch of like students in today for like practicing whatever they're doing. So they said, oh, do you have a video? Can we like show them, because of what they need to do, particularly like dislocation, is they need to know how it went out, because the action of it coming out is often how they'll recreate that to put it back into the joint.
Oh, right.
So if your shoulder popped out this way, they'll try and
relook at it that way,
that movement, and go, we'll get it back in that way.
Oh,
so they wanted to see all that, right? And they go, and you're also like, I've been doing this for like 20 odd years, and you're the first double dislocation I've had. So like I'm really intrigued. So like I'm sending all these photos and videos around, bro, for like all these doctors to share around. And I was every time I walk in from
I
like,
shouldn't laugh, but it's funny, man. It's just like,
it was crack up, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I'm happy to be that sort of case study
yeah,
for people.
yeah, yeah,
And you know, talked about it before, but like the story, you know,
yeah.
it's a cool story to tell. But like I walk in for my appointments, bro, in the reception, it's like, oh, you're Ben, you're the guy that all the doctors are talking about.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Like I was like,
Open the door with your forehead, eh? Just because you got your arms are in
man.
slings, so you're just like,
I was like a minor a celebrity in Wellington Hospital for a while.
no
Eh?
way.
It was quite funny.
Jack, thanks for the follow, appreciate it.
But yeah, man, it was pretty rough time. Pretty painful.
Man, I can't believe it. Double dislocation. What the hell?
It was funny. I remember. I mean, I remember all of it because it was pretty traumatic, obviously. But I was waiting for ages, man. Like it was sort of off like the back of COVID, where hospitals were still.
Oh, was it at that time?
Yeah. Oh no, it was like sort of a year later, but like the hospitals were like.
Oh, so this was pretty recent that you had.
Only about 3 years ago.
Oh shit, dude.
Like still like backlogged, and like there's still like people sort of like in the hallways and stuff waiting to be seen. So like it was pretty busy.
That was so bad with like hospitals and that at that point, eh? Like you.
It was awful, man. Like I still don't think they've really recovered. Still massive backlogs, eh?
Oh man, there's some serious issues in our medical system at the moment, man. Like the delays it is to get into my doctor is just so. I mean, I'm better off to just go to ED and just not even go to the doctor. Just wait the 6 hours in ED, you know. It is frustrating though. Like I wouldn't do that because I'm not one of those people that wants to be there for a non-emergency, you know. But it's just, you know, I can't get into my doctor for 4 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that. So how do I get help? You know?
Yeah. But yes, anyway, I rocked up, right? I'd been out for a while, and you know, like it was getting cold, and I was like shaking, like trying to stay warm, and like my arms were going numb because my shoulders were obviously out, and I'm like stuck in this position for. I was about an hour and a half before they actually got put back in. So they X-ray you beforehand and then put them back in.
Yeah.
And I remember sitting there and they're like deliberating how they're going to get me up onto the X-ray table, and like little old ladies, right? And they've been radiographers for what seemed like about 100 years.
Yeah.
And like lovely.
Yeah,
I was just at breaking point. And I was sitting there, I was like, I don't give a fuck how you get me onto that table.
Get it in there.
Just get me onto the fucking table so I can get my shoulders back in.
Yeah.
And then so they got me.
Oh, Jack, thanks heaps for the sub. Appreciate it heaps. What a legend. So I just got a couple of questions. Seeing you get your shoulder put back in Hastings, was impressive, Ben. Put it back in and you didn't even make a sound. Just look at it. Tough ass. No way. Yeah, I'm still in Hawke's Bay, and the question before that does the design have any meaning or look cool? Yeah, it does have meaning. So this is a custom design that I designed up. It's basically there's an upper meaning for it, but basically there's this whole other section of this tree and another figure like this, but facing the other way, and it's to do with basically your choices in life and your decisions and where they lead you and the roads that they lead you down. So it's to do with essentially, you know, it's the concept of not necessarily having bad decisions or outcomes, but just how every decision you make, it takes you down a different path. And that resonated with Ben, and he didn't even know that it sort of meant that until I got on stream yesterday and I was explaining sort of the background thought process behind me designing it. It was one that I actually held up in a stream, a previous stream, and you saw it and you're like, yo, I want that. And then when he was talking to his partner about it, he was sort of saying what he saw in the design. And then it just so happened to be the exact same sort of thing that I saw in the design. So it's really, really cool. It happens a lot more in tattooing than you'd think, things like that. When I come up with a free reign sort of concept, people will always seem to find something that they see in it themselves. That's definitely the idea for me that I put behind my free reign creative process. Is I'll sit in a room, I'll design something that based off a concept or something that I see, and then post it up, and then, you know, other people will relate to these things as well. But I don't get a chance to do free reign stuff often because I'm always flipping tapped out. But what's really cool is when people reach out to me and they say, hey, look, I've got this kind of idea that I want to convey, and it can just be in a written format. I don't have to have any kind of you know, I don't have to have any sort of visual references. They might just say to me, hey, Carl, I want you to do a free reign piece based off the idea of the circle of life or reincarnation or, you know, this hard, you know, going through a hard time in life and coming through on the other side and learning and being stronger. Like, if people just send me like a written format like that and leave it with me, I can come up with anything. So, yeah, that's actually a way that I really enjoy working. And today is a sick day. I'm having a lot of fun. It's going to be an epic piece. So, yeah. Here's for the questions, man. Sorry, man. So,
anyway, yes, little old ladies in radiography.
yeah.
Anyway, so they got put back in, and they take you back in for another X-ray.
Yeah.
I remember rolling back in, and they're like, "Oh, so how are you feeling?" I was like, "Before we start, I just want to apologise
for how I spoke." Yeah,
for earlier."
And my arm was dislocated, and I was in a lot of pain.
And they just cracked up. Like, yeah, we just thought you were an asshole, but they sort of bought into the joke.
Yeah,
it was quite funny.
Yeah.
I felt real bad. I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry for how I spoke earlier." That was a breaking point.
Bro, when I had my knee go out on the side of the rugby field, I was just screaming and swearing and cursing, and it might just be 2216. Oh.
Might just go bathroom too. Like
Yeah. I'm good. I'm just gonna have a little peek through here. No, we're good. Yeah. Yeah. Just go straight to the bathroom now, bro. You'll be sweet. Could I possibly send you a picture of what I want, and could you give me a rough price? And what do I reach out to you on? Yeah, sounds good. Well, I'm on Instagram and Facebook. If you send me, if you just go !IG, it'll come up with a link, or !FB. And then you can reach out to me, send me through the ideas, and what I will do is I will send you my booking information. I've got it saved as an auto reply, just all my booking info, and that's what I need from you to be able to give you a price. If you don't send through that information, I can't give you a price. So I'll reach out, just send me a thumbs up or send me an image or whatever, and I'll flick through that booking info, and we'll go from there. It's basically just 3 things. So I just need each of those things, and I need the photo of the area, not a video. The photo is so I can design over top of it, but I'll send it through you. It'll make more sense when you see the info. Yeah, flick us a message. As soon as I finish today, I'll get back to you. I'm just going to be tattooing all day, so focus is on Ben today. I'm sure you guys can appreciate that. But I had this coffee here. It's gone cold, but I'm going to drink it anyway. That's another thing too, you know, like, I don't know if I've said it before, but when it's your day in the studio, like when you're in here getting tattooed, my focus is on you and you only. Like, obviously I'll be chatting to you guys and stuff like that as well, but like my first priority is the tattoo. So it's hard, you know, like I can have loose discussions, but I can't really do like full consultations during the day and stuff like that. I just reply when I can, and it's not immediately as soon as I finish either, because I have other responses. Like, you know, as soon as I finish, I got to clean down the studio and do all these other things. That I'll get back to you as soon as I can when I get a moment. But there's a lot of moving parts outside of the actual stream or outside of the photos. And what's really cool about the stream is you guys get to see a little bit more of that, you know. Oosh. Let's go, Hart. Man, been some awesome subs today. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Very grateful. Ben's almost back. Just grabbing some lollies. I'm powering up on the coffee. What's the time? Oh, yeah, sweet. I'll grab a couple, bro. Yeah, cheers, man. Thank you. Look at that. Whoa, can't go wrong. Crispies. Bro, Hart, I fucking saw that. My bro sent me Chris sent me a photo. This is my mate. Team. Old Hart here. What did you chuck in though? You chucked in like 400 or something, eh? Chucked in like $400 and won $2,000 on the pokies last night. On online pokies. Congrats, bro. Trip to Japan paid for 400, yeah. Bro, did you get a Mega or did you had a Jackie or something? I thought it was like $3,000 you won.
I've got a mate like that, eh? Just ultimate finesse. Wherever you go, we'll walk into a pub for like a casual beer. He'll drop in $100 and walk out with like a wad of cash, like every time.
Jack Renegade, could not fault you on your consultation process. Made it so easy for me. Thank you so much, Jack. Appreciate it heaps.
Agreed.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. I've got a really, really good process that works really well. And if you just
it's all streamlined and it's all. I ask for certain information and everything I ask for is for a really good reason. Had 3.5, but I spent some due to bonus cash. Yes, sweet, bro.
Well played.
Nice, well played. Yeah, with the consultations, like everything that I ask for, there's a reason for it. I even ask you to send through like photos of the area that you want tattooed. And often what I get is people send through like a video. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm not trying to see it. I need a photo because I design over that photo. So it's just like, it helps me a lot when people just sort of follow the exact process that I lay out. And then when people come for a consultation, they get in front of me in person or, me and Ben didn't even really do a consult. We just chatted online. But if Jack's who I think it is, he came down and saw me, hey, Jack. The Jack, like J-A-K, I just say, yep, if I'm on the right process there. Then came down and saw me and we had a really good consultation and we just spoke about the whole sleeve and everything like that. So I'm pretty sure that's the same person, but I'm thinking of. But yeah, and the consultation process is really thorough, and I go through everything, and I speak, I hear you out and talk about tattooing and my process, and it's really so both of us can collaborate. Because for me, a tattoo and a tattoo process is a collaboration between artist and canvas. And if you see, I've taken the same one, Ryan Chopra. You see here, I put my guest canvas today as Ben. I changed it from client, so it's now guest. You're a guest of the stream, and you're my canvas. So, I like that much better than client. So it's a collaboration between both of us, and we we should be able to share ideas to each other and discuss things and sort of look at what's right and wrong and things like that. In terms of like when I say right and wrong, I mean like in terms of what's the word I'm looking for? Like composition and stuff, with designs, not so much like there's not really like a clear right and wrong, and sometimes rules are made to be broken in tattooing and art, but there's certainly things you could do that would be more effective, especially when it comes to like sizing and detail. Like if you guys notice, this whole face that I'm doing on the outside, this is his whole forearm, like it's huge. Look at my hand, like look how big this face is. It's like boom, boom, boom. It's almost 2.5 hand widths. It's really big, and the reason why we do things big like that, and it's kind of hard to see, like as it wraps, you'll see it a lot clearer. You can see it's just that it's wrapping hard out. The reason why we do things so big like that is then we can get lots of detail into the subject matter. And a lot of people, when they come and they want a tattoo, like a very common thing that I get is people want to put a lot of things into each area. So it's like the forearm, and they want to jam like 4 or 5 things in there, right? And what I say to them is, it's better to do one thing, do it big and then effective, or a couple of things like this. We've got the face and the figure. Then you can get a lot of detail into those subject matters rather than like trying to jam heaps of shit in there so it's unreadable and looks like a fruit salad. It's just like hard to see what's going on. There's just shit going on everywhere. I definitely think it's a much better approach doing it this way, because you've got the whole arm to tell the story. And if you've got more ideas than what the arm can fit, well, you've got another arm. Do your arm, or do your other leg or something.
A lot of body.
There's a lot of body out there. It's good that you got a lot of ideas sometimes, Well, in fact, it's actually quite hard when you get to the end of a body suit. Like a thing I've found with a few people, especially Dills and Ethan, like the 2 full body suits that I've done start to finish. They were almost running out of ideas at times. They want to be fully tattooed, but they Jimmy's on his way there too. If you're still listening, Jimmy, like there's times where you get to like he's about to do his back and he's just trying to suss out. He's like, man, what do I even want there? I know I want to be covered, but what is it that I want? And it becomes this kind of like hard thing sometimes where you start getting to this point where you've got a lot of tattoos, but you want that full body suit. So it takes a little bit of time. It takes a little bit of thought. And there's no rush. It's exciting, and I've had that a few times in my career too, where people get really excited about the idea of getting a tattoo, and
message me, a lot. But it's kind of like a process of sorting it out. Like I might get back to you, as much as I can today, and then it might not be that I can be up all night messaging. So I might have to get back to you in the morning, and I'll get back to you. And the process works. It's just not always as instantaneous, I think, as maybe what some people think it could be. Sometimes it is, but sometimes I've got the time there, and I'm sitting behind my phone, and I'm all good. But other times I'm juggling 3-4 things at once.
It'll live too, bro.
Yeah. Well, I might be working, or I might be, especially midweek. Like midweek's really hard for me. I'm always working on the next client and the next design. And I don't know if you heard Ben what I was just saying then. Like my focus is on you today.
Yeah.
All I'm concerned about right now is doing this cool tattoo for Ben. That's my only concern in the world right now. And I've got an awesome client in tomorrow, Scott. He's a really, really good dude. But I'm not thinking about Scott's tattoo right now. I'm thinking about Ben's tattoo. And tomorrow, it'll be Scott's tattoo and not thinking about Ben's tattoo. You see what I'm saying? Just like, you gotta put the time and the right energy into like what's in front of you. Hey, looking good, guys. Thanks, Cuzzy. Appreciate it. Coming along. I'm going to post up a photo today of this tattoo under my professional camera. Lately, I've just been taking photos of on my cell phone, and you guys will notice the difference. I guarantee when I post it, you'll be like, "Whoa, that looks the same." Basically, these lights are really, really bright, and this camera that I'm viewing it through now doesn't have what's called a polarizing lens on it. And a polarizing lens, or a CPL filter, what it does is it removes all the glare from the image. So all your blacks look a lot deeper and denser, and under this light and camera, it's very hard to see the true quality of the tattoo. You see it a lot in person. Like a lot of people will come up to my tattoos in the flesh, and they'll be like, "Wow, that looks so much different in person than it does online," in a good way. But today I'm gonna take some good photos with this camera. I really should. Damn, I should have taken some stuff to make a reel, but we might just post some photos today. Actually, I think that's what we'll do.
We'll do a TikTok dance or something for the.
Yeah, we could do a TikTok dance. Well, me and you could. Do you reckon? do you reckon we?
As I said, that I already regretted it.
We could whip a nene.
Yeah, bring back the nene. You reckon?
Bring the nene, brother. What's that? Was it the Dougie?
The Dougie.
The Dougie. We could do a Dougie. Is that what you do? Do you do a Dougie? Is that what it is?
I don't know.
Yeah, come on, help me out.
You have to teach me how to Dougie.
Teach me how to Dougie? Yeah. That's it. Yeah. Shuffle.
Yeah.
Shuffle. Crumping. Do you guys remember crumping? That was the hot topic of the early 2000s.
Yeah, bro. See two Polish dudes from Hawke's Bay doing some crumping. Fucking skyrocket your viewership,
crump
bro.
battle, bro. It'll probably go real hard, eh? Just like a reveal of the tattoo, and in the background, someone's just like fucking.
I reckon we'll become a meme.
Wait, how do you? Is that the crumping? Eh? That was the.
So,
Yeah.
We'll soon be a meme, bro.
Yep.
We really did live through the golden eras, eh?
Bro,
90s,
BZP party
2000s.
pills.
How good.
Those times were crazy, eh? I can't believe that, do you remember those BZP party pills?
Yeah.
I can't believe those things were legal over the counter and stuff, eh? They would mess people up, man.
Yeah, bro.
There's this place here in Hawke's Bay called the Odeon. And it was this dingy night scene sort of thing you go to, and it was crazy.
The Odeon. I partied through Hamilton, bro. So we had Bar 101.
Bar 101, was that the spot?
The Outback Inn.
Yeah, ours was always the Thirsty here, bro. Back in the day. And then the Poon Room.
They've still got the Poon Room, mate.
Do they have it? Yeah. Because there's a new place out the back now, eh?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know what it. Oh, is it Rocks Off? Is it Rocks Off?
Oh, possibly. Yeah, sure. Poon Room. What a name.
So, Does Jay and stuff throw like the odd like out function? Do you go out for dinner and stuff outside of jiu-jitsu? Has that ever been a thing that we've done with Nahoreri?
No, I don't think so.
Not yet? No,
I
no,
was
no.
actually, while you were here, Jay, or if you're still here, I was going to suggest that I bring down a chili bin full of beers for everybody after open mat one Saturday.
Oh, cool.
Chill out and have a beer.
We could have a later open mat one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking could be quite cool to do something like that eventually.
Yeah, I think so.
Go out for a dinner or something like that, bro. I can always have everyone out here.
That'd be cool, bro.
Get the smoker on. Make some fucking brisket burgers or something. That'd be good to do at some stage. Yeah, bro, mean, we'll have one for sure. Yep, sick. Sounds good, Jay. Mean.
There you go, got the blessing from the professor.
Yep. Massive. Oh, it's always good to do stuff like that, eh?
I think so, bro.
I love the old hanging around after open mat, having a chat and stuff. It's got the old endorphins kicking in from all the hard mahi and all that,
Spend a lot of time hugging and sweating on each other. It seems only right we get
Bonding.
to know each other, eh?
Trying to murder each other for a few hours.
Such a weird sport when you actually break it down.
I love that clip of Rogan, when that dude was on his pod and he was like, what's the practical use of jiu-jitsu? Have you seen that?
Yeah.
He's like, well, if you were I to have a fight, I would kill you.
Yeah.
It was funny, man. Jay, you'll crack up at this, bro. I was in Pack and Save the other day talking to Will. He was just working there, and he had some dude next to him. It's this young fella, 14 or 13 or something.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, how do you know Will? And I was like, oh, through Jits, bro. We trained together. And he's like, oh yeah, sweet. And then he's like, yeah, he goes, I reckon if I had a fight against a jiu-jitsu person, I reckon I could just probably win pretty easy, eh? I reckon I'd just keep them away, and and I was just thinking in my head like, oh, to be young,
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, bro. But I was like, how we grew up in New Zealand? He was like, yeah. I was like, how we play that game called rugby? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, what happens if they use their rugby tackle on you?
Yep.
Bro, it's not that easy to get away from someone when they grow up tackling, Brother, it's just so funny, just at that age and that. I remember being like that myself, though. You're just like bulletproof at that age, eh?
Yeah, I think too, like there's a perception, right, that you do martial arts for self-defense, and like people forget that jiu-jitsu is a sport in itself.
Yeah.
And that like you might do jiu-jitsu for self-defense. Yeah, it's got a lot of practical applications, but most people do it for the sport of jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, sure.
So it's like, oh, you can beat me up because I'm a boxer. It's like, you're probably right. But maybe if I wanted to, I could probably take you down. And then when you're on the ground, the boxing's fucking useless.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah,
like,
I mean, I'm not trying to say one's better than the other. I just cracked up at the whole kind of, like, I feel like I could just stop it. I was just thinking in my head all the times I just got flashing through all the times I've been getting strangled and my arms ripped on and all this. And I'm just like these highlights of just like getting sub. I'm just like, nah. Tricks82, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Robbie, g'day. How are you, brother? Yeah, it certainly is a wake-up call. I remember going to, my first jiu-jitsu class, and Sash probably smoked me like, I think she subbed me like 4 times in a 5-minute round or something like that,
I remember my, what might not have been my first session, but one of them was a couple, so where I trained down in Wellington, GSW, Jeff Grant, one of the OGs, one of his black belts.
Is he just a guy that's been around for a long time down there? Or? Yeah.
So he came in under John Will.
Oh, cool.
One of the originals in New Zealand. So strong lineage, mate, through the Will Machado family. But anyway, one of his black belts, Pat, who now owns his own gym down there, workshop. I remember the first time I rolled with Pat. Pat's probably not much bigger than you, and like I'd come from like a gymming background, right? Like where everything was sort of power, and that that's how you lift weights. There's nothing dainty about picking up weights, mate. And I remember walking into the gym going, oh, I'm like twice the size of this dude. There's no way he's gonna beat me. And like just remembered the lesson in life that I learnt that day. That don't rule out the small dude because he'll probably kick your ass.
Yeah.
And I've never felt any pressure like that since.
Yeah,
and
bro.
Like,
yeah.
He must have been 85 kilos and like I'm exaggerating, but like half of my height, right?
Yep.
And just made me feel like dirt, man.
Yeah,
like,
man.
it was
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh man, like that the sort of weight that I'm at though is a pretty prime weight for jiu-jitsu.
Mm.
You know, I think if you look at like, you know, obviously, you know, I reckon like maybe you know, a little bit heavier, maybe like 94, like someone like Gibbs size or something like that. You know, might be like the optimum sort of body size. I mean, obviously, but you can get fucking massive and you can't do anything. But like, they can move really well.
Yeah.
You're still athletic enough to move well, but you know, I think I'm gonna have to get him a crispy today. I think go for it. Favorite tat you have? Is that me? Is that Trix? Is that what you're asking? Trixie, 82. Sorry, Trixie. My favorite tat? Yeah, man. But they, you know, there's this like, fuck, man. Like, you roll with Bryce?
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck.
And
like, he's not very heavy, you know, but holy fuck, he feels like fuck, he feels like 100 and something kilos, like just unreal, man. Dude is a killer. Like, yeah, he's very, very difficult to move around. And I think once you learn how to move your weight like that properly and everything, like, weight doesn't really matter. I think that's the cool thing about jiu-jitsu, right?
Yeah, bro, 100%.
Yeah.
It certainly has a place. Strength and size, and it definitely has an influence.
I think if you know, jiu-jitsu alone, you know, as a self defense is phenomenal. But I think if you can compare it with other things like wrestling and, you know, even just like I said before, like rugby, if you've played rugby in New Zealand growing up, which a lot of us have as males and things like that, man, you know, you're at a massive advantage. You've got a pretty solid double leg, like off the bat. You know, sure, you won't have the level change, you know, like we do when we're in closer proximity to duck under, but you've got a pretty solid power double, like just run through someone. Ryan, how are you, geezer? All good? Welcome. He's been a black belt for 5 years today, I think, or close to it. Who would that have been? That was Knight's Mock. Been a black belt for 5 years today, I think, or close to it. Is that Brycey you're talking about?
Brycey, yeah.
Must be Brycey, yeah. Oh, no, he's a demon, yeah. Do it. Yeah, Pelican brought in 3 McCrispies the other day and about 7 Musashis.
I watched that one actually.
I didn't play rugby growing up as my physique resembles cooked spaghetti.
Would have made a good lock.
Bro, yeah, good lock, exactly.
Put you in the line out or on the wing.
Man, I'm really bad with names again. That purple belt that we train with, really tall guy. Jay might know.
Oh, the dentist.
Is he a dentist? Is that what he does?
Yeah. Real strong.
Like, really tall, really quite a thin physique.
Sean, I think.
Sean, is it?
Sean?
Yeah.
Jay will know. The dentist.
Sean, yeah. That dude, you know, when you get levers like that, you can throw up triangles, everything from everywhere, eh? Like, bro, he got me on a one-arm guillotine from standing. I went to grab his waist and he just like, somehow got his hand so high up and like backwards. I was just like, I didn't even know you could get sub like that. Bro, he got me with such a nice sub. I was like, holy shit. Big Sean, limbs for days, bro, exactly, fuck, man, it was
strong, bro, like
all as well at the car today. I used to work with Jay from Gracie. No way, well, yeah, Jay's training us, Ryan. So, Professor Jay, bro, look at that. Honestly, the nicest guy. I couldn't agree with you more, man. He's a legend.
Hand on heart, nicest guy I've ever met.
Yeah, patient. Yeah. Great teacher, bro. Shout out, Jay.
I'll make a J tattooed on me.
Yeah, gonna get a J tattoo? Maybe we could do that as a giveaway, bro.
The big back piece, just a J.
But any moment could rip a guy's head off, yeah. No, you're right, bro. Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about jiu-jitsu and the sport, right? The gentle art. The gentle art. Until you need to not be gentle.
Until it's not gentle.
You tend to roll around and get sweaty, Carl. Not interested in jiu-jitsu, though. Oh, okay. Oh, you got my hopes up. That's fine, brother. Ben actually offers a 10 p.m. class with drinking beers with the boys.
Yeah. Wrestling.
How are you, Rory, bro? Did you drink all 7 Musashis in one sitting, though? Because if not, I'm disappointed. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Robbie. I've got one in the fridge. I'm gonna crack it open soon. I remember when he used to go off between jobs and learn Japanese. Oh no way, Jay. Do you know Japanese, bro? Jay's actually in the chat, Ryan. I wonder if he was learning Japanese. Watashi no nami wa Karu desu. That's all I know how to say. My name is Carl.
More than I know, mate.
Did you like the mango flavor? It's my favorite, bro. It's my new favorite. No joke. I love that flavor, bro.
They have a mango flavor.
It's brand new. Mango flavored musashi.
Oh.
I love it, bro.
Mango's
So good.
good, man.
How you doing for hunger, bro? You doing all right, or?
I'm alright, bro.
Yep, sweet. I got a little bit longer if you don't mind.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Checking in with you. Just let me know when you get too hungry, bro, and smash some food. You can always pull it up next to you as well.
I'll go whenever you're ready, man.
Yeah, sweet.
It's actually quite relaxing.
Watashi wa big daku desu. That's why we need you here, brother. I've had 5 today. I'll go get 1 or 2 mangoes too. Let's go, team. Bro, how do you have 5 of those? That is, you're gonna go into like some sort of like kidney failure or something like that, bro. Holy hell. 5.
Speaking of that, remember when they used to make pre-workout, like
400 megs or
it was
something?
like a life or death experience? You take it and it's like, I'm either going to ED or I'm going to have
I'm
the best
either,
gym session.
I'm either about to have a great gym session or a heart attack.
Yeah.
I don't know what one. Was it the old Cursed?
Yeah.
Cursed or Jack?
Jack 3D.
Yeah, Jack 3D, and it had meth in it.
Yeah, man.
What on earth, eh?
Those
I remember
days.
Josh Maloney gave me 2 of these Rip Freaks once, and I ran to the zero tolerance bar and almost shat my pants on the way there. It was literally, I almost had to run home. I was like, I got halfway there, and I was just like, this is like, I don't know if it's a fart or what, but pre-workout OG Jack C4 was light.
Yeah.
Oh, hi Jet, there you are. Yeah.
Those are the days, man.
Bro, that was crazy.
Zero regulation.
My mate's a weapon too. He's like, hey bro, have some of these, bro. They'll get you lean. I was like, okay, sweet. Just took them. I was like, okay, they get you lean because they're a laxative.
Yeah. Yeah. Glory days, man.
The glory days. So wild, what they used to put in those things.
Just how late it took for people to regulate stuff, eh? Like,
yeah, it was like that with synthetics and everything as well, right?
It was mad. Like, as soon as someone found a loophole, it was like,
yeah,
sweet.
There was a product on the market next week.
And it was just like
That's what it seemed
mass-produced,
like.
and it was just like, boom.
Rip Freak or V Pocket Rockets, pure caffeine syrup. Yeah, bro, they were crazy. Your heart would just start pumping.
Right.
Oh, man.
Remember those?
Total unregulated. Who knows what that did to you?
And we had that, like, even like alcohol, like when the RTDs like took off. Remember they used to have
The
like
12%ers.
12% Billy Mavericks.
Yeah, bro. Diesel, just called diesel.
Ruthless.
12%ers. Having 5 musashis in a day, do you have magical powers now? Probably thinks he does. I remember getting synthetics from the dairy, $20 for some Pineapple Express. I never got to try that stuff, probably for the best. Court case in a can, yeah. No, it was not a good idea. It was a terrible idea. I remember my mate being at this party, and I don't condone this team if anyone's listening, but he drank like a cup of absinthe. Next thing you know, it's just like combing out in a garden. If you picked them up, put them to sleep.
Actually, they used to do you probably know the what's the drink? Is it Backdraft?
Backdrafts?
I think it's Zambuca, and like they light it on fire. You drink the Zambuca, and then they contain the fumes from the
Oh,
flames,
okay, yeah,
and
yeah.
then you suck and then they like light it on fire with like cinnamon and shit. It's a bit of a show, and like it's quite harsh, but it's pretty bearable. Yeah, one of the bars in Hamilton, I think they used to call it. They used to do what they called a monster of the Green Lagoon. and it was the same as the backdraft, but with absinthe.
Oh gosh.
And I remember going in there one night, and one of my mates was like, "Oh, I'll buy you a backdraft, one of these
Monster of the
Monster of the
Green.
Green Lagoon." I was like, "I bet you can't like stomach it. I bet you vomit from this."
Oh no.
And we're like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." So like he shouted around, right, and I went through it, and it was so harsh. And like I kept it down. We were just standing there watching him at the bar, like looking at me like, "Oh god." And he'd challenged me to keep it down. And next thing he just steps back and
Everywhere. Oh no.
chaps all over the front of the bar.
Oh no.
I was like, "Oh, you lost that bet, buddy.
Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, mate."
GG's.
So funny.
See that cop in Oz doing them a bus? They were standing around a table with all this G Fuel, Musashis, and all that, like it was meth bus, because they're not allowed to have 300 meg caffeine cans. What?
Really?
They're literally standing around G Fuel and Musashis, being like, "Oh yeah, we got them, boys." Like, come on.
Millions of dollars in taxpayer money to fund
Robbie's
the
already had
operation.
1,000 milligrams of caffeine today. Easily. That's
Funny.
crazy, man. I can't believe he's drunk 4 of them. Okay. Do not recommend that, kids. If you're watching this, don't do that. Bad for you. I am caffeine now. Hey, is it true what I read? Can't have energy drinks on TikTok. Is that true?
Really?
Mm. Yo, Darko, thank you so much. Appreciate the follow. I couldn't remember what that one was real quick.
It's the guy from South Park, eh?
Yeah, it's Randy Marsh, yeah. And
Yeah,
it's gone. Hey man, been looking for a bit and your work is amazing. Thank you so much, Darko. I appreciate it heaps. Thanks for tuning in, chilling. Don't have to say anything, team, if you're enjoying just sort of having it on in the background. I love that. I appreciate it heaps. Just appreciate any viewers, anyone coming in, giving me some time of their day. It means a lot. Thank you so much. I don't have TikTok, so I can't tell you. Yes, sweet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read that, eh? Energy drinks are an R16 product, so on TikTok, if you drink one of them on camera, they restrict the stream. It's probably not a bad thing for my industry, though. Is there a way, do they restrict it as in, like, you put an R18 warning on it, or they just, like, don't post it out there? Because, I mean, I kind of don't really want anyone under 16 anyway. Like, I don't, that was probably the wrong way to say that. My clients are not under the age of 18. So I don't want to have people, really in the stream that are, it doesn't matter to me if they're in the stream, because tattoos are, for older people anyway. They restrict the reach in general. Oh, okay, that's a pain. That's a pain. Yeah, Demon, I'm too old too, bro. I just got one because I've had everyone singing out to me saying, you need to get onto it. Apparently, it's really, really good. It's like a really good funnel. So, it is something that we're doing. I've got a can't see off camera here, but I've got a setup, sort of wireless charging mount and things like that for a phone. So I just got to go get a new phone. My one's sort of at the end of its life, and then I'm going to use my old one to stream TikTok. But I'll just have to be careful about what I can and can't do as well. It's into there, eh? Down and sort of getting back into that body. Yeah, it definitely gets to about the sort of 1-2 o'clock mark and things start hurting a little bit.
Mm.
Just we'll stop and have some food soon, just so you got plenty of energy and things like that as well. That's a pretty big thing to just keep maintaining the energy going in, because there's actually your body, your immune system's sort of in hyperdrive right now, dealing with everything that's going on. So you do actually burn a fair few calories even if you're sitting there. Can't be too old for TikTok, that's silly. Bro, Robbie's TikTok's huge, man. He's got like 50,000 followers on him.
Real.
Yeah, man. He's literally pretty damn handy with the old content creation stuff.
Is he doing Dougies and stuff as well?
Yeah, he does everything. Everything you can imagine.
Nice.
Yeah, basically, if it gets clicks, he does it. So.
Maybe he can teach us how to Dougie.
I'm 43 and I haven't got Facebook and TikTok. IG and Kip is where it's at. Yeah, nice, Demon. Yeah, you just do what's right for you. That's the thing. When you're a business, though, I think it's pretty important to sort of, be open to new things. That's kind of why I've sort of got one and started building it, but I haven't really been pushing it hard out. Just opened TikTok, and the first thing that came up was I had 800 and... Wait, hang on. I just opened TikTok, and the first thing that came up was I had 886,000 likes. I don't really use it, but you can get some crazy numbers. What? What are you posting? What the? That's a lot, man. Is that a Soul Nova Unlimited you're using? Yeah, bro. Yeah, it's a Soul Nova Unlimited 4. It's a number 2. Soul Nova Unlimited 2, 4.5 mil is what I'm using. Awesome machine, man. Really versatile. Nails out everything. It's kind of hard to see. I've got these like insanely bright lights in here, so it's definitely like a bit hard to see sort of what's going on, but get the general idea. Nice. Yeah, it's a cool machine, eh? I think he said that on purpose. I think Pelican said that on purpose. I think he knows. One of my dream machines. Oh, dude, yeah, they're awesome. Have you used the what do you use at the moment? Have you used the unlimited like a Soul Nova at all, or are you just in the what sort of stuff are you in the corded game? Because once you go to cord free, man, you'll never go back. Honestly, tattoo gun's like a term that is supposed to like rile up tattooers.
Oh, really?
Because they're called machines, but it's like this kind of. It doesn't bother me at all. I know what people are trying to say, but they but that's why he came on there and he's just like cool tattoo gun. He knows exactly what he's doing. It's yeah. I use one, but I run coil. Oh, cool, sick. Yeah, man. I started on the coils, just moved over eventually. What sort of work do you do, bro? Do you do like more trad stuff, or are you into the realism-y sort of vibes? I think coils definitely have their place, Who me? No idea what you're talking about. I know what you're doing. But that and the I never even heard of that. Never even heard of that dude. Where's that from?
So what's the difference between the machines you're using?
There's many differences between them all. Like a lot of it is personal preference, but there's also some fundamentals that are important to understand. A lot of it comes down to like what you're trying to do. So, for example, if I'm trying to do, hey, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it, Leo. Is it Leo? Did I get that right? Ben. Nice guess, but you'll be off the mats for a couple of weeks now, big fella. Might actually head to training tonight. Pretty safe. I won't get smashed by you this time. Oh yeah, Ben. Thanks for tuning in, bro. Oh, true. 1,500 pounds. Are you over in the UK? Are you? Is that pounds or euros? Sorry, I'm in New Zealand, so I'm trying to work out what that symbol is. Is it pounds? Hey, love the energy on your stream. Great job. I was at work, so I couldn't stay long, but I'd love to catch more. When do you usually go live? Feel free to send your schedule on Discord. Oh, thank you so much. I don't really have Discord. Sorry. Is it Helly Rose? I don't really have Discord, but my streaming schedule's up on my pages. So I stream Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. to when I finish, about 4 o'clock. So yeah, that's pretty much my main thing. And then it is sort of dependent on whether or not my clients allow me to stream, because this is a very new thing in the tattoo world. This is like pretty much a first. And, it's up to the clients whether or not they feel comfortable with me streaming or want to be involved, like Ben does today, which is amazing. But and so far everybody has, but it's a very new venture. I'm only 3 weeks in, and things can change. It's just one of those things. I'm working for somebody right now, so Yeah, UK counts. Oh, sick, awesome. Well, we're gonna be over in the UK end of the year. What part of the UK are you in? I'm over there. I think end of December, right through to about 15th of Jan, I think. So yeah, can't believe the time of tennis machines you're paying for the name. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. I'll have to have a look. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah. Bernardo, these things are awesome. So, sorry, going back to what we were talking about. With the machines, depends on what you're trying to achieve. So, I, as an artist, like I like having what's called a longer stroke. It's the distance from your needle's most retracted point to its most penetrated point, I guess is what you'd say. It's the distance there. So I use a 4.5 mil machine. I find that having that's on the longer side of strokes. I feel that having a longer stroke, it hits the skin harder, which allows me to work faster. But because it hits the skin faster and gets ink in there quicker, it also causes less trauma.
Yeah. Okay.
So right in the middle of the UK, I do love a long stroke. So
I didn't go there because I knew someone would. So
yeah. And it's very important to get a machine that has different angles too, you know. We're in the middle of the UK. So we're going to be going over there to. I don't know exactly. It's near London. It's about 2 hours from London, where we're going to be over there. So won't be working though. Just purely on a vacation, see some family. My partner's from over there, so her dad's over there. We're going to catch up, and yeah, it's going to be really cool. Stick to what you know. Got to penetrate on the right angle. Yeah. Can't get the machine like too laid down, you know, because it'll blow out. So yeah. Talking about tattooing specifically here. So so different machines are good for different jobs, and depending on what you use, like a longer stroke's generally better for color packing and for getting like deep blacks in and things like that. A shorter stroke is traditionally like better for smooth greys and things like that. But again, it all depends on how you move your hand and what you do now. The machines have different modes and settings in them that allow them to change their frequency or speed when they hit the skin now, and it's all wireless and gyro operated, and yeah, it's an amazing piece of equipment. There's different modes in here. I think it's got about 4 different modes I can put it in. I have it in responsive mode 2, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yeah, responsive mode 2. So basically, as the needle hits the skin, it just drops its voltage just slightly so that it doesn't hit too hard. It's basically in coil machines, we have this thing called give, where when you hit the skin, the machine backs off a bit. So it's just kind of replicating a little bit of give, just so it doesn't drive like too hard out. Right angle would blew out half my arm when I first started. Half my arm was blacked out as there was no fixing what I did. Oh, no way, dude. So big, long strokes like this are not very good for starting machines. I was talking to someone the other day and I recommended going to a shorter stroke of a 3.5 or a 4 mil just when they're starting, because having a long stroke, it can cause the skin to blow out a little bit, and yeah, a few other potential issues there. So only after a bit of time you wrap your head around the gear, how it works, and you can become efficient with it. So we're just going to jump down here a little bit. There we go, bro. But I still I've got 6 Cheyenne machines. So I've got a Solnova Unlimited 3.5, 4, 5 mil. I've got 2 4s. And I've got this machine, and I've got a Unio as well, which is a quartered machine. Darko, so there's options. Got backups. How long have you been tattooing for? Cool, bro. Going well.
We messed around for years, but just on friends and stuff. Oh, cool. So you don't work in like a professional shop or anything? You sort of still, you just self-taught type sort of thing? That's cool, man. Yeah, that's how most of us start out. I mean, that's how I even started out. Started just bought a machine really early and mucked around once or twice, sold it. Didn't, I didn't really know how to even go about getting an apprenticeship. So I just kind of did whatever I could to get some experience, but getting into sorry, I was going to come down here a little bit. Getting into a proper shop was like the best thing that I ever did,
What made you want to do it?
I've always wanted to. I always loved art and I always loved like music, so it was either going to be music or art for me. When I started first getting tattoos is when I really sort of thought about it like, wow, this is a sick job, like just these people get to create art all day and for me, I've talked about it before and I've said like, for me, it was more like the hanging out in the studio vibe. Yeah. It was more like this, getting to hang out with someone, get to know them, get to chat. Like I remember going up to Monster Truck Tattoo in Napier and they had the music blaring and they're all having laughs and like it was so funny, man, such a good buzz. And I just thought, oh man, this is epic. Like people do this for a living, like get to go and just like have fun all the time. Obviously I was very naive and didn't understand how much hard work it was. I just sort of saw that and I was like, man, this is what I want to, it's just a really good atmosphere. So I used to help in a shop, but there's only so much coffee I can make. That's all they had me doing. Yeah, dude, I understand exactly what you're talking about. I did a year and 2 months before I even did my first paid tattoo. So it was a long grind and there's a lot of sacrifice and I don't know how long you were doing it for, but yeah. I had to make my opportunity happen. I guess. It's tricky like that. Because I don't mean to be rude, but when people start tattooing and they're an apprentice, they're pretty useless to the business, That making coffee and that's like handy and good and stuff like that, but it's not bringing in money for the business, if you know what I mean. So it's always a tricky thing when someone's an apprentice because they can't make any money until they're doing tattoos, and for them to do tattoos, you need to be happy with their work so you can put your name to it, and not have to have all these issues with clients coming back with shitty heels and putting out fires and all that stuff. So it's a long process and it's a tricky one to navigate. Getting into tattooing, I truly believe it's one of the hardest things you can do because I'm not saying it's like hard in terms of like there's so many hard things out there, but what I mean is it's a really hard skill to learn to acquire because when you start, you suck, right? You've done no tattoos. You're terrible, But you need to do tattoos to practice doing tattoos so you can show people that you can do tattoos. How the fuck does that work? People want to come get a tattoo from the shit person, like so you have to work for free for years and like do heaps of deals and cheap shit and I still do deals for people if I'm trying to push this particular thing that I haven't done before, so that I can show people I can do this. Like I did this Japanese piece last week at a heavily discounted rate. Because I wanted to get that for the portfolio so I can show people that I can do that style. But I haven't really done that style like that before. So, it's a tricky one,
What, the tattoo or the part where you ripped his pants off?
Both. Yeah. No, sweet, bro. Thank you so much for tuning in, Appreciate it. Cheers for the follow. Thanks so much, man.
That was funny. I tuned in late to that one.
Oh, did you? Yeah, you like called in, you're like, what the hell?
I clearly missed
something. The hell is going on here? Yeah. It was pre-planned.
Like, I'm sure he didn't rock up like that. I've missed something here.
I was talking about Daisy Dukes to him the night before or something. He's like, I was like, bring a pair of jeans and we'll make you some Daisy Dukes.
Nice. Those viewer numbers up, mate.
Oh man, that was funny. That was awesome, man. It was a good stream.
Yeah, it was good fun.
I had a little issue midway through the stream, so I had to take it down and I got to re-upload it. So I revealed some private information that I shouldn't have. So let's just put it that way. So I had to take
is that when you got the mail?
Yeah, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to take it down, but that's my bad. Lesson learned. Holy hell, rookie. Thanks, Robbie. Yeah, appreciate it. Learned that one the hard way. That's
That's an interesting part of learning a new skill set, isn't it?
Yep. Especially when your studio's at your home address.
Yes.
Yep.
Or is it?
Or is it not?
Yeah. Exactly.
Who knows?
You're good at making Daisy Dukes, bro. When's Ryan's stag do, Rory? That's what I want to know. Get him a sweet pair of Daisy Dukes. Made Rory a sweet pair, bro. For his stag.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. I even trial fitted them. I was like, oh, we're pretty similar body types. But I was like, need to make sure he fits them. I think I made them out of like a stretchy jean material. I'm pretty sure. It was so funny, man.
Any photos for the stream?
I could probably find some. Rory, if you can find some, send it through. Let me know. I don't know if the stream would get flagged and taken down if we show what happened there. It's a big operation.
Some things you don't want to resurface.
What goes on stag do's stays on stag do's.
Yep.
He reckons he's not inviting any of us after the two he's been on. Yeah, that's probably a smart idea, to be fair. Oh, well, guess we have to kidnap him. Hey, Rory, it's either his way. It's either like, well, either way, it's our way, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But he could do it the easy way or the hard way. Let's just say that. I reckon we could roll into his work and just. I'm not going to give too much information. Only that he thinks he has a choice. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not going to give too much information. But the guy we're talking about, he's a car salesman. He's a manager of a car sales yard. So what I was going to do, and I don't care if he even sees this because he's not going to know who it is, was I was going to get someone like my mum or something like that to come and test drive one of the cars with him in it, and then I was going to then she'll drive him to the stag do. Yep. And then we'll just basically throw him into a van from there. Nice. And then she can just return the car back and be like, oh, Ryan's not there for the day or whatever.
Primo.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, he didn't get... He's had to have the rest of the day off. Just go on a Friday, eh?
That was brilliant.
Is that kidnapping? I don't know. Nah.
It's not. It's your mum taking the car for a test drive.
Yeah, it's a grey area. It's up to interpretation. How fucking shocked would he be at that? Holy, imagine that. He'd be spitting text.
You wouldn't know how to take it, eh?
Yeah, we did the surprise stag do once for a mate of mine, and man, it was wild. Had his work involved and everything. He rang the work up, and we were like, we need him off on this Friday, and his fiance was involved. She packed a bag for him, all this stuff, and then I think how it worked is we had to go get him from work and then go back to his house and grab the bag because she could only pack it once he was out of there for the day.
Yeah.
If that made sense. So yeah, he was at work, like in his work uniform, out the back, just getting into a job, and about 15 of us rolled in the door, and his boss was all in on it. It was funny as. The look on his face was just classic.
So good.
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, it was a good buzz, man. But it's there's a bit of shit you have to do on them, but it's pretty safe. Pretty tame.
Wonder what the kidnapping scheme will be for Kendra's. Ken's do.
Yeah. That will be interesting. How that'll even work because she's I suppose I'll have to do it like the weekend before or something, eh?
I won't give any details away, mate.
No, I don't even know how. Yeah, you might know more than me.
I don't know anything, no. Just kidnapping someone sounds kind of fun.
Yep. Oh, that's good. Got to be done.
I'm way darker than I intended to, but
I missed that last bit. Yeah, I don't know if Tom's gonna have one. I'm gonna have to ask.
Kidnap him, bro.
Yeah.
Doesn't
You can
sound
do
like,
this the easy way or the hard way.
doesn't sound like he has a choice.
Yeah, you either invite me, no, or we're going on and me and you are going on a stag do. Go test drive a car.
Yeah.
Hey Tom, I need you to go test drive this car.
Oh, good.
What do you reckon, bro? Should we have a bit of a feed?
Yeah, bro. Pretty good idea.
Get some food on board, power us up. Come back for the afternoon and
Dang.
hammer it home. I might just finish the body. I'm pretty close to finishing most of the black and grey shading on this body here. I'll do that and then we'll stop for a quick feed. Some crispies, demons in chat. Crispying it up. Well, that's worked out pretty effective as a cover up, man. Can't wait to add the whites into the background there. It's going to really bring all those features out. Cool. I think I might just leave it there for now. Making good progress. Any colour going in this one? No, not today. Not today. We're just going to be doing black and grey. Yeah, more your flavour, eh?
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, it just personal preference. I think just black and grey will be pretty effective for this one by the time I add the white highlights. Like right now, it looks like there's a lot going on, but you're going to see like the figure come out. So I'm only going to put whites down in the figure right through here. I might put a couple down in some of these sections, but everything in the background through here, apart from the star, won't really get any white. It'll like pull that forward, and then I'm probably going to put some whites like along this, like this eye section and everything like that up here. So yeah, it'll all come out, come together, but it's like a process time thing, But we're smashing it out. Okay, team, I'm gonna stop there for a sec, have a quick munch, and then we'll be back. See you in a minute. Howdy team, we're back. Sorry, I saw you're asking if it's over. Sorry, Rory. Oh, there you are, Rory. Look at those Daisy Dukes. This is my handiwork team. This is a stag Rory here. Oh, come on. Hard to hold it. Hang on. That way. Nah. I don't know if you're still there, Rory, but shout out to you. How are you guys? All good? Beautiful. Lovely work. Wouldn't really focus that well. Hey, sweet Will, I got your message, main. Cool. We'll sort you later on. All right. How you going over there, big dog? All good? Ben's just coming back, team. We're on. See that, Robbie? Just for you, brother. Thank you very much. Appreciate you dropping that off. Hookups from the homie. What was for lunch today? I'll show you. That's all I had. Nah. I had this like random like chicken dish thing that Lauren brought in. I don't know what it was. It was like it's almost like a chicken lasagna is what I had. I know it sounds kind of weird, but it was nice. Those milk meals, and Nate, have you had those milk meals?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're quite good, eh?
Don't even eat, just have a musashi. We need to stop and get some energy, guys. You know, like just not the type of energy that I thought.
Don't need food,
Just
caffeine.
caffeinated out of my mind. It helps getting tattooed, bro, having energy drinks.
Does it?
Yeah, it does. It really does. I don't know why. Have a skull, bro. No lips. You used to do that in school.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, do the old shirt filter.
The shirt filter.
Drink it through the shirt.
Was that a thing?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, I remember that. Actually, you should pull it up like this, and just
Yeah.
like just have this wet
Yeah,
patch
bro.
on your shirt.
Yeah.
No way, that's a throwback. I forgot I even did that. Musashi is a meal. Look on the can, it's supplemented food. Really? I don't know if I'm just I gotta have a. No, it's not. You're lying. It's bad for you. Nah. No, there's nowhere there it says anything about supplement. It says it on the right on the front. Oh, it does say supplemented food. What the? It was right at the bottom. Sorry, I was covering it up. Oh, that's gross. I'm gonna throw that out. Supplemented food. It does say supplemented food. No way. Why does it say that? See, it's lunch. You've eaten 4 lunches today then. It's not considered an energy drink now. Is that literally, no way, is that what they've done? Be honest, is that what they've done to get around that loophole? Bro, that means that actually it says supplemented food on the can. I could argue that then. I think so, bro. That's crazy. So they've done that as a loophole to its health.
So the stream next week will be debunking the supplement industry.
What I might quickly do, let's whip up this side here.
Bro.
And we'll get back into that other side because you kind of need to like rotate your arm backwards a bit. All right, we're back on team. Do we need to? Oh man, I forgot to do the thing. I'm gonna get better at that over time. Another glove. Waiting for it. Where's Demon? He's quick with it, old Demon. Yeah, there he is. Not looking like that. It's a lot different in real life. It looks very like light and grey there, but in real life it's like much deeper tone. I have 2 energy drinks a day. Easily have 10 and you'll be fine. Worried about you, mate. That cannot be good for you.
Can't be good for your back pocket either. Not cheap.
True, yeah. I didn't even think about the financial. Spending 20K a year on massages. Now, it always is like the reason why I've come up here is just getting back into it. It's always a little bit of a shock after a little break. But I like to keep the breaks really short and sweet and just kind of like get back into it. So you might find that it's just like digs in a little bit. And we're coming up to a really fun area called the ditch at the top here. The ditch is a bitch. That caffeine gum is awesome if you haven't tried it. What? Really? What? Is that a thing? I saw somebody was, I don't know if it was a fake article, but they were talking about, you know, how like people would put those tobacco zins in their mouth now. They were talking about how this company's made like suppository ones.
Oh no.
And it was like, I don't know if it was like a satire article or whatever it was, but it was pretty funny. Having a little read over it. This dude's like in the interview, he's like, I got 3 of them up there right now. You know? Get it from supermarkets now. There's no way there's actually caffeinated gum now. What on earth is going on?
Crazy world we live in, man.
Man, that's got to, I don't know, is that any better for you? Definitely not, eh? It's just going to be absorbed through the mouth and saliva and, I don't know. I suppose it all goes to the same place. I don't know. But, man, that sounds crazy. I'm changing the location of a couple of stars, bro.
Yeah.
I wanted a little bit more like smooth tone, like off the side of the face to distinguish the background from the foreground. Felt like it was just, yeah, you don't want to have the background too cluttered with stuff if you've got a really busy design. Positive affirmation into the world towards a Musashi sponsorship. I actually know a couple of people that have got like a hook up there, eh? I guess the problem is, right, like to get a sponsorship, you've got to have a following, you know? I mean, my Instagram and Facebook have a decent following, I suppose, but, you know, if we do want to get there one day. I eat those bars non-stop as well, the protein bars. Manifest today.
Sponsored by Musashi. Shotgun a can before every session.
Holy. If I get caffeine gum and drink a Musashi, then take pre-workout, can I live forever? You've got a C colour, bro.
2 more
Sorry,
till
hair
Christmas.
colour. Sorry, C colour. The hell am I talking about? You've got a hair colour at that point. Called peak gum or something. It's probably still terrible for you, but I like the kick. No way. So you've all right. So you've had a hoon. What's it like nights, Mike? Do you just like, what's the go? Do you just chill on it for a bit and you feel like you've had a caffeine hit? C colour, no way. I know I stuffed that up so bad, didn't I? Hair colour is what I meant to say. Sorry, I'm trying to tattoo talk to Ben and stream at the same time. Sorry. Sorry that I stuffed up that one word, Robbie.
You stuffing up gives the chat content too.
Yeah. I'm not doing enough.
Crucified.
He's just like waiting, eh? He's just sitting there like,
this idiot's gonna
look at this idiot, eh? Look at this idiot. Like, what?
It's a matter of time
He's
now.
sitting there, he's like, this idiot. Like, I'm gonna get him straight away. Hair color. Are you calling me bald? It's a hair system. You're pretty much, it's great. No way. More convenient than a coffee if I'm leaving home or in a rush. Dude, I just like the ritual of having a coffee, though. You know, like it's something nice about like, I don't know. For me, just like I enjoy having a coffee. Like
The experience of it.
yeah. I know it sounds bad, but you know, it's like it sounds a bit funny, but you know, and it's winter and it's cold, and you got the nice warm coffee in your hands, and you know, like it's the ritual of that. I think is what I like. I actually can't stand coffee. What?
Oh, check them out.
Can you ban yourself as a moderator? Is that possible? Because he's a moderator, but is there any way you can time yourself out for a little bit? How dare you come in here on stuff like that?
Not the following you want to
That's
build.
hate speech right there. That's getting in trouble for that. Me either. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's like. Here we go. I'm gonna put myself in timeout. I'll be right back. Drink hot drinks, wet out.
Go have some gum and think about what you said.
Yeah. Go and chew some gum. And think about what you said. Go get a coffee. Yeah, I suppose I kind of get that, especially in summer on like a hot day. Michaela introduced me to, and Chris introduced me to iced coffees recently, and that's pretty on. I really like that.
What's that, bro?
I can't believe I hadn't tried that before. I'm gonna go see colour for a minute. Am I not enough? Am I not enough for you, Robbie? Oh, I'm never going to hear the end of that, am I? Nope. Have you got your toupee in yet, Robbie? He's got sponsored by a hair system company.
Oh, sweet.
I want to see it. When's the video coming? We need to do like a reveal on stream or something like that. With your permission, of course. Which will also just be on the internet, so I don't really need it. I can just go to a page. I'm imagining. The hair system. No, Michaela and I are doing it next Wednesday, okay? I feel like you've been saying next Wednesday for like 2 weeks now. Very, very intrigued. Not for myself. I just want to see what you look like with hair. Bro, it was so funny. Robbie, when you came in the other day and you put up that photo of us and you put that filter on me or something, and like I had like so many people messaging me like say you look like you make a good looking girl or something like that, and then this it was like so funny. I was like, what the hell's he done? He's done me dirty. Working my way up to the internet, seeing my receding hairline. Are you gonna do the full like before and after type thing, bro? Is that what you're gonna do? It's not a receding hairline if you don't have hair. That's the other way to think about it. You've just got a really long forehead or a long neck that goes to your eyebrows.
A long neck.
Long neck. It's got a really long neck that connects the eyebrows. Yeah, I have to. Oh, no way. Is that part of the deal? It is if I literally just grow out the sides out and look like Mr. Burns. Smithers.
Long neck. That's a good one.
What's that?
A long neck. I like that.
A long neck.
Got a front neck and a back neck.
got a 7 head and a long neck. Yeah, I went into my doctor's like a couple of years ago, and I just wanted to get my testosterone checked because I was just I was going through a few injuries and stuff, and I thought maybe there's some sort of underlying variable there. And I asked them to do like a full bloods panel, so it wasn't just like testosterone; it was like everything else as well. And I was like, can you check my testosterone? And it's like he rolled his eyes at me, and was just like, really, another guy like coming in here like wanting to get their testosterone checked? He's like, you've been listening to Joe Rogan podcast or something like that,
Yeah.
And I was like, no, man, I want to check it. Like, I want to make sure everything's all good. Like, in Aussie, one of my mates, he gets his done like very regularly. It's like very normal that they keep on top of everything and check things, and just genuinely does his bloods every 6 months and stuff. Anyway, he reluctantly did do it, and he's like, and he's like, why do you want to get a check? And I was like, oh, I want to rule out that's why I'm having any injuries, And then he's like, I can tell you right now, mate, you don't have low testosterone. I was like, why is that? And he goes, well, you're bald and you've got a beard, mate. And I was like, well, what was that? What's that got to do with it? And he's like, well, that's because you got too much testosterone. That's why it's like that. He's like, you're fine. Don't worry about it. And yeah, sure enough, it came back like real high. I was like over the average, like by a mile. He's like, you don't want high testosterone, mate. He's like, 17-year-olds, like how bloody annoying they are. Like, they're not, like he's like, they're all just thinking.
Mark is a raging bull.
I was a raging bull. Like they're thinking with you, you're just thinking with what's down below, and you're trying to get in fights all the time. He's like, that's what high testosterone does to you. He's like, you don't want that. I was a raging bull.
Is that why you've been taking estrogen?
Yeah, bro. Just to try and balance me out,
Balance it out,
Yeah. Help me through things,
Yeah, fair play.
Estrogen's the new test, bro. I didn't realize that excess testosterone converts into estrogen.
Yep.
Found that really interesting. Talking to a mate, he's sort of. Have you had experience, like I mean, not yourself, but have you had experience with people you've trained with or whatever using steroids and things like that?
Nah,
no,
not that I know of.
Not that you know of, yeah.
I was very, very general population. So,
yeah, sure. Sure. I was just curious.
Nah, never.
Seems like a really big thing nowadays, eh?
It can be, but also too, like often groups and that sort of, because that's all like recreational use, right? You can't like, testosterone's different, right? You can go to a doctor and get a test and they prescribe you within certain ranges. You can't go.
That's like TRT, right?
Yeah, you can't go to a doctor and get prescribed steroids.
No.
So that's all like recreational stuff, and those people don't tend to work with trainers and stuff like that. They're typically in their own sort of group of people or by themselves. But no, it's everywhere, like.
Yep. I've had a few clients over the years that use them, and it has a significant effect on their skin, how it tattoos. It's almost like it really dries them out.
Yep.
They don't have like much moisture or like elasticity in their skin, and it can cause like quite a lot of excess bleeding at times, depending on how thin they are, and excess bleeding due to elevated heart rates and things like that. I'm guessing there's certain supplements that they take to elevate resting heart rates to thin themselves out. But it's quite crazy how common I've noticed it to be over the years. Is what I'm saying. Yeah,
it's way more prevalent than what you think, eh?
It is very much so. There was a white belt some years ago who trained very little. Who was on the gear? Oh, true. Yeah, I had some rolls with this fellow a little while ago, and he was enormous. This fellow when he first came in and started training. I'm not going to do no names or nothing, but huge, man. But he was saying that he was using and he had to stop taking them because his neck was getting too big, and it was cutting out his oxygen supply when he was sleeping and stuff. He was huge, man. Like, yeah.
Not worth it, eh?
I guess if you're bodybuilding, you know, like I think that's, but you know, yeah, strong dude. Well, I mean, like, I don't know what it's like with, like, because you know, like, you know, he's using, like, it's pretty obvious, right? And he's a white belt, right? So what happens there if he goes to enter in a comp?
Yeah.
Is that, I guess, is it like, I'm sure there will be people in the New Zealand circuit that are using and jumping in comps, right? You have to imagine.
Yep. Well, it's not professional, right? So it's not regulated.
Hmm.
We need to semi-pro or pro that they have the regulations.
Hmm. Not okay, in my opinion. Yeah. Because it makes it harder to choke him out, right? Yeah, bro. Well, he was choking himself out. That's the problem. I didn't even need to do anything. He was choking himself out in his sleep.
Carl's that good. He was choking.
I'm that good. He was asleep in his house, and I got him by something. You wouldn't believe it. This new move I've been working on. You know what it's called? Have a guess. Sleep apnea via trend. Via a trend triangle.
Triangle. Oh no.
Seen enough. Give me John Jones.
With my UFC contract.
Man, it'd be so different, like, at that level, eh? So, far out, man. Some of these dudes are crazy.
Scary people, man.
The thing, eh, with a bit of jits, like, you can definitely go out the window when you're getting punched in the head.
Yep. I remember having an interesting conversation with a guy once. Back when I first started, he was Taekwondo black belt. And there's like, I mean, admittedly don't know a lot about Taekwondo. And my response was based on how he approached me. But, you know, there's generally two sort of streams of what I know of anyway of Taekwondo. You've got kind of the artsy, more, you know, kicking boards is a bit more of an entertainment show type thing.
Yep.
And then you've got like the sparring side of it,
competitive karate or whatever it might be.
Yeah. So there's different.
Taekwondo or karate?
Taekwondo.
Sorry, Taekwondo. Okay.
Yeah. And you know, I don't know much more about it than that, right? Anyway, he goes, "Oh, well, you doing jiu-jitsu?" Yeah. He goes, "Why?" I said, "Do I want to?"
Yeah, I like it.
And he goes, "Oh, but like, what's the again that conversation from earlier? Like, what's the practical use?" I said, "Well, outside of the sport of jiu-jitsu, probably not really that useful." And he goes, "Yeah, but like scenario, like, what if I came up to you on the street?" I was like, "Here we go."
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, here comes the yarn. Yeah.
He goes, "What do you do?" He's like, "Pull guard." I was like, "Well, obviously, I'm not going to pull guard on the street, you know, like, no."
Bro, you'd just be like, "I'm 115 kilos. I'll just grab you and sit on you."
I'm probably just going to walk away. And by then I was pissed off, right? So I said to myself, "What are you going to do? Like, if I come up to you on the street, what are you going to do? Whip out your boards and break them in front of me?"
Yeah, exactly. yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And he goes,
"Oh my gosh, great technique."
He goes, "Oh, you know, fair play."
JJ Wilson was suspended for steroid use on ADCC NZ, didn't he? I didn't know he was suspended, but yeah, he did win ADCC. He looked phenomenal. He's the Moldy Kid, right? That's his nickname on, or his IG handle, the Moldy Kid. I'm pretty sure that's JJ. Follow him. He's a weapon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the follow. Big Ben on the street is a death sentence. Exactly, bro. You know, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you can. I'm not gonna. Robbie, no. No. No, Robbie. Bro, like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you get a big fella, like, even like Husey, you know? Like, good luck, man. What are you gonna do? Like, dude,
yeah,
I'm like reasonably strong, you know? And if he's standing and I go to grab a single leg, like lift one of his legs up, chat, I can't do it. He just puts his leg, he just pushes down, and it's like, this dude's like 130 kilos. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you can't, if he grabs a hold of you, you're,
Good luck.
Good luck, man. What are you gonna do? Kick him in the leg? Like, he's 130 kilos. Like, he's just gonna eat it and grab you. maybe not all kicks. You know, you might not be able to eat everyone's kicks, but the general population's not going to be able to drop them with a leg kick. It's a big human, man.
I don't feel small around many people. He definitely makes me feel pretty small.
Yeah. Grappling him's a lot of fun. I play this game with him. Basically, it's don't let him get on top of me is basically the game that I play. So it means that I have to move as rapid and quick and fast as I can, and use every single little part of my athleticism to. Because as soon as he gets on top of you, you can't do anything. He just holds you down. Fuck.
I actually remember the first time I rolled with him. But it gave me flashbacks.
Oh, really? Yeah.
When I first moved up here.
Yeah, you guys have some good rolls, man. You were like pretty similar size, you
A
know?
couple of rolls, yeah.
Yeah.
The first time it was actually I went down to Oliver's for a. Might have been the first day I met you actually.
Oh wow, okay. Yeah.
One of the Sunday open mats down there.
Yep.
And down the back where they had the boxing bags and shit.
Yeah.
And we like stuck in the corner where like it was dark and no one could save me.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Underneath Uzi going, fucking what I got myself
What have
into.
I done? Yeah.
Oh no.
Here comes a head arm.
Yeah. He can literally like bury me down here and no one would know.
Yeah, it's literally like mother's milk or arm triangle. Those like the two options you have, you know. What's your Twitch? Is the live stream ended? No way. Okay. Wow. Can anyone else check that? Please, for me. Is it back on? Back on. Okay. Maybe just dropped out for a second. Oh yeah, the viewers have dropped right off. Holy. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. That's a shame. Oh, what's going on there? We've been having a few issues. We had a power cut like earlier today, and it just like fried my whole PC. I had to reset heaps of stuff that came on, and all my cameras weren't working, and everything like that. I had to like reset it this morning. Lucky I actually came in a little bit earlier and tried it. Yeah, that's a shame. It's probably literally that'll be it for the day. You know what I mean? Because the viewers are probably all going, "Oh no, it's finished." Random. Yeah, it's been interesting, this whole thing. Like it's there's been a lot of learning. I'm not happy with that image quality, if I'm being 100% honest. I think if I can back, others might. Yeah, I know that's the problem, mate. It's kind of like once it's there, it's kind of bigger video. This is just not looking like how it looks in real life. It's really scary as well. My hand even looks like funny. Bigger video properties. Maybe we drop the brightness a little bit more. Oh, that's better. A bit better. Yeah, that's a bit better. But I think the brightness was way too high most of the day. That's a shame. No, because I had the that's better. Yeah, it's because it needed more. No, it was not even the contrast. It was just brightness. And what happened is when the camera turns off, when it power cuts or it just like it turns off, it has to reset. So I have to actually just like it resets the settings. It doesn't every single time I load it up, I have to adjust the brightness down. It doesn't save the settings. So yeah. So and I'm like looking at it going, man, this thing looks like hard to see and like it's a bit better. It still looks darker again in real life. That black there. Oh. Can you see here, like if I hold my hand over it, can you see how much like darker that looks? See that? Probably can see color now. Now I can too. Thank you so much, Robbie. Give me 5 subs and I'll make a C color emote. Icy color. I'm so helpful. Like, oh man, that's a shame that it was like that for most of the stream. That's just because it got reset, team. Oh well. You learn. Maybe what I should do, actually, now I think about it, I'm going to make a checklist for every morning when I come in here. And it'll just be to just go through the checklist to make sure, until it becomes a real routine for me. Just kind of go through and just check everything off one by one. I was looking at that stream the whole day going, what is wrong with this image quality? It looks terrible. $1,400 camera.
You start questioning your work, eh?
Yeah, I'm like, what have I done?
Is it shit camera or shit hat?
Yeah, I can see the difference. Cool, yeah, sweet. Checklist is good. Yeah. Just did a bad tattoo, eh? Sorry, joking.
It's pretty small. No biggie.
No, I'm loving this, man. I think heaps fun.
It's cool, bro. Funny because I've put zero thought into this one, right? Like other than seeing it and going, yeah, I'll take it.
Yep.
And weirdly, it's exactly what I wanted.
yeah. But that's so cool, man. Like, and at least you were able to see a design, right?
Yeah.
Most of the time when I do free reign appointments, people don't even see it until the morning of the appointment. Which is like, it takes a special type of person to want to be cool with like going through with that, if you know what I mean. But I guess they see my work and put trust in it, and for some people there's a lot of excitement in that process. Does that make sense? Because they're like, well, who bloody knows? I think it's cool and exciting. I think there's a process for everyone. Because how long have you known about my tattooing now?
Oh, whenever I met you.
Was it the Open Mat? Was that the...
Yeah, I think so. I actually think I met your daughter first.
Oh, wow.
Because she was with you. She was yarning away to us about something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Leah was with me. Because Leah obviously knows you.
Yeah, sure.
For years, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I was talking to her, but she, oh, what's your name? Because your daughter's name is real similar to my daughter's name.
Yeah. We don't need to say it.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, that sounds like my daughter's name.
Yeah.
And then like,
yeah, that was it.
I was talking to you, and then sort of, she goes, oh, like so that was Carl and his daughter, and like so one of my best mates is sisters of Carl's. I'm like, okay, like trying to piece this together, like what does that mean to me? But yeah, and then like he told me, he's a tattoo artist.
Oh, cool.
So I started looking at your work and went, oh yeah, it's pretty cool. And then obviously got to know you through Jits.
Yep. Sick.
All the rest of it. And like I've always wanted tattoos, but like I don't have a creative bone in my body, bro.
Yeah.
So like
you sort of almost need to see it or something just to...
When I see a style that I like, I'm like, I like that style.
Yeah.
And so when I saw your stuff, I was like, one, you're local, which means I don't have to
yeah, that's a big thing, right?
But two, I was like, your work's actually really cool, and I like your style.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, and then obviously got to know you and you're a good dude, and all the rest all plays a part of it, right? But
man, yeah, no, for sure. I think it's important, hey, bro. Like, I think it's important that artist and client get along.
I think so, man.
I don't think that you have to be necessarily like best friends. Like I've talked about that before. Like you don't have to entertain me or anything like that. Like if you don't, like obviously I'm really friendly with everyone, but some people might be a bit more standoffish. But I think, you got to sit here for a long time, so it'd suck if you guys hated each other.
Yeah, it'd be a bit awkward.
If you see the video, it'll give you a few minutes to make sure everything is ready. Yeah, I know, Robbie. So I need to work out how to do that, bro, because I've got my screen with my countdown on it, my 10 minutes, and it's like, I just wonder if we add, the video you made. I love it to bits, bro. I just wonder if we try and add like a stream starting soon, but on like the bottom corner or something, so people know that it's like an intro to the stream or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they do. It says it at the end. It's like stream starting soon, but I wonder if we just make the whole video. Robbie's made this really sick intro. I'll have to show you. I'll show you later on.
Yeah, cool.
It's like a start screen intro rather than just being a static image. It's like me tattooing. Like little videos of me tattooing. It looks really good, and I want to put it as the start intro. But I just wonder whether we have like because I like my start one because it's got my portfolio there as well. So anyone like I love having the portfolio there as much as I can. When people join in, if they haven't seen me before, they can immediately see a finished tattoo.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just got to figure that bit out as well. But yeah, he's made this really, really cool intro video. I really like it. And I appreciate the hell out of it, Robbie, because he did it for free too. He just sent it to me the other day. I didn't even know he was doing it. He's like a professional that does it for a job, you know, so did some literal like free work for me, which is awesome. I think people will get the gist of it being the stream trailer plus the end screen will just sit there until you click it over. Oh, is that what it does? Does it just go to the end bit and then it just like sits? Damn, I need to work that out. That sounds really good. There's a lot smarter people out there than me, Ben, with all this technology stuff.
Oh, I reckon he's probably done with people too, mate.
Yeah, I've done okay, all things considering. I've done okay.
Yeah, it's all new, right? Like,
It's all new, bro, and I've, you know, it's cool. Like people appreciate that, you know. Oh, yeah, there's 6 back on Twitch now, so that's cool. That's picking back up. It's a shame that cut out. I don't know why I did that. You can just have it sit there on the final frame for an indefinite amount of time. Oh, do you just add that as a video source? Is that what you do? You just go video source, you know, just have that as its own scene. Is that correct? And it'll just, when it finishes, it just sits on the end of that. Streaming chat, you know. Just streamer things, you know.
Yeah, you sound like such a streamer, bro.
Been doing this forever, you know. Like tattoo chat as well. People come in here and watch the thing, and there'd be like a tattoo artist that pops in and asks about machines and stuff, and it's like all like a foreign lingo.
I reckon it actually almost makes you sound legit.
Yep, it's its own scene. Then add the video as a source. Boom, it's simple. Oh, okay. Well, let me. Oh, that's easy as I just add it in. As, yeah, okay, cool. That's a lot easier than I thought. Fake it till you make it, Ben.
Come on, bro. Come on.
Fake it till you make it.
Always let off that like quiet confidence because people don't know what you don't know.
I like that.
Let's keep them guessing. So this guy's either a genius or he's an nutcase.
Yeah.
Could be both. You don't know.
Could be both.
Keep them guessing, bro.
Yeah, it's been interesting, man. I think a lot of people wouldn't have seen this coming. You know what I had working on there. You know, I'm pretty quiet for a lot of years, and well, not quiet, but I'm always been tattooing, but just kind of not really pushing everything.
When you get to a certain point, right, you have enough that just comes in through like referrals and
with tattooing.
Yeah. It's like most client-based work, right? Like hairdressers and even PTs, man. Like you do a whole bunch of work, you know, advertising as a PT, but in person in particular, most of the stuff comes from referrals. Like
I couldn't agree more.
Friends and family, and then they come back, or they, you know, like just after a while, you just get your name out there, and people just turn up.
Dude, I mean, from now on, you're a walking billboard.
Yeah.
For me, you know, like everywhere you go, you've got this tattoo on your arm that I've done, and people are going to ask you about it, you know, and that's the same as half these people that are following now or getting a tattoo from me in the future that are watching this, and you know, it's word of mouth is always the strongest form of advertising. I said that in my intro video to the streaming venture.
Yep.
You know, and I knew that only like that through word of mouth, that's what's going to get this venture out there as well. So like, you know, people talking about it, telling other people. I think the venture's definitely got people talking, which is great, you know. But just kind of need to translate it into followers. I guess that's the thing that I was talking to Ben just briefly about at lunch team, is just like how we go from now everyone knowing that I'm doing it to, well, you know, most people that are following me will know now, but getting them in as viewers, you know, like I'm maybe not necessarily like trying to bring people that don't watch live streams into the live stream, but how I go about bringing in people that watch live streams, you know, people like getting my work out to them, you know, like is there a way I can advertise that? Is somewhere I can pay someone to you know, I don't know. It'd be cool to listen to you explaining how to achieve this level of art, like what techniques you use and stuff. Yeah, it's an interesting thought. Like it is a cool question, bro, and a cool comment, I should say. I just don't know, like, if you, so there's a couple of things with that. Like, one, I never really intended this to be like a tattoo seminar or like tutorial. Like when I launched this venture, me and Ben were talking about it this morning. Like, I wanted this to more be like a podcast type thing. So it's like, you know, people coming in and I'm talking to them about their life and vice versa, and just a bit of fun, bit of banter, and like obviously tattoo questions are going to be asked along the way, and I'm happy to answer anything. But like I don't know if me giving like kind of like tutorial stuff is like a very good way to go when an apprenticeship's like 5 years long. And if I'm sort of showing things and talking about things, like a lot of the things that I'm doing now, you shouldn't even attempt to do if you're a new artist. Like even the exact technique I'm doing right now, you shouldn't be doing if you're a brand new artist. Like, so because you'll fuck people's skin up basically. So I don't know. I'm like, it's a great idea, and like, I guess like I think more like what you said there, like it would be cool to listen to you explaining how you achieve this level of art. Like I think that part's sweet. I just think the techniques I use with tattooing, I'm not so sure about at this stage. I think I'm not ruling it out. I just think maybe that might be locked behind like a Patreon or something like that if I was going to go more into what we call seminars in the tattoo industry, where it's basically, you know, sit down and I give you this in-depth look at my process, everything about it. And it's more for like tattooers and things like that. Make it content, not a teaching video. Yeah. It's fun hanging out with you guys. Like that's what I find fun. No, like you said that to me, didn't you? Yep. You enjoyed the how do you say it? Like the podcast?
It's podcast. It's like watching you just hang out with people.
Yeah.
And we talked about it earlier, right? That like connectiveness that you get through what used to be social media. You don't get anymore, but it's like I can have you on in the background while I'm working.
And it's like you're hanging out.
I'm like a part of it.
Yes, yeah, bro, yeah, for sure. And you're interacting. Like you guys are interacting. You know, like every time I see one of your comments come up, you know, I feel like I'm talking to you guys. You know, like and you're helping forge the content, if that makes sense. You know, and that's what I think is so cool about live streaming and streaming itself, and that's what's cool about the venture. You know, but I think definitely nights like we can go into like art and like background and stuff. I did a little like kind of design day session for this tattoo yesterday, kind of talking about some of the ideas and backgrounds behind it. It was about a 2-hour stream. Yep. And I a little bit was at the start, it was just me addressing how I lost my dog last week and stuff. And then I went into, you know, Ben's tattoo and like the composition around it and why I've made these decisions and why I've kind of got things this way. And yeah, so that was quite a cool experience. I did enjoy it. It's always, I think the stream works a lot better when there's a client here as well, though. Like, it's cool when it's just me talking, don't get me wrong. If you guys like that, I'm happy to do that. If you guys enjoyed the stream yesterday, let me know. But, and enjoyed that kind of part of the process. But I just find it's cool when I can hear about Ben's story as well, or whoever's in front of me. I enjoy that part of the tattoo process. I enjoy getting to know people, hearing about how he's dislocated both his shoulders at the same time, and like all that sort of crazy shit, you know. It's or hearing about his journey, you know, because for me, it's like, I guess when I converse with people like that, it sort of opens my eyes to different ways of people living and their experiences and how they process things and what's forged to make them who they are. That's what I really like about talking with people and stuff like that. So, love the idea, bro. So cool to see how you work. One of the things I look forward to is hopefully being able to wear a piece of art from you one day. I've been following you for years on Instagram. Keep up the hustle, my bro. Bro, thank you so much. I really appreciate that comment. That was Z. But is it Netlizzy? Like Netlizzy? I'm just going to call you Z. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that comment, and I hope I can get a tattoo on you one day. It'd be awesome to have you in here. Not lazy. Oh, so not lazy. Not lazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that gamer tags. No, sweet as, bro. No, I get it. It's crack up. I've got to like read them real carefully and like shit. What are we saying here? You know. I really appreciate the comment, and I hope to get a tattoo on you also. That'll be really cool. Have you in, get you on stream, hear who you are, what your story is, all that stuff. So I thought yesterday's stream was cool as preluded into today's one. Yeah, I mean it was a really cool, unique opportunity for me to show you guys a little bit more about I guess the behind the scenes stuff that I don't normally show people. It wasn't like a full in-depth tutorial. Like I didn't actually like really sit down and design much, because I already sort of had done this piece. But honestly, like a lot of that stuff would be tricky for me to do while I'm trying to like show people the process as well, because I need to kind of get in the zone and let the ideas flow. But I've got a session. Sorry, I've got a day on Friday where I can do a couple more hours. So I thought, you know, Friday we might do something else. Maybe take a slightly different approach. I was thinking potentially we will go down the path of doing maybe something like Japanese. It was good to know that you can see color. Thank you so much. Mrs. is from Napier, and even she says I need to go get booked in one day, bro. We'll get it done. Let's do it, bro. Whenever you're ready, I'm always ready. Just reach out to me on IG or whatever platform suits you best. I got a website. I got kvltattooer.com, or you know, whatever works for you best. IG, to be honest with you guys, is probably the easiest right now. I've just got to like tweak this website a little bit. It's really good, but it's just what's happening, and again, I've got to talk to Jay about it, and other people might be able to help. Why not? We can talk about it right now. I've got a booking form system that comes through, and it sends an email, and then I need to reply to the email, which Jay's helped me out with. Like it directly comes to me, and now I can reply to people. But what happens is I ask people to send me photos, and instead of attaching them, they're sending like separate emails. So now instead of it like attaching it to the conversation where everything is organized, it's like fucking 4 different emails for this one person, and I can't organize that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So what I've had to do is like screenshot all the photos that this person sent me and then sent them back to him, so it was all in the conversation, and just explain that. But if you message me on IG or Facebook, everything just goes straight into one big folder, and like, because you know I'm going to look at the tattoo months down the line, so it's like if I can't find the images you sent me through, like it's a massive problem, and I need that like organization and stuff. Yeah, so there's the IG there. So yeah, so it's a little bit tricky. It's definitely easier on IG or Facebook at this stage, because I can also send voice messages. I use voice messages a hell of a lot because I'm such a busy person. I sometimes run straight from here to picking up my daughter and doing all this stuff and all these after school activities and jiu-jitsu and designing and cooking and looking after my partner who's got one arm at the moment. So it's a busy time, so I don't often have time to just kind of sit there and type out these massive messages. So you know, it's awesome to be able to use voice messages where I can. I'm using dictate, you know, the voice message dictate setting, but I don't know how to stop people from being able to send multiple emails, like so they just can only send one email thread, or if I can organize all the emails into like some sort of like folder. Does that make sense? For each individual client, where I can search the folder, and I don't know.
Yeah, above my pay grade.
Yeah, mate, that's a user issue unless you can build it into the application form on your website. Hopefully, saying Jay can talk. Yeah, Jay. I mean, I'll talk to Jay about it, and that's the thing. I haven't even spoken to him about it yet. It's just a very specific thing for tattooing, because you know there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of, you know, oh yeah, mate, sweet. I see you've sent me this. But I just need these photos, and you know, and then the next thing they're coming through in a different email, and it's just everything gets fucking confusing and lost if it's like that. So, and I've never used email until now for that reason. I've only ever booked with Facebook and Instagram, because they're like, I can just search your name and everything comes up. So it is a bit of an interesting one. I've just got to get my head around it, and it's not that I don't like it. I just have to work out these little teething issues. It's all new. Either that, or you need to set up folders with people's names on your PC and then move everything there right away. But that's more admin. Exactly right? So it's like, you know,
Still manual, right?
It's manual, bro. Like everything's manual, and that's the issue. Is it's like if you just flick me a message on IG, it's just there, you know.
I think I've got a few of my workmates listening, and my approach is that I set up just rules on emails from their address that just go straight to the junk folder. So that's admin for you. But
what do you mean by that? Sorry.
So when my workmates email me, because I don't want to listen to them, right? So auto rule is that if they email me, it goes straight to my junk folder.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then you just don't reply.
Don't reply to them.
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I like to try and reply to everyone within 24 hours, apart from sometimes if it's the weekend. But Yeah, I like to try and stay on top of it. You know?
Yeah, no. I'm taking it.
But maybe I could do that. Maybe maybe I could just blatantly ignore people. That might be really good for my business.
Create demand, bro.
Yeah, create the illusion of demand.
Make it look like you're real busy.
Yeah. Sorry, bro. I've been really busy. You just didn't send me through the information I needed from you, so I think that came out so good. Thanks, Hoff, bro. It's coming along me, hey. Give it twisted over a little bit so you can see. Still got a little bit to go on it, but we've got a lot of white highlights to go and all this good stuff. So we're having a lot of fun today, brother. Yeah, it's I think just business is admin, right? You know, it takes a bit of time, everything like that. Mike, is there a way you can make it more painful right now? Mike Rogers.
That's my boss.
Is it your boss? No way. G'day, Mike. I heard also, Mike, that we missed a question that you asked earlier. I'm really sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened there or where it went. Maybe the feed just got crazy. Actually, what I can do right now, I think I can actually make that one have a few more lines. So why don't we do that?
We knew that whatever he was going to say was a waste of time, so
Ben just
deleted the comment.
Put it in my junk folder or something like that. Actually, that's way better there. Here we go. Very less chance that we're going to lose comments like that. Yeah, apologies for that, Mike.
Don't ever apologise to Mike.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. He deserves everything that comes his way.
Isn't he your boss?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Way to get a promotion, Ben.
I already pretty much did his job, mate. He'll be the first to admit it.
There's about a 10-second delay, I believe.
Anything he won't want to put online, he'll put it.
Thoroughly impressive, but I have no idea how it's done. Oh, cheers, mate. It's a long process to learn it, that's for sure. But it's like riding a bike once you get there. Yeah, it's a few years, a lot of hours, and I wouldn't say trial and error, but just a lot of, I don't know, a lot of concentration. Let's put it that way. And do it with your eyes closed. How's that? Do it with my eyes closed.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Nice. I have full faith in you, bro.
I lined it up first.
Full faith. Someone donates enough money, mate, I'll let you do the rest of it. Blindfolded.
Absolutely, bro. I look forward to, potentially in the future having those kind of crazy things happening. We were talking about that. They're like, I can't remember who it was, whether it was somebody at my parents', pretty sure. The other night was like, what if someone donated a whole bunch of money with it? Would they be able to, like tattoo you or something like that? Or, and I was like, oh, hell yeah. I said like $5,000, and Mum's like, no, 20. 20 grand. $5,000, you can come do a little tattoo on me.
Do we get to pick the tattoo?
Oh, actually, let's make it 20.
There we
20
go.
and you can pick it.
Yeah. Mum knew all along.
Yeah. She was right.
Mums know best, bro.
They do. From a mate sent me something the other day. I was like, XQC. You know who that is? Streamer. Spent like 3.5 billion on gambling, I'm pretty sure.
Holy.
He'd probably chuck a 20k. Like, it was just insane. Like, I didn't even believe it until he sent me the screenshot. It was crazy. Demon gave you up a tattoo in his sleep. I'd like to try. be hard to like, you know, without any visuals, it'd be near impossible. You know, you have to be able to see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Seen people tattooing with their feet.
Really?
Yeah, I've seen that. Maybe like amputees and things like that.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's a learnt skill, right? Using your hands.
It's a what, sorry?
A learnt skill.
Yep.
Using your hands. It's a lot of like people gaming and shit with their feet.
Yep. Sure. It's just some like quadriplegics and stuff, and they've got the things in their mouth and all that.
Yeah,
Like,
little joystick. Eh?
yeah,
It's
it's
crazy.
quite crazy. But it's cool to see that they can still do stuff like that, you know. All right. We're going to try and go more like this for a little bit now.
Right.
So it'll go, this bit won't actually take too long. It's kind of grey and stuff goes in pretty quick. How's the energy levels and stuff going, bro?
All good, bro.
Long day, eh?
A long day, all right.
We're on track, bro. We're definitely getting this done today.
Man. That's a very tender part of the arm, though. Oh,
Around the side, yeah.
yeah.
I don't know what it is about this part of the arm through here, but people do not like it. Also, probably because I'm coming like down into stuff that I sort of worked on earlier. So
okay.
It'll just be that. Like you'll probably numb out in a little bit. It's almost like you like switch locations, and it takes a little bit of time for your body to kind of like adjust to it. You know.
Makes sense.
Said I'm at Crispy, and I can't see what the hype is all about. Sorry, lads, it's a no from me. 4 out of 10. Bro, I had Demon on with you, bro. I had one the other day. Sorry, Robbie. And yeah, it was just can't see what the hype's about.
Isn't that just McDonald's in general, though?
Yeah.
Like, the whole McDonald's experience to me is like a 4 out of 10.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm probably gonna lose you viewers for saying
No,
that.
you won't. Robbie's fine.
That's borderline hate speech.
He's here it comes. Must have been a bad cook. Have you had Dylan Jeans in town?
Nah.
You know where that is?
No, I don't.
There's a little burger joint, and it is down in Emerson Street, Lower Emerson Street.
Oh, yeah.
It is across from, I don't remember how you. Used to be like a shoe shop there. You remember where the Collective was?
Yep.
It's on that same side, but it's the next kind of just up a bit.
Oh, okay.
It's really, really cool. It's quite a very small menu, maybe 7 items, or maybe slightly more. But they do like a very like American inspired kind of like chopped cheese and like double doubles and stuff like that. And yeah, McDonald's emergency food. It is kind of emergency food, for me. Yeah, so yeah, they do some awesome sort of like burgers and stuff in there, man. Really, really nice.
Go check it out.
It's like my kind of like cheap meal spot.
Yeah, nice.
I tried that community burger, but I don't know, it was all right. It wasn't bad. Maybe what I got wasn't the like best items, but yeah, that one's the one that's opposite the
Opposite the theatre, eh?
municipal theatre there. That's all right.
I think I've had that one before.
Very Pelicans, no flavour yet. Feeling a little bit better now?
Oh, it's pretty tender, bro.
Still sore there? Yep.
All good. As long as the stream can't see me crying behind my glasses.
Wicking away tears, though.
Yeah, man.
Have you got any goals to compete in jiu-jitsu, bro?
No. 100% hobbyist, bro.
Why is that? Just with the injuries and that?
Yeah, and I also just don't like.
Yeah, it keeps going.
I just don't like the competitive environment.
Yeah.
I'm just like I'm competitive, but I also don't care if I lose.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like that hype and the effort and everything to get there. Just be like, yeah, whatever. I lost. All good.
Yeah. I'm competitive once I get in there, but I'm very casual leading up to it. And
just the time, and I want to have a pretty good chance.
I won't train casually. Like I train like hard when I've got a comp coming up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd need to feel like I've put all the work in if I want to get in there. Like if you know what I mean. Like yeah. And I feel like I just take on a different attitude when I know I've got a comp coming up or something. Like I don't know.
I did a couple of comps at white belt.
How'd you go? All right.
1-1, lost one.
Yeah.
I'm the reigning white belt no-gi submission champion of New Zealand, like 2018, bro.
what comp was it?
It was a sub-only comp at 4 MMA in Hamilton.
Oh, true, bro. Yeah, crack up.
Yeah, man. Still got the trophy at home.
Yeah, nice, mate. Yeah. Oh, that's good. Good you still jumped in a few.
I realised pretty quick though, it's not what I got into it for.
Yeah. I jumped in pretty early into competing. Like I was like 3 months doing jiu-jitsu and jumped in my first one.
Yeah, nice.
Pretty early. Luckily it went okay, but yeah.
Have you competed at blue belt?
Yeah. Okay. Competed at ADCC.
Oh, cool.
Total. At blue belt, yeah. Took home a silver. Well, I lost the last match on points, bro. I got taken down, and just 2-0, I think it was. Taken down, and that was it. Yeah, there's no sub attempts or anything, bro. But yeah, it's part of the rules, eh?
Yep.
Time comes on at 3 minutes. It's 6-minute rounds, I think.
Yep.
At blue belt, and then time comes on at 3 minutes. Points come on, sorry, at 3 minutes.
Mm.
And when the points come on, like obviously you can take people down, slam, all that sort of stuff. When I go to fast food burger, try the cheese and bacon buttermilk fried chicken burger. Now that's a burger. Good fast. Where's that from? Making buttermilk fried chicken burger. That sounds mean. Yeah. So it was cool, man. I learned a lot from the match. I had a really hard opponent that was like not engaging a lot. Like they were running away from me the whole time, and I was like boosting around trying to basically catch him, you know. And he took me down, got the points, and then I swept him. Ended up on his back. Thought I hit him with a tripod sweep. Got on his back. Thought I put both hooks in. Oh, in my head, I'd put both hooks in. Watched the video back. I only put one in, and that's how he got out of it. And I don't know, man. Just the heat of competition and stuff. I just made a mistake, but and I was on his neck. I just didn't have both hooks in, so I fell off the front, and then he just got up and ran away. He didn't want a bar of it. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, but I got 2 subs to get into the finals as well, so it was good. I broke both my hands though, eh?
Really?
Yeah, cracked my metacarpal on my right hand the week before rolling with Kane Tosh, and I put a DAS on him.
Yep.
Broke my and when he was on his side and he sat up and it made it tighter and it broke my own hand. I literally broke my own hand. I felt this pop and I was like, what the fuck was that? And I just it didn't really hurt that much at the time, but when I moved my hand around, it was sore. And then I taped it up and I jumped in the comp the next weekend, and then in my first match, I caught my right. So that was this hand that I broke the week before, and my metacarpal through here, my little one, and then I jumped in the comp the next week, and my very first match, I caught my thumb on his rash guard, beat my thumb back, and cracked my thumb. So, and I had my very first match. I came off, my hand was shaking like this, and I was like, "Fuck!" And I was like, "Oh, it's fucking sore." That one hurt like shit, And then I taped it back up, and I told Brycey and the team, I was like, "Nah, sorry team, that's it. It's over. Fucking both my hands." And I walked back out there, bro. I walked back out there because my match was coming up in like 2 rounds. I walked back out there to say, sorry, man, like, stuff my hand, you know, I can't compete. And dude just put his hand out, and I just went, fuck it. And I managed to armbar him, bro.
Oh,
but I couldn't hold, I couldn't grab, so I could only kind of like monkey grip everything. And I managed to kind of like in the video, I'm like this, like trying to like pull his arm back, and I like couldn't. It just fucking sucked. But I got him. It was all good. From BK. Oh, true. Okay, me.
So good.
Traffic was for the first time for getting a tattoo on Saturday. I rate it. I mean, oh, bro, Steve, it's funny. I bumped into Rob in the supermarket on the way. We were just doing some shopping, and he said that he was just tattooing you that day. That's crack up, bro. What did you end up getting? I was meant to ask you about that as soon as I came into stream, but I just completely forgot. Sorry, bro. But you just reminded me.
On Kane Tosh, he's that good that he submits you.
Bro, he made me break my own hand. I'm not even joking. I've had a bad run with Kane, bro. I did that, and then when was it? I came back from the broken hands, bro, and went over to Hastings for a roll one day, and he shot a double leg on me in the middle of a roll, like in a real wrestling scramble, and my leg got caught sideways and blew my MCL out my right knee. It wasn't his fault. It was a freak accident sort of thing. My foot got caught and it didn't slide back on the mat, so all his weight went sideways through my knee. But we were rolling like, no, I wouldn't say like hard, but we were, you know, we were getting into it. Just sort of happened in the scramble. Yeah, like I said, not his fault, man. He sucks.
Dangerous black belts out of Gracie, bro.
Bro.
Jay dislocated my shoulder.
Oh, Jay. So rough.
Ruthless, man.
It's like the most chill roll ever,
Just, hello.
He ducked under, eh? Popped your shoulder out.
It was so, it was just nothing in it. It was like maybe second roll.
Fuck.
And he just, and I let it, like, it was just flowing, right? Dropped down, ducked under to take the back, and I just sort of lifted my arm to let him come out. And pop, it's like, shoulder's just come out, bro.
Off the ED.
Off the ED. And then Jay being Jay, the nicest guy ever.
Got dropped off again. What the hell? There's still at 8 there. What is going on, man? Bad day, eh? It must be. Was he lining me up for a... Oh, really? It's all dropping off. Oh, no, it's back up. Yeah, I'm sorry, team. Oh, no, it's dropped down. Yeah, true. It did. What the hell? I was going to run an internet speed test real quick. Give me a second, team. We'll just see what's going on, because it might be a problem with my connection at my end. We've got plenty of download. What's the upload doing? Let's have a look. $3.59 down, 30 up, 32, 30, that's going up a bit. 41 up, $3.59 down, 41 up. That should be sweet. Wonder what's going on, whether it's just like cutting out or something. I'm back. Back up, dropped out, and then going now. Okay, sweet. Twitch is glitching hard. Okay. Is it still glitching now, team? Can you guys tell me? It's a shame, eh? I wonder what's going on there. That's not. Okay, so we've been doing it on a few streams for the last few days. Okay, it might not be me, team. It might be a platform thing. Unfortunately, it says at my end, it looks like we're sort of got a couple of. It says I've only been streaming for 2 hours. I know that's not right. Let's have a little look. I'm just going to check my profile real quick. Check. Seems all good on. Okay. Yeah, I can't. I'm not sure, team. I'm really sorry about that. Thanks for still hanging in there. Both dropped off at the same time. I was like, okay, it's probably me then. It might be an internet issue. What the hell? Push a notification that you've only just gone live. No way. Send you the bill. Thanks, Steve.
So supportive.
You guys got my back, for a fee. That's all. That's all good. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on there. What I'm going to do tonight, if it drops out again, I'm sorry. Just keep coming back. I'm still streaming until I finish. What I might do tonight is do a bit of try and do a cleanup, reset the PC a couple times, update it, everything like that, and then. Thanks, Ben, for letting Carl stream today. Oh, I appreciate that heaps, Cuzzy. That's awesome. Shout out to Ben. All right, team.
Anytime.
Thanks, Cuzzy. Yeah, I'll have a look at my router as well and everything, and see what's going on. I'm regretting not putting solar on the studio now. I'm thinking I might try and get that sorted. So, you've been busy. How's the pain level in the chair? Hey, Ryan, bro. Welcome back. Ben, how you doing?
Pain's like a solid 8.
Solid 8 now, eh? Yeah, it's creeping up. You reckon the side of the arm just hurts heaps more? Like where we are now?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. If Ben does go a little quiet, team, he's just in the zone. So don't stress. It's just, gets to this point of the day, and let's be honest, shit does get pretty sore. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. He's doing bloody good. Send your love to him, team. The long pause said 10, not 8, Ben. Thanks for putting up with Carl.
I don't want to be too dramatic.
Oh, shout out, Armo. Thank you so much for the support. That's so crack up. Thanks, Ben, for putting up with Carl. Yeah, he was saying 8 out of 10 was me. 8 out of 10 was the Carl pain. Tattoo's actually not too bad. Get some sugar down you, it'll help with the adrenaline. Yeah, absolutely. Have you got some sugar on you, bro? It's a good point.
I'm sweet enough.
You're right. You're sweet enough?
Sweet enough.
Do you want to get some more food in you soon or something?
I'm all good, bro.
Okay. Sweet.
I'm all good.
It is one of those things, though. You just got to kind of get into a zone with it. And
It's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
It's sore, but
yeah, it's not like killer.
Not
Not a deal breaker.
always annoying.
Story of my life.
Literally.
More just annoying.
That's me every morning when I wake up.
How's the wrist? Mine felt like it was ripping open.
The wrist was actually alright.
You're going to up here, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you are now is not too bad. It was
Down here.
a couple of centimetres down. It was the worst.
Interesting, eh? I've had that with a few people, and they reckon like some reason, I'm not sure what it is. It's down here somewhere that just really burns.
That real meaty part, eh?
Where in the dark side. Gav, can't feel a thing. Hey Gav, how are you? You feeling good, Gav? No pain? Good to hear that you're doing well, mate. Thanks for joining in and offering your support to Ben, Gav.
Means the world, Gav.
When I had my chest done, I was like tattooing a xylophone. Honestly, an eye injury is more inviting. Have you had an eye injury? What's this? Holy. Tattooing chest. Bro, chest sucks, eh? Tendon is that part of the arm. Tendon in that part of the arm. Tendon in that part of the arm. Alright, yeah, maybe. I don't think there's like a tendon through here. I don't know why it hurts some people. I thought it was nice in here, but some people just hate it there.
I think we did
Chest is horrible. I saw someone said that they got something on their foot that sucked a while ago. Their feet are sore. Holy, I had my foot done that. That sucked.
What's your hand like?
Big tendon in that part of the arm. Oh, maybe it is. Have you tattooed any eyeballs? Nah. That's a different world. That they actually don't tattoo eyeballs with this type of machine. So you guys know, it's done with an injection. It's like a literal like hypodermic needle that goes into the white of the eye. And definitely do not do that. Do not recommend it. Heaps of people have problems with their vision over time. Should not be playing around with the eyes, team. There's a lot of people out there that I know that have. I know a couple of people that have had it done. Personally, I know 2. And Jenny, when she had hers done, man, that fucking looked like. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about it on here. Are you allowed to talk about kind of gory stuff? Can you guys tell me about that? I don't want to do a bit blind. It's not surprising. I had a camel toe tattoo. Can't remember if it hurt. No pain at my end, sending love. I love that. Kev, no pain at my end, sending love. Sending love back, Kev. Thank you so much for the support. Appreciate you tuning in, brother. Should be okay. I'm not sure on that one. Yeah. Yeah, no, we won't talk about it. She basically had a reaction to the procedure, and let's just say things didn't go to plan. Everything in the end was fine, but I was going to go into a description of what happened, but I think I'm just going to not. But it was pretty bad. Maybe you could, if you're interested, DM me personally, and I can tell you what happened. I don't have like a photo or anything. I can just sort of explain it, but. I just don't want to go into like gory stuff on here. But my other brother Ace, he had it done as well. He had his eyes done green. He's up in Auckland, lurking in the bushes somewhere. I think he didn't have too many issues with his compared to Jenny, but she had hers done pink, and not good. Yeah. I've been doing good, your legend. He is a legend. Yeah, man, that eyeball tattooing and stuff's crazy, isn't it? Like,
That's mad, bro.
Yeah. I'm not sure how I am on the, like everyone's different, right? Everyone has different views and things like that, and different visions of what they think is beautiful and amazing. And I'm not trying to discredit anyone that does have it done. There's a place out there for everyone, right? And if it makes people feel more confident in their bodies, then you just do whatever you need to do in your life, basically. But I personally wouldn't get it. Just with the eyes, it's like a lot of risk there. I mean, I'd say I'm pretty conservative in terms of like being a tattoo artist. Like I'm not like saying that I don't like body mods and stuff, but like, well, it's not really my cup of tea. I should say that. Like it probably is that I don't really like them. At my core, like I don't think that people that have them should give a shit what I have to say. Like it's their choice. Like go do whatever you want, but I don't really like them. That's just my opinion. I'm allowed to have that. I like tattoos. Saying that, I don't like. Like I wouldn't go get my face tattooed. That's just how it is. Yeah. I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't. Hey, almost back. Green machine. It's definitely up to like everyone's own personal choice, right? But
I respect the whole. If you want to do it, do it. Don't give a shit what anyone says.
Yeah,
fine.
I think if you're going to those levels, you shouldn't give a shit what anyone says, because it's gonna, you're gonna get looked at. I think it's the ones that for me that are like, one thing I've never really understood is when people go and get really extreme body mods and things like that done, and wonder why people are looking at them. Yeah. Never understood that. I mean, it's so different and in your face. Like you can't. It's not that they're judging you; they're just looking.
Yep. They're gonna look.
They're gonna look because it's like different, and people don't normally. You don't see a lot of people with those kind of things. So,
Haven't heard this song in a while.
What's that, sorry?
Haven't heard this song in a while.
Yeah. I'd love to be able to like pump the music for everyone, but what's the experience been like being like a viewer of the stream and then coming in and getting tattooed? What have you noticed? That is anything been surprising, or have you enjoyed it? And
I've certainly enjoyed it. It's like for me, I think what you've done really well to translate is, and I think it helps that I know you outside of your profession, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I know you in a personal,
for sure,
personal setting, but like just I think seeing you've carried yourself through it very genuinely.
Oh, cool, man.
Like who you are in person is who you are online, and then you're also that same person outside of work.
And that was the only way that I thought I could do it, because if I tried to be something that I wasn't, then you're going to get found out, right? Yeah.
So you've done really well at being like you.
Thank you, bro.
From what I know of you, anyway.
Yeah, sure. This is me.
And like one like really cool thing that I liked about this whole process was when we had like a very like a 2-minute discussion after a roll a few weeks ago about like the first week of the stream, right? And just how cool it was, and said, I'm going to come see you for a leg sleeve.
Yeah,
and like what you guys won't see and may not ever get to see, but like watching Carl go into creative mode, like instantly your brain just switched.
Like when you asked me about the leg
on the mat, and I said, I'll do the leg. And he goes, what do you want? I said, this. And you just went, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? Holy fuck, that's really cool. Like watching you.
Oh, like the creative muscle.
Your brain
that's interesting. That's
your brain
interesting.
just flipped on me, bro. And I was like, this guy is like one really passionate, which is really cool. You want someone who's passionate, right?
Yeah.
Because then they're going to take care of you.
Yeah.
They're interested, they'll take care of you. And I know that from what I do outside of work. But then like you're very knowledgeable, obviously, about what you're doing, and that obviously comes with experience and everything.
Sure.
But just like you changed.
That's it. I flicked the switch.
Crazy, bro. And
I flicked the switch and went into creative mode. So basically, like Ben was like, I want to do this kind of like story about my journey, right? And just correct me if I get any of this wrong, but you basically spoke about parts of you. Was it from a young lad?
Yeah,
right through to.
I have this like my ultimate vision, right? It's like a full leg sleeve of like everything from like my youth to like all my favorite music, all my favorite TV shows, sports that I play.
Yeah, so you didn't tell me about wanting it to be a journey up the league. I suggested that, right? So you said like I want to do this leg sleeve, and it's like all these cool things from my youth that are memorable. And I said, well, start at the bottom, and let's start the bottom of the legs just on the spot, bam. Just let's start the bottom of your leg with the earlier stuff in your life, and we're going to work up towards the present day. So it was like, and throughout the leg, I said, as we have like kind of these, let's say bands or whatever it is happening, I said we could have like little figures or something that are like growing older and wiser or something like that. And I said, as we get to the top of the leg, we could do something like where, because he wanted to keep it open ended, I said you wanted to keep it open ended today, didn't I suggest that to you? And you're like, yeah, I do, I want to keep it open. And I said, well, we could do this like kind of like winding path top that forks off into multiple roads with doors, and the doors are cracked open or something like that, or they're open doors, and it's just to symbolize the fact that like there's many different paths we can go down in life, kind of similar to this, but like in a different kind of manner. We said we'd have that right at the top, like finishing the leg, so that it's like you've got all these cool things that have like accompanied you through your life, and it's like the journey of time and everything going up there. But then it's also open at the top, right?
Yep.
And was there anything else that we discussed there? I can't quite remember.
That was about it, bro.
Yeah, that was about it. It was like a quick 2-minute yarn or something. And
it was incredible, bro. Mad.
Nice. So it was a good day then, 100%. Well, I remember seeing, buzzing out, when seeing you click into creative mode when you did your AI on my leg. Being spot on. It's cool to see. Oh, that's cool, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. It's, there is a mode I guess I switch into, for sure. It's like, it's like playful me and stuff like that. But when it comes to my work and stuff, there's definitely a creative mode. I have to like listen to you first and hear what you're about and what you like and what you don't. And once I've got that sorted, then I can kind of pick up on the things that you're trying to show, I suppose, through the artwork. And then I can kind of get my creative juices flowing and suggest a few ideas. Now, I'll spit bullshit out to people and like on the spot, just it might not necessarily be something that I'm like set on, but I'll throw out options. I'll be like, we could do this, or we could do this, or we could do this. And I did that with the other side of your arm this morning. I said we could do a winding staircase, we could do the planet, we could do, you know, like a seed, or you know. And I just kind of like gauge people's feeling on it, because you can get a reaction off someone almost straight away, whether they're feeling the idea or not. You think tattoo artists or body modifiers should say no if they think something is a bad choice? An example, an 18-year-old comes in with a face tattoo. Very, very good question. I think absolutely. I don't think that you're trying to be someone's dad. You know, you know, that's not that. You're just trying to protect someone who, you know, if they don't have a job and they're 18 and they're coming in wanting a face tattoo, like if they're not covered in general, why are you getting, like, I don't want to do a face tattoo, you know? You can have whatever outlook you want on that. Like, some people have got, not mad at me, or, you know, they've challenged me, you know, they've gone, oh, well, it's my body, I'll do what I want. Like, you're the tattoo artist, like, I'm paying you. And it's like, yeah, but, you know, like, I don't want to be responsible for making your life hard, you know?
But back to your earlier point, right? It's a walking billboard
of my work and my values and things like that. So I think it's just like, I feel it's a bit off if someone goes into their first tattoo and it's in their hands, neck, or face. Yeah, so but that happens all the time, you know, like that happens a lot. We get young people coming in now, especially with like current rap culture and things like that, where there's like, you know, artists getting shit all over their face all the time, you know, and they do come in wanting their faces tattooed all the time. And that's very like that was happening reasonably, well, more frequently than I would have thought it would happen when I was working at the Collective, which was an open street shop in Napier. I just feel like it's kind of like part of, I don't tattoo anyone under the age of 18 full stop, like at all. Where I am in the world, you're allowed to tattoo 16-year-olds with parental consent. I think the tattoo age should be raised to 21. I don't think your brain's developed enough sometimes. I think the shit you like and think is cool and the people you're hanging around with, and you know, that might not be you in a few years' time, and you might not understand that now and get mad at me for saying that. But I think as you get older, you'll realize it. I think it's case by case. I think there are definitely some like young people that are 18 that have their head screwed on, that are getting something for a genuine reason. Say they've lost someone or whatever it is going to be. They've been through a battle. Who knows? But yeah. So that's just the tattoo looks great. Thanks so much. Mike, how do you navigate the culture aspect of the art? Is it different for, say, multi design versus Celtic Asian? Absolutely, Mike. Great question. Yeah, case by case. If you do tamoko for a job, then you handle your own people and you handle your own cultural needs. Like, I'm just talking about my kind of tattooing. You know, I don't necessarily, you know, have like a cultural side to my tattooing. I mean, sometimes I'm doing things that are representing people's cultures, but I'm just creating artwork, if that makes sense. When it comes to things like tamoko and like really kind of like culturally sensitive tattooing, they have their own rules. That's their own thing to work out. I have no place to comment on that, you know. And there's been times where I've been asked to collaborate on things, which I would do if I was asked to. Some of my good friends in the tattoo industry are very high up in the tamoko world. Kanawa, Heeds, you know, the whole House of Natives crew and all of that. Awa Inc. from here in the Bay, Itty and all that. So I'm friends with people that do that sort of stuff. And anytime anyone asks me about getting those kind of things, I always recommend them to those people, because they're the ones that need to take care of that. That's what they specialize in, you know. Those people that have X's name tattooed on them somewhere. That's just a straight up no. People come in, oh, I mean, shit, I shouldn't say no. I don't know, it's a tricky one, you know? It's a tricky one. I think there's, you know, I don't know.
Stop digging, bro.
I'm trying to respond.
Yeah.
Partner tattoos seem to be like a taboo in the tattoo world. They seem to be like a curse. Anytime someone gets one, it sort of seems to not work out. I don't know. Your choice. But yeah, X's names are I'll get asked to cover about 6 to 10 of them a year.
Good business for you, bro.
Good business, eh? It's like the tyre shop going around and slashing tyres out in the community, eh? It's just like, you just keep tattooing X's names on people's partners' names, you know, it's going to be repeat business down the line. And X's faces. Yeah. That's right, Robbie. That's exactly right. It happens. You got to be kind of sensitive as a tattoo artist though, because you don't know what's going on, why they're asking you for the tattoo. There could be a fucking damn good reason.
Yep.
And you just gotta, when it comes to those things, I don't ask questions. If someone asks me to do it, I just kind of do it. But I don't probe and like say like, hey, why are you getting this done? You know, that's an interesting thing in tattooing. You know, like I learned pretty early on in my career not to even ask why people are getting things, because you don't know what you're about to open up. There's some really sentimental, meaningful stuff that's really hard to hear, and you just got to kind of be a professional. And if you can't, like, if it's not like offensive or anything like that, like, just kind of do it. The free guaranteed revenue for someone down the line, yeah. Sam, I reckon that Hardy boy across the brows would be sick. Straight on the dome, you reckon?
That hearty boy. He has just asked if I can get a hand tattoo.
Are you gonna?
Sure.
Would you like to have your hands done if you didn't work in like a role like yours?
I'd get it done in a role like mine, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you want yours done?
I never really thought about it.
Yeah. It's interesting, eh? Like, because we talk about how tattoo sort of reception has changed in years, and how things have gotten better. But let me tell you firsthand, from someone who has their hands tattooed, you will get judged.
Yep.
You will, whether you like it or not. People
like it.
People will be looking at them, and you go into some places where you might need to speak to professionals. I had it when I went to the bank. I went to ANZ Bank, and I had this lady, and she was a very judgmental lady, and she I basically had sold a property and I had the funds to buy a new property, and I was just looking to remortgage, and I was actually I was asking for less money than I currently had as like borrowing. So I was paying. Let me rephrase that. I was already paying an amount that was. Let's just use hypothetical situations. Hypothetically, it was $2,000 a month, let's say, and I was coming in asking to be remortgaged at $1,000 a month. So I was already paying almost double what I was asking for, and I went in there. And I'd been paying that for years and all this stuff. And I had the money. I just sold this property and I was looking to borrow less. And it was basically like, I went in there and I was like, oh, hey, just looking to, remortgage the house and just sold. And we're moving into a new place. We just don't need as much of a mortgage now. And she's like, oh, well, I'll be, she just like looks at my hand tattoos and she's like, oh, you got a lot of tattoos? And I was like, yeah. No, I do that for a job. I'm a tattoo artist. And she was like, oh, okay. No, I don't really like tattoos. And I was like, okay, cool. Didn't ask, and then she's like, well, we need to figure out whether you can afford this mortgage. And I was like, oh no, it'll be sweet. I'm already paying more than what it is. Like, I've done all the calculations. I've worked out my serviceability. And she looks at me and she's like, I'll be the judge of that, dear. Ooh. And I was like, oh, here we go. and then she's like, I need to get you all your financials and make sure you can afford to service it. And I was like, oh, it'll be fine. Don't worry. And she's just going AWOL on me, and then I ended up going to a different bank, basically. Let's put it that way. I ended up just going, nah, I'm not dealing with this, and went to a different bank. It was just all to do with the tattoo. She wouldn't stop looking at my hand tattoos. She's like, why'd you get your hand? She even said, she's like, why'd you get your hand tattoos? They're pretty hard to cover. And I was like, well, I'm a tattoo artist. She goes, yeah, what if you don't? What if that doesn't work out? And you know, I've been doing it for over 10 years. I'm gonna be fine. Worked with a lady who thought all hand tattoos were related to gangs. Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting. I was getting like questioned if I was in a gang, pretty much. Are you kidding me? Yeah, bro, absolutely. You doing all right?
Yeah, actually, I moved my shoulder a bit.
Yeah, sweet. What he said.
Keep it clean, Carl.
I am.
Clean.
I am. Your arm. Skin.
Skin.
The skin, bro. Oh. When I got hand tattooed, it was like a switch flicked overnight. Going to public places, stark difference right away. Yeah, it does. You know, it's funny, eh? Like, more than half the branch leaders across the country are incompetent. Oh, it was funny as more like, yeah. I think she was pretty pissed off to see I make more than her, I was making more than her. Let's put it that way. I think that was a bit of a. She wasn't too happy about that. Oh well, you know. Yeah, if she owns the bank, it's like, you know, like what, there's just no need for any of the attitude-y stuff, you know, like just like yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly, bro. Musashi down, team. I can see color, Robbie. I can see it. Nah, not all done, bro. Nah. We're So what I've done is, I'll have a check when I get back. I think that I might need to take the shape out to the right a little bit more, just to make it sort of like fit nicely down that side of the forearm. We'll see. What I have to do is just go grab some grey now and just come through some of those vines and everything, so I can bring some forward and pull some back. So there's like black in the background or grey, and then sometimes I like to put like a grey over top of the light areas that are coming through from the roots, and then it just gives it like kind of more like a 3D effect. So when I put the whites in, pull some vines out, and then there's some at like midway, and then there's some right back. So there's like layers and depth to the piece. Yeah. I'm so glad you can finally see color. Yeah, so yeah, it's crazy. I've been told I look like a crim gang member by some. Bro, you know, you've got mean, well done tattoos as well, Hart. Like, bro, they're mint. Like, your sleeves look so sick. It's crazy to think that people like, I don't know, yeah, it's happened to me quite a few times. And like, I was tattooed pretty young, like 17. I think I pretty much had a sleeve done by the time I was 18. So my left arm was pretty much done. And I definitely like had some issues with people, I guess, kind of like just judging you at like without getting to know you and things like that. I can definitely understand from their side of things. Like, if you saw someone, like, I'm sure we can all understand this, right? Like, if you're in the gym and you look across and you see this fucking tattooed dude and he's like grunting and that, and you don't know him, and he's like, they're fully tattooed and stuff, like, you might be like, holy, like, he means business. But like, I don't know, like, you know, you just gotta, as we are aware, you just gotta get to know people first. Yeah, keep smashing. Nah, you're good, bro. You have them all. Yeah. I low-key find it funny sometimes. Yeah, I'm sure there's a ton of people out there that love it, bro. You know, that love the, you know, the not arguing with people, but like love the judgment and then being able to like kind of like prove them wrong, you know. But like, I tattoo everyone from like lawyers right through to, you know, every walk of life. So it's yeah. I've had religious people come through the door, they see my tamoko and walk away. Straight up. That's such a buzzy thought for me, especially in New Zealand, eh? Like, that you would have like a moko and then like people would. That's so strange, you know, like, to me, you know. But I'm surrounded by tattoos every day. I forget that people aren't. Like, I don't. If I meet you for the first time, like if you're out in public, and I meet you, I don't even look at your tattoos. I'm not even joking. Like, I don't even see them anymore. It's just, it's, to me, it's just not even a, like, I'll see, oh yeah, you've got tattoos, but I won't like, I don't know. I don't like, I'll like look at someone's face, you know, and then, yeah. And I don't even, it's not even a factor to me. But to other people, it's like this massive factor of whether you're going to like someone or not is whether they have a tattoo. It's so strange. Wonder what they think of the girls though. I just like to rob people at the ATM in Hastings. I'm being judged, bro, by my mum.
Yeah.
Can you rob the bank next time? Who's solid, bro? Yeah. We're coming along here. I realized that my camera settings were like completely wrong the whole day. Yeah, so it's coming along. And this is going to be extended onto as well. Like there's some like flows and stuff up here. Like these will come up the arm, like onto the bicep and stuff. And then there'll also be like tree roots that sort of come up the top of his head and will form the tree up here probably. I reckon that'll look sick. So, I'm different. If I see you with a tattoo, I want to see the whole thing and just admire them. Yeah, hard out. That's definitely like what some people do, you know? Some people pull you up in the supermarket and go grab your arm and like, here's a look. How's the pain now, Ben? Wants to know.
Oh, we're still about an 8.
Still about an 8, yeah. So it hasn't got much worse. Such as deep. Bad time to be taking cash out, I tell you. You'll be looking like a wet owl at that ATM. Just eyes are just popping out of your forehead. Someone's like, holy, look at this fella. One sleep till Christmas. Doing well, Ben. It's a lot of work in one day. It's huge tattoo for one day. What we're going to do now is there are a few areas that just need to be darkened up a little bit, specifically through the this leg here. So I'm just trying to think about pain here as well.
Just do it, bro.
Yeah, no, we're doing it, bro, for sure.
Rip the band-aid off.
Yeah, we're doing it. I'm just wondering whether I kind of like shade it or like, yeah, no, we're good.
If I cry, that's still part of the
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah. Here we go. Have you tried the Tucci spray right now? I'm going to try it tomorrow, Robbie. Yeah, I won't touch you, but I'll walk around you so I can see it. Crack up, Mamo. It's so funny. I think if people are like, if you say to, like, here's my thought on that. Like, if you say to people, hey, can I please have a look at your tattoo? Is that all right? That's much better than just grabbing someone and like twisting their arm around. I've had people do that to my clients and they do not appreciate that. Let me tell you. Just a personal space sort of thing. You don't know who this person is, what they've been touching, you know. Especially if it's a fresh tattoo.
Which is funny because Carl did that to me in the Jiu-jitsu car park the other day.
What's that? Touch you?
You grabbed my arm, you're like, this is the arm, and you just grabbed it.
Yeah, but I'm allowed to. It's different rules for me, bro. It's different rules for me.
I laughed. He was like, did he just grab your arm? I was like, yeah, but we've been talking about it, so it's all good.
And as well as that, we've just been grappling, so there's no rules. Rules don't apply for us.
That's true, yeah.
You almost had your set rubbing on my forehead. Like, I ain't got to worry about touching your forearm, brother.
Yeah.
I was looking for work purposes only.
Sure.
You don't touch, I'll punch you. Yeah. It's definitely like yeah. But we'd been talking about it, so it's okay. But yeah, it's like people when you've got a baby and have you noticed that? And you're in the supermarket and this old lady thinks it's like sweet to come up and just like hug your baby. And this baby or this young kid will like touch them or something. They're like terrified of these people. Like you know, space, eh? Did you go to the BJ Army on Sunday? Nah. Is this a Jits bro? Yeah, this is Ben. We do Jiu-jitsu together at Gracie. Ben's a big, nasty man. He hurts me. Nah.
I don't hurt him.
The flinch, you'll react quick. Remember, only men get tattoos, so they will be touched by other men anyway. Well, that's why we do Jiu-jitsu in the first place, eh, Ben?
I just go for the companionship.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Different. And the cuddles.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, we're live, eh?
Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, no.
Struggle cuddles.
Submissions and stuff.
Submissions, yeah. It'd be tough, bro. Act tough, bro. It's funny how the environment's so, like, welcoming for a combat sport.
Oh, it's crazy, bro.
Yeah. I know so many people over the years that haven't even like wanted to go in there because they're so scared of like the environment. It's like not intimidating at all when you go in there.
Friendliest places on planet.
Yeah. He's a gentle giant at Jits. Nah, he is. He's a good man. We were talking about that earlier, bro, how, like, you know, in your role, and we actually just, like, you know, you're not trying to kill people all the time. You're just, like, giving up vulnerable positions and to see how, help people with the game or see how they roll. You're not trying to, you know, murder anyone.
Yeah. Well, I think fundamentally for me, because I don't want to compete, so I sort of stopped competing with myself and others a long time ago, which helped. But
Help your jiu-jitsu.
yeah, and to mention before, I started through GSW in Wellington, and lucky enough to have a few, I mean, like a good handful of big, like bigger than me, training partners.
Yep.
At like brown black belt level. And sort of had, you know, decent role models from a big guy game, and these guys play like some of the most beautiful little man jiu-jitsu.
Yep.
And they're huge.
Yeah.
And like I always admired that. Like I can be big any day of the week.
Yep.
I don't come to jiu-jitsu to be big.
Trying to be technical and graceful. And
I'd rather be the big dude that does like rolling back takes and
yeah, cool,
like
man.
all that cool stuff.
Yes,
because I can be big if I need to be. I don't need to learn to do that.
Sometimes it's a bit nerving to go into somewhere that people have been training for so long and being a beginner, even though everyone has start somewhere. No, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Remember the pain when you're doing jits bend and get curls back? Yeah, he was saying that earlier. He's like, oh, it doesn't matter if you hurt me. I can we can sort that out too, so that's fine. I'll still be an arm's length away. Don't want to risk it. Yeah, no, Robbie, that's interesting what you said. Like, I think that is the fear for most people, right? It's going into a new environment and not knowing what to expect. But I think if I like to, when I do that, my mental cue, I give myself these like mental cues, you know, which is like every single person in this gym had to start here at some point. So every single person that's in there had to go through the same thing that you went through. And as soon as you realize that, then, you know, you give it a few weeks and like everyone's your mates. Like I didn't know anyone really at Jay's until not long ago, when I started training there, and now everyone's cool as. I come in there and yeah. We're there to try and get better at jiu-jitsu, and
I think the whole concept of change for people in general is hard, right? Like,
sure,
it's not even the thing or the place; it's that you're doing something different, and that's really
trying to start something new,
really unsettling for a human being.
Yeah, it's a good place to live, though, right?
Your brain likes routine and comfort and all the rest of it,
but it's good to push yourself into uncomfortable situations.
That's where all the best shit happens.
Yeah. Kind of like a mental block. When I first went to the gym, I was stressing out, but now I love it. Interesting, bro. Yeah, it really is. I think, like, in general, you probably, a lot of people overthink what other people are thinking of them when everyone's kind of just doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So everyone's so worried about themselves, but you're thinking that everyone's looking at you, but they're not. Like,
yeah, you're worried about being the white belt, and the purple belt's worried about not having done enough to actually earn his purple belt.
Yeah. The purple belt's not even paying attention. They're just like, they're not even. They're skipping warm up.
They're probably not even there yet.
They're
still 15 minutes away.
The purple belt's still putting the kids to bed.
Yeah, bro. Hey, I've earned that, right?
Yeah, for sure, bro. Yeah, I can't wait to be a purple belt and just not have to do the warm up. That's the thing, I'm pretty sure. First time in a tattoo shop can be pretty intimidating in a similar way. No, you're absolutely right, Steve. Yeah. And I hope that some of what I'm doing can help you to break down those barriers. That's another intention of mine. Where people can actually come and just like chat to me, you know? That's definitely a goal with the stream. Show people that we're not so scary, and you're right, bro. You're right. I get this thing as well. I'll tell you guys about this thing that happens in tattooing that like used to bother me a lot. And it'd be where, let's just say I tattoo Ben, right? And Ben goes home and his mates see it and they're like, fuck, that's cool, I want something like that, you know? And they go to Ben, can you message him for me? They say, can you message him for me? And I go, and where I'm sitting, I'm thinking, why don't you just message me? Yeah. But they're wanting there to be a connection or something like that because it's not even about the tattoo. It's about how they feel about approaching me. And I forget that that's even a problem for people because me as a person, personally, I'm just nothing like that. Like if I want to go for something, I just go for it, and that's just the way that I am as a person. Whereas I forget that there are people out there that are not like that, and that's it's a crazy thing to think about. Stream will be an awesome thing for anyone who doesn't have any tattoos yet. Yeah, for sure, bro. It's really cool. And of course, even give them a wedgie. It's good. People will feel comfortable. Of course, even give them a wedgie. I could see. Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm not saying. I could see you throat punching stance for fun though. That is, yeah. And give him a wedgie. I see what you're saying. Bro, that'd be so funny. Yeah. I need to catch up with him. He's so helpful. He's another streamer, bro, that was helping me out a lot with the setup of the stream. Legend. Crack up as follow me. But yeah, he needs to come start some jits or something like that, you know, get into it. Get him off the beers. You're allowed to have beers, but you can't have too many beers, you know? Just at that stage in life, though, I think, you break the ice or it's awkward silence. You reckon a wedgie will help? It's a good icebreaker, eh? You just come in and give him a wedgie.
Never let them know your next move.
Never let people know your next move. Dancing no beer, you're crazy. Yeah, I know. The brother loves it, eh? I'm not saying no beers. I'm just saying less beers and more training. You know?
Or start with same amount of beers but more training.
Yeah. Start with more training. That or credit card is crack. That's not a jiu-jitsu move that I'm aware of. Yeah, I think we just need to extend this a little bit. I'm sorry, Ben. It just needs to come out just a touch. Just a little. It's just not quite fitting your forearm shape properly. Read that bottom one. Hey, you got to add a bit of challenge, Aaron. Hey, sometimes. And don't lie, I wasn't in your lounge, I was on your bedside table. Chat. Read that one, chat. Put me on your bedside table, eh? Plug me into the charger. Turn the Yui boom on. Listen to me and Ben.
Gotta set the mood, eh?
Yeah. The new Barry White right there. We're gonna make the stream plan on purpose. Right, Chromecasted it to the telly in there. Alright. Let the boy watch. That's probably one of the funniest comments I've read yet. And he's not joking.
Oh,
yeah, he's a freak.
Good stuff. So you want supporting the stream, mate?
Yeah, exactly. I appreciate you left me on as you kept me on as a viewer that whole time, eh? You know, you didn't want to miss any moments. Shout out, Aaron. Oh, that's a yarn, bro. Holy, that's so funny. Us. So funny how red it looks on here. It does not look that red in person. Like, look at this, Ben. Then look at that. Look.
Oh,
That's crazy, yeah. It's like, it's not even really red in person. Like, it's a little bit, but it's like, oh, that might be because the camera settings reset, actually. Oh, that's probably what it is. Hang on. Let me sort this out. It would be because it would have reset. Take a video. Properties, saturation. Oh, yeah, it's gone back to normal. It looks funny, doesn't it? Can you still see that all right, chat? What about right there? Is that good? Nah, it's like I'm not joking. I'm not joking. It's barely red in person. Like it's Ben.
can't even see it.
Can hardly even see it. Like genuinely. Like I've got to work through this. Oh, hang on. Before I put this glove on. Apply. It looks all good. Yeah, but it's like showing quite red, but it's not that red. It's just a difficult thing. Not sure what's going on with that. Camera settings. Got to keep those streaming minutes ticking over, cuz oh my man, getting me partnered, brother. He's getting me partnered. That's what he's doing.
Minutes or seconds? It all counts either way.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, it all counts. It all counts. Hey, it all adds up. It all adds up. Do a few rounds, eh?
Yeah, right.
36 at a time. 4 30-second rounds. It's like interval training for the bro. Keep up the good work, Aaron. Now that would be a funny Instagram story. Holy. Look at where our viewers are watching from today, chat. I might have to put that one on the old OF. So that wouldn't be a... I don't think IG'd like that. Brother's a madman. There's far too many. Now let's have a look at it from this kind of, like, putting it more. Cameras, just so you guys know, the camera's off center line. It'll be more like ooh, this for you guys. So that's better. That's looking good now. Set to extend it out just a little bit, and that'll go out to like a really light grey when it's done. Cool. Man, it's gonna look crazy when I post the photo later on because you guys are gonna think I've edited it, but just like it looks so different.
Yeah, it does.
I guess that's something we just got to work out. Like, there's a lot of light in here. Eh? Like Ben's literally got his sunglasses on, team. He's got his sunnies on inside because it's just so bright. Like, it's great. There's like no shadows and everything, but in case you could do around an alga jelly. Okay. I get this. Hard to see. All right. Almost white time, bro. Use the toilet, chat. I'll be right back. 2 6. We're back. White time. All right. We've got a fair bit of white to do today. How are we doing for time? Yeah, we're sweet. We've still got half an hour or so till I have to go to the old after-school care run. I'm really excited to show you guys the whites in this. It's going to make it pop. Has Ragnar booked his appointment? No, not yet. Has the white emote come through? You guys got white? Have a look. Should be a white emote there now. Should be. Spam it. Oh, I should do a pain level emote, you know, just like with the fucking, you know, like a, you know, with the, it's like ripping off the charts, you know.
Is white meant to be fun, is it?
The white hurts a bit, bro. Yeah. So like now, what we would do, this product that I want to test out. I just don't want to use it on you in case there's any, you know, adverse effects or anything. Nope, not there. Okay, I'll sort it out. The spray. What we would do now is like spray the spray on it, and it would essentially take all the sting off it for this part of the session. The only thing with it is it's like a lidocaine spray. I've used 2 products in my career. They were another company. I'm not going to say the company because they're a good company, but I believe wholeheartedly that the product caused issues with the healing. And it's like this lidocaine spray, and you put it on there, and it basically numbs out what's there to some degree. At least it takes the edge off. But what it did is it created this like weird barrier in the healing process where the scab was like forming, but it was like weeping under the scab. It was really, really weird. And I used it twice. I used it in Sydney when I tattooed this dude Troy's leg, and it got quite weepy. And then I used it again in Auckland when I was at Ship Shape Tattoo, and this dude's arm got like mega weepy. We think maybe it was because I was tattooing a little bit differently then, and it was like down on the wrap the whole day. Like, so I tattooed this part of his forearm, and then the next day I tattooed this part of his arm, and then I came back to tattoo the third day, and like this one here had gotten like quite like weepy, and then it ended up like getting, it was a little bit weepy in here, but not too bad. But it was like, it was kind of like this sort of effect was happening that was like I was not used to, and we just didn't really, it just didn't have a good heal, man. And I thought it was because of this like the spray that I used, you know, because they had it for free up there. So oh, Zan's made to zoom in. Oh, hey guys, what is going on here? Hello. Hang on. Lol. Smart composition. There we go. Now I should be able to zoom it out. Hey. I could almost see up my nose then. That was crazy. What's going on? Camera's just taken off. Are we working now? Did you put your hand up? Or no? What happened there? Have we tried the spray yet? No, yeah, we're trying it tomorrow. Yeah, for that reason. I just don't want to. I don't want there to be any problems with Ben's tattoo. Hang on. Pause. Stay there, camera. Don't move. I'm just getting another needle. Not saying that there will be any problems. It's just I don't want to try it on somebody when I'm tattooing them for the first time, because you know we've got no kind of gauge for how it heals. Then if something does happen and it gets weepy and shit like that, well then there's no gauge for that. So I'd rather just avoid it. And then, but tomorrow we are going to be using it on Scott's tattoo. We've got this really cool color piece, and you did something with your hands and it zoomed right in on you. Nah, what happened was I've got there's 2 bits of software. There's this Link 360 control software, and it overrides the OBS software, and it's like its own software for the AI camera, and it somehow clicked onto the smart tracking or smart composition or something like that. I don't know. Was you, Carl, when you were explaining with your hands? Yeah, I must have like triggered some sort of alert, and it just like, oh, who knows? wants an excuse to make him stuff through the whites. I definitely do not. Okay. I definitely do not want him to suffer. It's just I haven't used the product yet, so
I'm here to suffer. Doing it for the stream.
okay. Sometimes these I've got this box of needles and it just pops this rubber band in this one specific needle group, so I might need to stop and grab another needle group at some stage. But all right, here we go, team. I'm going to start at the top today. We're going to work our way down. Start in this eye. All right. How's that been?
Got a different feeling, eh?
Sharp?
Yeah, it just feels different on the skin.
Brace yourself. The white is coming. Oh, it's coming all right.
Cheers, chat. The push and bend through. Keep it coming. I don't know if that was the right choice of words, but
I don't want to speak too
soon.
but so far so good.
Awesome.
All right.
We're away. All good, bro?
All good, bro. Outside of the arm was still way worse.
What's that, sorry?
Outside of the arm, still way worse than that.
This side?
Yeah.
This side was worse than that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But don't worry, we're getting back over there. Have you ever been tempted to tattoo a hidden dick in a piece? Nah, I'm not really, man. I think just like, that would get me into hot water, you know what I mean? There's certainly some people out there that I've thought, like, oh, you're a bit of, you know, nothing seems to please people. But, nah, I'd never do that. Maybe on like a mate. Be pretty funny. Why is the white so rough? Is it just because you're going back over the same areas again? Oh, Wyrack, g'day. Cheers, Aiden, appreciate it. The white's so rough because we're going in and around everything that we've already done today. So like, I'm not going over anything, even though it looks like I might be in spots. I'm not. There's like these little gaps everywhere, and I'm putting the white in between those gaps. But yeah, we've already tattooed these areas, so like in and around here. So it just feels way worse, you know. I'd be tempted. That's why I'm not a tattoo artist. ChatGPT to give me a joke about white ink for a tattoo. It gave me this filler. Here we go. I damn me a girl with a terrible tattoo. Try to marry her.
Using white ink in tattoos is like trying to tan with a flashlight.
What? Using white ink in tattoos like that's so random. I like that, Demon. My dad always said to me, if you ever meet a girl with a terrible tattoo, try to marry her. She makes bad decisions but sticks with it. It's so solid.
Good clean humour too.
Yeah.
I like it. I was worried where that was going to go.
Yeah.
White tattoos are great if you're into invisible regrets.
White tattoos are great if you're into invisible regrets. Right, here we go. I don't think ChatGPT understood the assignment. It's a bit funny with like comedy, no pun intended. Like it doesn't.
Lightning tattoos. The only design that disappears faster than their ex.
I mean, that's not as bad, that one. But I feel like ChatGPT didn't make that. Oh, maybe. I feel like that was probably you. Won't be going to ChatGPT's open mic night anytime soon. Yeah. Wonder if you can prompt it to like make a joke in the style of like Theo Von or something like that, you know, about it. But I don't think it's that advanced yet.
Lightning in tattoos is like whispering on skin. Nice idea. No one hears it.
Yeah, I've tried to like get it to tell me some jokes and stuff, and yeah, it doesn't. Maybe you got to like up the ante, you know, go like tell me some jokes in the style of Ralphie May or something like that, or like Dave Chappelle or something, you know. Maybe it'll do that. I don't know. Give it like parameters to just not hold back.
Lightning is like a massive doo-doo caca doo-doo caca pee-pee.
Yeah, that was definitely not. That was definitely not ChatGPT. That one. Oh, I don't even have to look at the camera. I know who wrote that. Not the camera, the screen, sorry. That was Mr. Pelican. Oh yeah, Warwick it broke.
That's because they aren't afraid of getting stuck with little bricks.
That's actually a good one. That's a crack up. Yeah, Warwick, it just totally cut me out a couple times and just restarted the stream. I don't know what that's about. Sorry. I'm gonna have to take a look at it later. Bit of a shame. Hopefully, it's not like there's probably like an old clip there from this morning that was like a few hours or something like that. I don't know. I think it's cut me out 3 times today. Yeah, it's a bugger, but I mean, at least you got here for the good bit, right? ChatGPT does my taxes, ATM, way too easy. No way. How do you get it to do that, or just file a tax return? Like, what is it? How does that work? Asking for a friend. It's actually genius. Sorry, I thought this was something I needed to do. Sounds like tax fraud case waiting to happen. Yeah, we've literally got like the accountant right here, and well, Steve's the accountant. Feel like you could get. Can you give us some feedback on that, Steve? Thank you. Our tax correspondent.
I definitely won't report that internally.
No. I have another client of mine. She's a dear, Rach, and she works for the IRD as well, but she's in the I think like the front desk type sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, she was messaging me last night. She's like, "I'm too much of an old lady. Like, how do I watch your stream?" I was like, "Search this."
Theo, did you hear about the guy with the misspelled tattoo? He says he has no reserves.
Was that video? I'm also taking shortcuts, but I'd want someone to review what ChatGPT did. Yeah, looks at the rates that I need, and then I use Henry, but ChatGPT helps as well. That's interesting. That's real interesting. I feel like it's going to get to that point though, right? Like AI, it'll need to be checked over. But I feel like a lot of people that are working those professions will probably be using it to help. I don't know. All those AI agents that I think are looking like going to be pretty deadly in the future. Yep. Sort of like workflow and. I was thinking if I could even set one up to do my emails for me, like, you know, I know that sounds kind of bad, but like, it might actually be able to help me, you know, like just to get all the information together that I need before I can reply. Like, and if I like looks at a message and someone's missing some info, instead of me having a reply to it, that the AI does and says like, hey, you're still missing this. This is what you need, and then it just ends up in an inbox of like completed booking forms for me. Rather than, you know, me having to go back to people and be like, oh, hey, you just missed number 2, or you know.
I love you tattooed on his penis. He goes home to show his wife. His wife says, there you go again, trying to put words in.
With Henry helping as well, you can't go too far wrong. Accountants have been using OG AI for ages, outsourcing the work to, oh, no way. Overseas for 10% of the cost. Yeah, wow. AI will be doing tattoos for us, KVL. Watch out. Well, maybe. Who knows? Would you guys want AI tattoos, like from an AI or a robot? I don't know. Maybe they will. Maybe we're all doomed. I feel like I wouldn't want one from. I'd want a human being to do it. That's the beauty of it. Someone's art, you know, or vision or whatever. But I mean, who knows?
Pretty awkward for me to lie here and talk to a robot for 7 hours.
Yeah. There you go. I see that they've got like some tattooing robot at like Bang Bang. It's a really famous shop in New York City. And there's like some robot there that's doing like small tattoos for people. Some like collaboration project I've worked with some university, and it seems like the tattoos are pretty small and accurate, but like, I don't know, like, I'm not so sure that I'd be so keen on that.
Nah. Not for me.
But I mean, I've probably got a bias because I'm in the industry, right? But I don't know. Dangers of AI are mostly related to it actually becoming sentient and then moving with project itself in danger of humans. Yeah, I agree. Singularity, like, and all that, like when that becomes smarter than us. It's not really a tinfoil hat. It's pretty much a reality at this point. I wouldn't say that's tinfoil hatty. I'd say that's very, very much in our future. Like, it's going to happen whether it'll happen in our lifetimes. Most of our lifetimes here, we're going to see it happen. It will become smarter than us, if not already is. Which is a scary thought for all of our future. Because here's the thing with tattooing team, like, you know, my job is only available because good people like Ben and yourselves that come and get tattooed are working, right? And if all your jobs go away, then my job's doomed. Because I need you guys to, you know, work to come get cool tattoos. Like, and if it's not there, then that's the reality for us. And I'm very aware of that future. But I feel like, you know, if it got to that point for me, man, like, there'd be people be hurting way before me, if that makes sense, you know? Like, I think that, like, for it to come crumbling down like that for me, it'll be crumbling down like that for other people as well, alongside. It won't just be me. It's a very, very strange thought. Oh, AI wedding robots. The work. Oh, welding robots. Sorry. Wedding. Yeah. The GG me, yeah. So Punchett's he's a welder, and they're already got like robots that are doing his job, you know.
I will tattoo your hole and massage your feet with a happy ending all in 20 minutes.
That's service, though.
That's service with a smile right there, Demon.
Carl can only do all that in 7 hours.
Yeah, it takes me too long. I'm not efficient. That's what I was saying about how I have to stop streaming, and then I've got other stuff that I have to do with my job.
Some stuff you can't put on stream.
I can't put this on stream. I get so much work, bro.
Good referrals.
Some of farmers and automated tractors now, invisible fences, etc. Wow. Is Danny DeVito a bad idea for a tattoo?
KBL still needs to have
Danny DeVito. That's actually crack up. Danny DeVito. That's not. That's a. I reckon that'd be like really hard to pull off, but it's a great idea. AI could do my role today if people wanted to spend the money to implement it. Crazy times ahead for us. What do you do nights? Yeah, I sort of feel like I don't know, man. I'm not sure. I'm not sure anymore. I didn't think AI would be as smart as it is now. So like, leading robots, let's go. I was on the stage of the job where it requires dexterous skill. AI is not at the stage where a job that requires dexterous skill will be made obsolete. However, anyone who is in IT is in danger of redundancy. Yeah. Can't wait for androids with interchangeable genitalia. No way. Hey Trix, 82, how long have you been tattooing? Do you mean today or just in general? My career, I've been tattooing for 14 years, and today we've been tattooing for almost 6 hours or so. Yeah. But I mean, like, I personally class the lead up to the tattoo as part of the work as well, because it's like I've got to do all my stenciling and do, you know, all of that stuff. That's still me working. So I kind of class that as part of the tattoo time, but probably physical tattooing of me actually putting needles in skin, probably about 6 hours or something. Kind of hard to see what the uptime is because our streams actually like cut in and out a few times. So most of my streams are around the 6 hour mark though. Did you always want to do this? Yeah, I wanted to do it like my entire life, like pretty much as soon as, well, I was drawing, not my entire life, I was drawing tattoos on my arms when I was in school, when I was like, I remember being in like a maths class, it would have been like 13 or 14. I was just bored, so I was like drawing tattoos on my arms. I always wanted tattoos. I didn't know I really wanted to be a tattoo artist until I had tattoos myself. So about 17 years old, I would say I really first thought about the idea of actually being a tattoo artist, and then I moved out of home, and this guy I was living with at the time, he had like tattoo gear at his house, and he was like tattooing mates and shit on the side, and I was like, holy crap, like I could do that. It just sort of clicked, you know, but I never really thought about it. 3D printing houses nowadays. Credit analyst for a finance service provider. Oh, true, man. Credit analyst for a finance service provider. Yeah, I feel like that could potentially be, you know, overrun with AI. For sure, I see what you're saying. Yeah. What was my very first tattoo? My first tattoo, that guy I was living with, I was 17 or 18 years old, and he left for a weekend, went to this, like, I can't remember where he went. He went out of town, and he had all his tattoo gear there, and I got pretty steamed up with a few of my mates, and we pulled his tattoo gear out, and I tattooed a moustache on this dude's finger. That was like side of his finger, so it could go like that. That was pretty much my first tattoo. What was the first tattoo I got? I got this big writing across my chest when I was like 17. There's no regrets. Never look back. Man, if I had got the first tattoos that I thought I wanted, I'm glad I did not. Full sleeve tribal. That was real cool back then, you know.
The 90s movie.
Do you have Discord? No, I don't have Discord. No. Not yet. No. Working on everything like that. I only started streaming like 3 weeks ago, so it's like a really new thing for me, and it's pretty much an industry first. Not many people have done this before in terms of the format that I'm doing it. So there's a lot to work out, and although I'd love to do all that stuff eventually, I sort of need to get to a point where I've got like an assistant or can afford to pay an assistant before I can manage everything like that, because I've already got like 6 or 7 platforms that I'm managing by myself right now, so it's a lot. As well as tattooing full time, you know. I just had to jump up there and grab something. Get an AI to manage it for you. Exactly, yeah, that's the point. What school did you go to, Carl? I went to Estale when I was a kid. And then I went to Rainier in Taradale because my parents moved in there, and that's where they sent me. And then I went to Taradale Intermediate, and then Lindisfarne for school, or Lindyland. They sent me out there. I was in a lot of trouble as a kid, man. I was like a little scrappy, I don't know, short man syndrome or something at the time, probably. I was really, really small. I was the smallest in my year group. And just, I don't know, maybe I don't know what it was. I was offended by everything. It was really weird.
High testosterone, bro.
High testosterone, yeah. And just like anytime anyone like pissed me off, like I just couldn't walk away. I don't know what it was. It was like this issue that I had, you know. I was just bit on everything. Yeah, it was really weird. Obviously, that's changed a lot. What, Richie had the Dutch courage? Yeah, hard. The Dutch courage, all right. That's pretty much what it was. It was like this, you know, you just like saw someone picking on someone or something, like I couldn't look past it, you know. I remember my cousin Richie, he R.I.P. Richie, cuz he's like my brother growing up. He passed away was Richie 27, cuz, when he passed away? I think he was 27, I'm pretty sure. Died tragically in a car accident. And man, he was a beast when he was older than me. He was like my older brother. I didn't have an older brother, but he was like my older brother. And Mikey's like my younger brother. And they come up to they're from like Upper Hutt. Come up here for the holidays, and then my cousin Richie, man, he was a tough bugger, eh? He was like, he just had it in him. And it's just like whatever you have that's like the fight gene, or like, you know, maybe not necessarily like going out trying to pick on people, but he would always defend people. And I remember this was this like gang member giving some chick a go at the bus stop. Hey, cuz, is this right? I think Richie went up and whacked him over pretty bad. I'm pretty sure I remember a story like that. But yeah, he got into it with a lot of people. Just like, I don't know what it is, man. You're just young and you got that kind of, some people have it and some people don't. Some people are really gentle and kind and relaxed, and other people just kind of more highly strung. And I think when I was a kid, that was just me. And obviously I had to learn to control that. Like, yeah, it's really weird. I've done some digger work up where that college was in Estelle, yeah. Yeah, 2 stories there, but we'll cover that. Yeah, for sure, cuzzy. We'll cover that all right. Yep, we'll cover that when you come get tattooed. How old are you? I'm 34. Yeah. Doing it for a little while. Where am I from? I'm from Hawke's Bay. Napier. Born and raised out in Estdale. Esk Valley. And then moved into town when we were, I'm trying to think how old I would have been. Maybe like 8 or something like that. Maybe 7 or 8. Yeah. You could say he would fight the bully. Yeah, that's it, cuzzy. He would definitely do that. I'm from VA, China. Where's VA? VA? VA, China? What do you mean by VA? Oh, I got it. I just got it. Nice, Amo.
Yeah.
Oh, nailed me.
Nice.
But China. Yep, you got me.
Took me a while too.
Oh, I suck at those, eh? That's the problem, is like as soon as I get busy asking a heap of questions, I like can't concentrate on what everyone's saying. I'm trying to like blast through them, you know? Got him. But China. I was like, Amo, that doesn't sound like a Chinese name. Amo? Oh, I love that shit, eh? That's so funny. I'm just worried you guys are gonna make me say something real bad, eh, one day. Holy. And so I'm worried about that'll get me banned or something. Please, chat. Go easy on me. You know your man's a bit gullible. Trying to concentrate on doing a tattoo and everything, you know, there's a lot going on, team. Help me. I was listening in the background. I was like, never heard of that part of China before. No, I was real confused. I was like, I'm ready with the ban button. No, guys. I'm from the States. I'd like to move. Oh, yes, sick. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, States is funny, eh? Because I was going to move. Not going to move, but I got offered a job there. I was talking about it earlier today on massive money in New York, and I was going to move over there. But, well, not going to, but I got offered this job. I had to think about it, you know. Didn't think for long. maybe later on in life I'd like to get over there. I've got an opportunity. I've got to get this special visa for the States when I come over there next time. So I'm still laughing. That was a good year. You nailed it, Armo. Holy. That was real good. You nailed that. It's almost 4 o'clock, Sam. I've been like tattooing for so long. Should actually have to go soon. Damn. And this is not good. We might have to end the stream soon. So I just look at the time, and then you might have to just. This is real bad, but Lauren can't drive at the moment. She's got the one arm, so I might have to go do the pickup, and then just come back and finish it off. Yeah. I just realised we're limited on time, team, and I've got to be somewhere real quick. So
do the kid thing, bro. Feel good.
Yeah, that uptime's not right though. That uptime's way off. Yeah, I don't have long to go, but I've got to. Oh, we should be right. Actually, if I go for 10 more minutes, I should get all that done. I just think I don't want to rush it.
I've got nowhere to
be. Yeah, no, sweet, bro. I appreciate it. No, I just I'm just thinking if I've actually only got this little bit of white to do through here. I don't have time to get photos though. Nah, we're gonna end the stream, team. Sorry. Appreciate you guys coming through. Quick and great tattoo, a lot of detail. Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, it's cool. I know. I'm gonna upload it to my socials in a bit. It's way brighter and man, it's not a very good photo. Not a very good picture coming through there. I don't know what's going on with my camera team. It's way off. Oh hey, how's it going? Yeah. We're gonna have to end the stream now, and I'm gonna have to go pick up, and then I'm gonna have to come back and finish. I'm a little bit behind, Laura. So yeah, thanks for the laughs, team. Thanks, Armo and everything. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, it's been an awesome stream. Sorry it was a little bit patchy today. Figure a few things out.
And thanks again, Ben, and peace out, chat.
Legend, Demon. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Guys.
Cheers, Ben. All right.